nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Mud Zone.
Spooky.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
Ho, ho, ho.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet-like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory, and Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place, the Flat Earth Farms.
Uostarosta.
Huh.
Uostarosta.
What's he doing? That's odd.
Booster.
I'm sure I can fix it. I think.
This could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon.
Shoot the moon!
Not out there on the microphone. On the microphone.
Shoot the moon. Shoot the moon.
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
You've done this 1,000 times. And the show must go on. You've got to give the people what they want. Piece of cake.
Man, I'm just sitting back watching the pussification of this whole country. Can't say this, I can't say that. Shit, what the fuck can I say? When did y'all become so fucking sensitive, man? Lighten up. I'm just here to entertain you. And if that triggers you, well, then you're a pussy. Listen, it's a cold world, easier to play this shit safe. Knowing how the world gon' judge you if you make a mistake. These miserable fucking people so saturated with hate, they can't wait to pile it on someone else's plate. Like if I'm right with every word except for one in the song, they'll only focus on and judge me for the one that was wrong. Cancel this, cancel that, fucking welcome to America. The home of specializing in assassinating character. I hate it, I prefer going in guns blazing, annihilating anyone who's testing my patience. Ain't no room for pussyfooting in the rap game. And I'm drawn to controversy like a moth to a flame. And you little snowflakes better quit your complaining. Not racist, I'm just not too big on the Asians. Shit, I'm kidding you, idiot, but with no hesitation. These fuckers run with it and post it up on Twitter while saying that Webby's some sort of bigot for fucking making a joke. You're not woke, you're just sensitive and quick to provoke. So I'd like to invite you to suck my dick till you choke. Deep throat, pow pow, got your bitch in my scope. Everyone that I'm seeing is looking pussy as fuck. Go and cry about shit without even looking it up. So I'd like to thank my bullies all for making me tough, because it's looking like y'all ain't get bullied enough. Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm aura. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Because I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm aura. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Easy does it, Webby, try to keep that temper in check. I'm going off like Terminator in the metal detector. Hit him with the blur like my memory gets from blowing benzos while I'm drinking, yeah, I tend to forget. devils reject. Ever since a kid I've been a loser, but I dealt with it. It's called developing a sense of humor. Learn to laugh a little bit. This shit is good for your health. If you can't take a joke, you need to take a look at yourself. Shit, if I didn't have the haters, then I would probably withdraw. Shit, dog, honestly, I would probably miss y'all. Haters, really please, promise me you'll never quit, y'all. Here, I'll make fun of me with y'all. Here's my impression of Webby. No one's doper than me. I got the hairline of someone that's 10 years older than me. Sitting dissing politicians like I'm fucking sport fishing. Say I fucked their wives and daughters when I obviously didn't. And I'm pale year round, summertime or deep winter. And I chew with my mouth open when I eat dinner. My liver has put up with plenty of cheap liquor and more drugs in a lifetime than Keith Richards. I used to work out, shit, I really was buff. Then I stopped working out, now I'm skinny as fuck. Like so skinny, when the wind blows hard I lose balance. So skinny, looking like I won a tapeworm challenge. It ain't that hard to laugh a bit at your own expense. Fucking just relax and shit. Smoke a joint, eat a Xanax, you bitch. This uptight bullshit's what I've had it with. If you're still mad after what you've listened to, then that's just a bitch in you. Suck a dick or two, ain't no fixing you. Fake woke can't take a gay joke. People that I'm spitting to, I am here to trigger you.
Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm all raw. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong.
Fucking pussy.
Trigger!
Forget about it, Frankie.
The world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
Bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow. Mud. You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
Lately I've been feeling stifled by my addictions and reckless ways, drowning in the depths of depression, dreaming of yesterday's breathless haze, staring out the window while the record plays. Before the penmanship, penning lyrics in second grade. Let's just say I was raised holding on a silent rage till the day my anger manifested to my violent ways, and now they're here to stay. They keep trying to hibernate, they never sleep, I never sleep at night. I'm always wide awake, I try to make a breakaway, but I'm always pulled back. The winter's cold, my knuckles are red. I rock a skull cap, I walk the streets at night, sliding on the ice, my own reflection in the sidewalks. I've been fighting all my life, I've been writing all my life. School books to buy napkins, product to froze streets, cool crooks and hot rapping. I hear your palms clapping, I hear your cars crashing, I hear you living and dying. This is how stars happen. Sheets of paper just get shorter when the candle burns. I'm tiptoeing, opening doors. When the handle turns, the dock speaks. Flames flicker, light trickles underneath the blinds. Open just a size for my eyes to peek out the window. At the dark skies and all the nights creeps, I look at my girl inside my bed and see my wife sleep. She breathes calmly. Meanwhile, I got a motherfucking army of madness that's behind me, and my pad is all that matters. I scatter random words and abandoned slurs. I write it with the tragic pen, imagining what can't occur. High as hell, open up a can of worms. Douse the world with gasoline and burn it, goddamn it, burn. My pen is mightier than swords, mightier than yours. Words live forever, so they're mightier than wars. I can't sleep at all, I'm fighting for a cause. I ain't fighting for what's mine, I am fighting for what's yours.
We back. Thought it was over, stupid? Never. Twinning.
You're always fucking late. You're late for your own fucking funeral.
King of the projects, he broke the walls down. His crib was both apartments, double living rooms, shining under both couches. Schwarzenegger been dead, sexual crazy forever. A studded glove made of Mediterranean leather. Bitches in every bed, incidents involve a system rhymes. Kitchen knives, slime, get your bitch in line. Make a shit fat enough and like a savage does. Walk up to the biggest bing bong, bing, stab him up. When guns blast, blood splash, ash the front. Plug had a mustache like Captain Crunch. Young Pesci Pompadour, El Mágico with the cowboy hat like Pablo Moore. Speak across the street, coca products and tokenomics, so bionic. It's ultrasonic how I smoke the chronic. Pistolero, call me Billy Bolero. Barrel wrapped in aluminum foil like a meatball hero. Oh, you better smarten up, what you know's not enough. Bottom up, saw the shot in your half, shot him up. You better smarten up, what you know's not enough. Light him up. For the body and laugh, you out of luck. You better smarten up, but you know's not enough. Bottom up, saw the shot in your half, shot him up. You better smarten up, but you know's not enough. Light him up, for the body and laugh, you out of luck.
Fucking shitting me? Yeah, we back. Big Brooklyn shit, y'all. Gorilla Twins ethos. Bing bong. Yow. Don't ever in your life disrespect it. I'm on Jamaica Bay getting brain riding jet skis. Paper coming hefty. Keep my money in my right pocket cause the devil was a lefty. See, and if I was you, I wouldn't trust me. Catholic school uniforms, I rock the husky. Shorty, you kinda dusty. I know if we fuck, that pussy musty. It must be. I know your mother, she a customer. Gave her credit when she was sick and now she loved me. Now we getting awards and setting up tours. My Ava Rex in 98 was better than yours, that's a fact of it. took it back and put the battery. Walking up and down Mermaid, who wanna battle me? You don't know no rap as hard as us. Put the barrel to your forehead, you better smarten up. Know the fucking vibes. Gorilla Twins is back. Like we never left, stupid. Brooklyn. Yo, Bill, let's get it.
I think we're live. I think we made it.
I think so.
I think so. We're here. What do we got? Let's give a shout out.
Brooklyn, thanks for the music.
Andrea D. Yeah, that was that's Ill Bill and Nems. Gorilla Twins. They both look the same. They both look. That's why they they both kind of look the same. Two different guys. Yeah. They're not the same. Two different guys.
Familiar sounding song. I think I was listening to it on my own yesterday.
It's been on a lot of. I fit it in everywhere. I have a few different remixes of it going on now.
What's that?
It's the jam. You better smarten up.
Nice to see you, Finch. Hey, look at it. Look at Tim's chair. Look, he's got a chair. That looks good.
Well, he's in a different room at the agency. Nancy.
It looks like he hung up. Did he hang up?
Make sure you give Singe coffee. All right.
Well, I took his coffee. Sorry, Singe.
You gave Andrew the coffee by accident. So
it's supposed to have cream in it.
Here he is. The star of the show. The man of the hour. I can tell he's a
yes.
I'm putting him full screen.
We got Tribe Elder. There you go. Hail, warriors. This is Sparta.
Yeah.
What's going on? Are you showing the great war pictures of all time?
Yeah, hold on. We're getting more people in here.
Okay. Pay some homage to our tribe.
History of mud.
What do you got
Andrew.
there? What do you got there, Kane?
Andrea. Say what?
What is that, a cane? A walking stick?
Oh, it's a stick from a tree.
What's the body count on that thing?
One boar. Well, I didn't kill it, but I kept it away by going like this.
Oh yeah. Boar hunter.
There's lots of boars around here in the hills. And I got surprised as I was jogging up the hill.
Well, weren't they?
I surprised him.
Weren't they going to make a movie?
I think maybe we surprised each other.
weren't they going to make a movie called Boar Hunter, and they asked you to star in it, but you told them no because you weren't feeling well that day?
I don't know. Your memory is better than mine. I thought your nickname was Boar Hunter.
It was. That's what that was the thing. Like that was a synchronicity. It was a synchronicity. Back in high school, they used to call me the Boar Hunter. But then they asked you to be in a movie called Boar Hunter, and the thought was missing.
I might have a picture of the boar from last year. I'll look for it. It might be on my channel. I'll check it out.
All right, whatever. It's not a big deal. I mean, we're doing tonight. We're talking about Easter. What is Easter, Andy? This is your part of the show.
I'll answer really quick. I think Easter.
All right, let him answer first. Oh, go ahead.
Just really quick. Easter is when bunnies poop out colored eggs, and then you find them, and then you eat them.
Okay. Andy, what do you think? What do you think Easter is?
Little Chuck candies.
Well, I used to when I grew up. I got to find the plastic basket behind the couch with candy in it.
Yeah,
it's not chocolate.
Fake grass. That's about the Lord Jesus Christ raising from the dead.
So the resurrection of Christ, that's what Easter is. So what? Like,
Yeah.
so when did they do
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
At night, the morning time, like what happened? I don't know the story.
I think it was early in the morning. But I can. You want to hear the story?
Yeah, I want to hear the story. What? How did they resurrect?
Oh, you have a story for it.
What did they do? Like, how did they resurrect? What does the Bible say? Like,
Yeah.
what did, they just went poof, and then he just appeared. Like, how did it happen?
Well, here I'll read it real quick. Excuse me. After the Sabbath, at dawn on the first day of the week.
Hold on, right there. Sabbath. When they say Sabbath, do they mean Saturday or Sunday?
I thought it was Saturday. I thought it was Saturday. I don't know. Sure.
I'm not sure either. Right. So all right. So after this, it could be the Sunday though, because right? Because
I think they had 8 back then. I think they had 8 days a week. So who knows?
Okay. So after the Sabbath, which is probably, we'll just say all right after Saturday, which is right now. Okay. What happened?
Mary Magdalene and the other Mary went to look at the tomb. So they went to look at the tomb.
Mary Magdalene was a prostitute, right?
I thought she had some demons. I don't really know if she was a hooker.
There is a part of the Bible where it says she was a whore, straight up.
That's what I heard.
I've seen it. I don't know what part it is. If someone knows, let me know.
Yeah. There was a violent earthquake, for an angel of the Lord came down from heaven, and going to the tomb, rolled back the stone and sat on it. So the angel came down from heaven and caused the earthquake, and he moved the stone.
So wait. Hold on one second. An angel came down from heaven, caused an earthquake, and moved the stone. What stone?
There was a stone. If we go back in the reading, it says that they put a stone in front of his tomb and guarded it. They sealed it and guarded it.
Oh, so you're talking about after the crucifixion, they crucified Jesus, they buried him, and they put a stone on top of it to mark the grave?
A stone grave. It was in the stone, cut into the rock.
It was more like a tomb that they put him in within rock, kind of?
Yeah, it was a tomb.
So what happened? An angel came down and removed the lid to the tomb, basically?
Rolled back the stone and sat on it.
Sat on it?
Yep.
Just move the stone. Hey, I'm just going to sit right here on a stone. Okay. And
so like happened? A giant, maybe. Because if a giant sat on it,
I mean, who can move a stone? I mean, who's strong enough to move a stone anyway? Not me. You don't see me lifting rocks. Anyway, go ahead.
Mean, they put it there. I mean, people put it there. So, I mean, probably not too big. But they had guards there. They had guards watching it because they thought they were going to steal his body. They thought they were going to come steal his body, so they put guards there.
The whole time? So how many years was he dead for? Do you know?
3.5 days.
Oh, wait up. He was only dead for 3.5 days, and then they brought him back to life.
But and that doesn't even make sense because if it happened on a Friday, right? I mean, if you do the math, and then Sunday, where did they get in the 3.5 days from? I don't understand that.
And also, like,
I mean,
I could go hide in a cave for 3 days and come out without eating. Does that mean I was dead?
They knew he was dead. They killed him with the sword on the. He was already dead.
Yeah.
They made sure he was dead. They jabbed him.
They beat his ass, dude. They beat him.
That's what it took to kill him.
Friggin' nails on it.
He wasn't easy to kill.
Yeah, he didn't die easy. He died hard. But when God sent him down himself as Jesus, he knew that this was going to happen. He knew all along. So, whatever.
Yeah.
All right, it's a crazy story. So anyway, what's going on? So 3.5 days went by, and then an angel came down and sat on the rock. And then what did they do?
Great story.
His appearance was like lightning, and his clothes were white as snow. The guards were so afraid of him that they shook and became like dead men.
So he was white lightning?
The angel was white like lightning.
White lightning?
Yeah.
All right.
White as snow. Okay, so it says, the angel said to the women, "Do not be afraid, for I know that you are looking for Jesus, who was crucified. He is not here. He has risen, just as he said. Come and see the place where he lay. Then go quickly and tell his disciples, he has risen from the dead and is going ahead of you into Galilee. There you will see him. Now I have told you.
So it doesn't really tell you how the angel brought him back to life. It just says an angel came down, sat on the rock. Next thing you know, he's alive again. He moved the thing out of the way, and now he's alive again.
I think they don't tell us exactly how he did it. The angel was just kind of there to tell him that, hey, he's not here.
Why would they leave such a key detail like that out of the Bible, though?
Well,
That's like...
Well, I mean, the idea is that he brought himself back to life because he is the Son of God. And so that's like the idea of it, is that he brought himself back to life. Now,
right?
That's just how
these pictures of angels I've seen. They look like no angel
That's
I've
all right.
ever
Yeah, great.
imagined, like a seraphim.
Ray, was that question you were talking about earlier?
No, I had a really deep question about the Bible last night, but I forgot what it was now. It might come to me though. It might come to me again. Hey!
Oh, geez.
I put my little ones to bed, but it's like 4 hours earlier where he is.
Future pillow
Yeah, we were at a birthday party earlier, and she ate so much sugar there. She's been wild.
Yeah. The kids eat so much candy, dude. Whoa, my kids eat so much candy. How do they do it?
I have sugar right now.
Okay.
They love it. They love it. Hey, Melchak. All right. So we have All right. So then what? The angel rose Jesus from the dead, right? But he brought himself back, right?
God raised him
within 3 days, but it was on the Sabbath and Easter's on a Sunday, so that none of it really makes sense to me so far. I don't know.
Weren't they kind of like before this happened, weren't they like, don't worry about the days and times and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, all the times are wrong and everything, but like...
So they were kind of warning us, like, don't worry about that part.
I think that's why they wrote the Bible the way they did in parables, because...
You'd read between the lines.
Well, yeah. Because no. So the information will travel because they knew it was going to be changed over time. Right. So the disciples said we're going to write it in riddles. But let's see I found this video. Like, let me see. Let's play this one next, real quick. It's not. Oh, is this any good? Is it any good? All right, yeah. This is just an introduction. Let's do this for an introduction.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Ancient Architects. Please subscribe now to get the latest ancient history news and independent research from around the world. Today is Easter Sunday, and whilst the Christians of the world are celebrating the resurrection of Jesus Christ, Christians and non-Christians alike will no doubt be feasting on chocolate eggs. The rebirth of Jesus and the consumption of chocolate eggs are certainly not linked with regard to their origins, and historians and biblical scholars alike will universally admit that before ever coming a Christian holiday, Easter is undoubtedly a pagan festival.
Wow!
This can be seen by the fact that the date of the Easter weekend changes every year, and it is due to Easter always being the first Sunday following the full moon after the spring equinox.
Oh, there is a moon tonight.
Unlike the word Christmas, the word Easter also has pagan roots, and history books can trace it back to the Saxons, where Eostre was the spring goddess. It wasn't until the 8th...
That's funny that history books can trace it back to the Saxons, because everything that Singeman looks up always goes back to the Saxon family. They used to live on a street, the Saxons, and he was like,
I used to be a big fan of the band Saxon.
Did they invent the saxophone?
I don't know. Did they, Singe?
No. They, it's like many other bands that claim they did write a song or invent an instrument or a question mark. Their grandpa did.
Well,
God bless the Saxons.
Century, when the Anglo-Saxons took the name from the goddess and married her up with the resurrection of Jesus to give a new name to a Christian holiday. But of course, Easter as a celebration goes back much further than the Saxons, and some say it even goes as far back as the Sumerians, and the legend of Dumuzi or Tammuz to the Babylonians, and Ishtar or Inanna.
Your leg thumb.
As the descent of Inanna.
Hey, Singe Man. Remember that time you let all those Sumerians live at your house, dude? It got pretty ugly, dude. I had to come by and pretend that your grandmother was sick, and we had to go help her clean just to get them to leave.
Found inscribed in 4,100
That's when you called them Sumerians.
Dude, as Tammuz dies,
dude, you were like, these people are cool, right? I was like, I don't know, Singe. I don't think you should allow them to stay at your house. You're like, nah, they're only gonna stay for 2 days, right? And then they were squatting, dude. We had
They're
to
chameleons.
dude,
they
we
blend
had
right in.
we had to I had to come over to Singe Man's house, make up a whole story about how we had to go help his grandmother clean, right? Just and come pick him up in a car and say, hey, you gotta come help. We gotta go help grandmom clean. We gotta clean her house out. And we had to tell the people, the Sumerians, that they had to leave because we had to go clean his grandmother's house. And then we actually got in the car and pretended to leave. We drove away just so that they thought we were really leaving. And we went to Burger King for a few seconds. And then we came back and they were gone. Thank God.
Ishtar follows him into the underworld, where she gets judged, killed, and is hung on display. Meanwhile, the earth goes into decline, with crops failing and animals stop reproducing. After being missing for 3 days, the god Enki sends 2 creatures into the underworld, carrying the plant and water of life, and the 2 gods are resurrected. They return to Earth as the light of the sun for 6 months, and 6 months later, they go back into the underworld again and stay for a further 6 months. Hence, we see the cycle of death in the autumn and life in spring, all of which, of course, are connected to sun worship.
Yes!
As you can see, like the story of Noah's flood, the Christian story of Jesus has borrowed a lot from the Sumerian legends. Whether Jesus was a real person or not is open to debate and is not for this video, but there is no doubt that the story of Jesus was embellished with far more ancient mythology to keep the ancient knowledge alive and to encode the wisdom into the New Testament for future generations. The Bible is certainly a carefully crafted work of art.
Crafted.
AncientOrigins.net reports, in their great new article on Easter, linked below in the description, in the 4th century when Christians identified the exact location...
look at that stone right there. Is that the real stone?
That was it. Hold on.
God
wait, let's go back. Was that the spot? Is that the real spot they said that he was buried?
I think so.
That's the stone that the lightning moved?
Look at it. Looks like a cookie.
Yeah, they can roll it down the street.
Oh my God! I don't know.
Come on, no way. That's a computer-generated wheel. That's not the cover for that stone.
How did they make that? First off, and then they just chisel them out. That's a lot of work to do.
Jesus Christ!
The human.
German dude. Did you hear that?
Yeah. I've seen something about the German. Yeah, we're gonna get into the German connection too. There's a German connection to all this.
Wouldn't it be easier to use bricks?
I mean,
but I think it was already there.
What do you guys think? Melted,
and it's like a circle matching the square. It's like it doesn't match up.
They had a frequency that they hooked up each end of the wires to the mud.
Now that's a stone that you could move and sit on.
Anti-gravity.
A lot more sense now.
Yeah, and where did he sit on it? Did he just push it over and it was laid
I know. How did the angel
like a pancake?
They sit on top and you chill.
Or sitting up top.
A cigarette.
Yeah, they had those little claws on their wings. So
now, if he's the big seraphim type, he might just balance weirdly.
All right, moving on.
Jerusalem, they selected a spot where a temple of Aphrodite, another god based on Ishtar or Inanna, once stood.
Oh, it's Aphrodite.
Like with most churches and cathedrals around the world, the pagan temple was torn down, and in this case, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre was built in its place.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Of course, as many of you know, there are many more stories of death and resurrection in the ancient world, such as the story of Horus in ancient Egypt, Mithras, Dionysus, etc. All such legends are common elements.
Is that where the
and
band The Rolling Stones came from?
Many were incorporated
That's a mosaic. A
It
mosaic.
really isn't unsurprising when you look at the formation of the Holy Roman Empire and the adoption of Christianity by the emperor. In ancient times, the Cybele cult flourished on today's Vatican Hill. Cybele's lover, Attis, was born of a virgin, died and was reborn annually.
You get like the feeling like the head masons are in touch with the Anunnaki.
Rising to a crescendo after 3 days in rejoice over the resurrection. In the early days of Christianity, there were violent conflicts between this cult and early Christians over whose God was true, when the fact is that both stories are actually the same. In the New Testament, the death and resurrection of Jesus is another symbolic story about the rebirth of the sun, and surely wasn't a literal event. But not all historians agree that Ishtar is the origins of Easter, because there is another spring goddess known by the names of Oster, Ostara, Austra, and Istra.
Yes.
This goddess was celebrated on the spring equinox of March 21st as the bringer of light after winter. But in actual fact, it is very likely that all of these gods originate from Ishtar. The goddess was often depicted as a hare, and therefore the modern-day Easter bunny was symbolic for the arrival of spring, as well as the fertility of the season. As well as being a goddess, Ostra is apparently an ancient word that means spring, and has been adopted and adapted by many European languages, and used ever since. Therefore, what this shows is that the true origins of Easter include a number of different customs and traditions from a number of different civilizations from different periods of time. It is a composite and truly pagan festival centered on the rebirth of the sun after the cold winter has passed. This is a timeless festival and has always been of high importance to most civilizations because it means that humans can once again cultivate crops as the earth warms up.
Yes.
So, why are we all eating chocolate eggs this weekend and feeling sick and falling asleep on the sofa in front of an old James Bond movie?
That's what's happening.
Okay, that was my own Easter tradition growing up, but as you may have guessed, in ancient spring worship customs, the egg was associated with rebirth, renewal, and fertility.
Yep.
But why does a hare or Easter bunny give out eggs?
Why?
Well, in Germanic mythology, the goddess Ostara healed a wounded bird before turning it into a hare. The hare, still partially a bird, showed its gratitude by laying eggs as gifts. But even this Germanic pagan tradition goes back much further into antiquity, as even in ancient Egypt, the egg was found to symbolize the sun. Going back to the Babylonian Ishtar, the goddess who is one and the same as the Sumerian goddess Inanna, and who all later spring goddesses were likely modelled on, she was the goddess of fertility, and her symbols were the rabbit or hare, and also the egg.
This goes deep.
So, when you're eating your Easter eggs this weekend, remember that the origins of this tradition go back many thousands of years. Maybe not chocolate eggs, but eggs nonetheless. As stated in AncientOrigin.net's fantastic article, the first reference of the Easter Bunny comes from a German text from 1572, which says, "Do not worry if the Easter Bunny escapes you. Should we miss his eggs, we will cook the nest."
Wow.
The egg-giving tradition... The finer details of the goddess myths,
did you hear that?
as well as the actual day when Easter Sunday is celebrated.
Dude, that was from the 1500s.
That guy is as tall as that rabbit.
Don't fare something like don't fare if the Easter Bunny misses you. If we miss his eggs, we'll eat his nest.
We saw the Easter Bunny today at the mall.
Baby rabbits.
Told you he lays little chocolate eggs.
Dude, they're like you saw the Easter Bunny, you and your daughter.
We saw like he sits there at the mall just kind of like Santa Claus does, and people take their kids and like
I know.
I don't know why like they get their picture with the Easter Bunny, and it's like, what do they say? They tell him he's got glasses on and he's got.
If it's 1950s,
nice little vest.
It's not the 1950s anymore, guys. Stop doing
He was real creepy. He was staring at us like he wanted to hurt us or something.
It's like, dude, it's not the 1950s or 60s. You can stop doing that now. You don't have to
take your kids to...
Somebody tell my mom. Somebody tell that to my mom. She took my son to go see the stupid rabbit.
Dude, my mom wanted to take me this year, and I'm like fucking... and I'm like 39 years old, dude.
She did. Come on, tell us. He's 33. Yeah, he's 33. Hear that, everybody?
What's that Elmer Fudd song? It goes like, "Kill the rabbit, kill the rabbit."
And see, that's the thing is with the Easter too. It's like it's a tradition, that it's like the Boomer generation really got it hard. the boomers really were pushing Easter, and then on to our parents, and then the generations, they try and bring it down upon us. And a lot of it is just all centered around the candy industry. The chocolate, they're the ones behind Halloween, Christmas, and the pushing of Easter, because they try and sell all their crappy candy.
That reminds me of
to the people in their baskets. And most of the candy's not even good. It's like really toxic for kids to be eating. So I mean, it's
has soy lectin and palm oil.
And all the different food colorings, like the red number whatever, and the yellow 5 and the blue
Those are
layer.
probably worse. You're right. Have you ever taken those pink, the pink or the yellow peeps?
But what makes it taste funny is the lack of actual cocoa butter, which is what you need in chocolate. Cocoa butter and sugar.
We got 40 short Bible verses to celebrate the holy season in 2023.
This looks good.
Good chocolate, guys. Get some See's candy.
I like when they already got the list put together for you.
Andy helped me with this one. Let's see. Preparing delicious Easter dinner. Let's see what the Bible verses. Bible. Here you go.
That was a cool painting. I thought
that was good, dude. He covered everything I had to say.
I know that whole story. We barely have to say anything now. I mean,
that's
he pretty much summed it up within like 5 minutes.
April is the word Ostern.
That Ishtar, she had some curves too.
I don't think he mentioned that. He might have mentioned it really quick, but let's go over it again.
Yeah,
April,
we'll go over it.
The word April is the word Ostern, which is Easter.
Don't we? You sent me a link. You sent me a link for it, right?
No, he said everything I sent you to.
I found a link. I found a link for what you're talking about. I did.
I was trying to send a link for this festival that goes on in the Philippines where they still crucify people. Have you heard of that?
Zoom in on that picture.
Yeah,
Zoom in on the bottom.
You sent it to me. Hold on. I'll try to get it in.
Are you able to zoom, Ray? Check that out. Look up at the picture real quick. Down at the writing, down at the bottom, there's this writing.
Jesus, it looks like Italian.
Yes, next to that, there's even smaller writing, and then under that, there's very fine print on the very left.
This one?
Under that, there's some strange. There's a message. There's a hidden message down there in the pink. You see it?
Yeah.
Well, I can't read it.
I can't read it either. It looks like it's like different language.
I wanted to point that out though. There's like this
just here.
All right. So I'm getting Rasta's thing up. Jesus said to her, "I am the resurrection and the life, and the one who believes in me will live, even though they die." The one who believes in me will live, even though they die. And whoever I believe in me will die. Believe in me will never die. Do you believe this?
Yes.
Yes, but it sounds like a crazy riddle to me. It's like
it does. It's like riddle. Well, he always.
It's like what the fuck is parables this? If Jesus came up to me and said to me, "The one who believes in me will live," and I don't know who he is. Like I didn't know it was Jesus. It was just some random bum on the street. The one who believes in me will live, even though they die, and whoever lives by believing in me will never die. Do you believe this? I'd be like, what are you, the fucking Riddler from Batman? You know what I mean?
Like, you'd be like, well, if I were the bum on the street, I would say, you will understand it when it is time.
What kind of game are we playing here?
When it is time, you shall understand.
Yeah. Answer him back with a riddle. I'll be like, well,
here, I'll explain it to you.
You know.
Let me explain it to you. Would you want to live forever, basically? He said, do you want to live forever? That sounds kind of good at first, but then you start thinking about it, you're like,
Well, do I have to live with you forever?
Even though I'm gonna die, whether I believe in you or not, you know what I mean? Like I don't know.
What if I die and then I don't live forever? Even though I believe.
I know. Then what? You're right. Then what?
Yeah. 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 It's a riddle.
We got to be able to answer these dumb questions.
Did the Freemasons write this?
People think these questions though too. People question this shit.
Yeah, they get deep into it.
Praise to be God and Father of our Lord
Mhm.
Jesus Christ. In his great mercy, he has given us new birth into a living hope through the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead. That nope, isn't that Peter? No, that's Paul that nobody likes.
Yeah.
Well, Peter was the one who was ashamed and everybody. He denied him before the rooster crowed him. Remember, the rooster crowed.
I had no idea.
Jesus was like, before the rooster crows, you're going to deny me 3 times. And then he denied him. There was a whole story about it. How like he was cursing people and swearing about it and saying, "Oh no, it's not me." And like, then the rooster was like, "Cock-doodle-doo," and he was like, "Oh," and he was like ashamed that he denied Jesus, and he went off and cried to himself. That was a pretty cool story. I definitely paraphrased it.
Yeah, you summed it up. Corinthians 15:21. For since death came through a man, the resurrection of dead comes also through a man. I want to know Christ, yes, to know the power of his resurrection and participation in his sufferings, becoming like him in his death. What all these have to do with Easter? Is that like
about his resurrection?
I guess, yeah.
With great power, the apostles continued to testify to the resurrection of the Lord Jesus, and God's grace was so powerfully at work in them all. Luke 24:6-7. He is not here; he has risen. Romans 8:34. Who then is the one who condemns? No one. Philippians 2:8. And being found in appearance as a man, he humbled himself by becoming obedient to death, even death on a cross. So he was, I don't know, hung from a tree, right? Didn't they say they put him on a tree now?
Yeah, well, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't believe that there was a cross involved. They believe that he was nailed to a stake. Because like it doesn't really. I don't know. For some reason, they think that
it just doesn't jive with their wheelhouse.
Yeah,
it just doesn't jive in their wheelhouse.
Exactly, and see, they don't celebrate Easter. The Jehovah's Witnesses, they celebrate the Passover, which coincides every year with the Easter.
Stavely got a Mandela effect on a Jehovah's Witness. Did you hear the story?
Yeah, I saw that one. That was a good episode. That's true. I saw that one. They couldn't even answer him.
No, he said a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Oh, that one too, yeah.
Today he was talking about it. He didn't get it on tape. He missed it, but it happened. Yeah. They were singing it. They know the Jehovah's Witnesses remember Mr. Rogers the right way,
but not the Bible verse.
The death he died to sin once for all. But the life he lives to God. In the same way, count yourself dead to sin, but alive to God in Christ Jesus. Remember how he told you while he was still with you in Galilee, the Son of Man must be delivered over the hands of sinners, be crucified on the 3rd day and raised again. So yeah, they're like, what is it, 4 days? 3-4 days? Who knows? Now if we died,
on the 3rd day. Okay, so on the 3rd day.
Yeah.
That'd be Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
I would thought it was like Monday morning.
It would be. I think it would be like Tuesday because if the Sabbath is a Saturday,
yeah,
Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
Well, and that's the thing too. Why do they call it Good Friday? Like the day he was crucified. Wouldn't that be a bad day for people that like?
Good.
Wouldn't that be like
good for us? Bad for him.
Yeah, it's like a bad Friday, not a good. Like it's good for the people who wanted to hang him, but it's bad for him.
And then we have Black Friday. That's the day when everybody goes crazy buying stuff.
That's what I went on Black Friday. No joke. I got a Black Fry in my fast food. It was a Black French.
No way.
Swear to God. Yeah, there was a fucking like French fry like that big. I'm like, is this some kind of joke that they did that on purpose? And I was like, oh, it's Black Friday. Huh.
Now, if we died with Christ, we believe that we will also live with him. But we know that since Christ was raised from the dead, he cannot die again. Death no longer has mastery over him. You killed the author of life, but God raised him from the dead.
Yes.
Good, I got through it. All right, what else is there?
That one's interesting because like they call him the author of life, yet he never claimed to be God himself. And so, he never claimed. So how is he the author of life if he's the Son of God?
He even teaches us with his example in his humility. He was humble enough never to boast that he was actually
the pagan origins of Christianity.
I had to check this out.
Did you watch it?
Judaism, Christianity,
I watched it.
Islam are typically grouped together under the same umbrella of Abrahamic religion. This video is going to show that far from being a religion in the monotheistic lineage of Abraham, Christianity, in fact, has its origin in pagan cults.
Whoa!
Yeah,
that was creepy. That was creepy. That's scary.
The doctrine is said to manifest as three persons: the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Let's compare this concept of three related divinities to different pagan religions. The ancient Egyptians had the trinity of Amun, Re, and Ptah. An Egyptian hymn reads, "All gods are three, Amun, Re, and Ptah."
They named that.
Babylonians worship.
They named me after Ray.
The trinity of Nana, Shamash, and Ishtar. Hinduism has the concept of Trimurti, in which the supreme god, Brahman, is said to manifest as the three forms, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. The Hindu text, Padma Purana, states, he who is the eternal Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. The Greeks had the goddess Hecate, whom they described as triple-headed and goddess of the triple ways.
That's crazy because Sean Osborne came on here last night with three heads, remember?
I found a Bible verse about it with three heads.
Venerated Diana as Diva Triformis, which means three-formed goddess. A Roman poet
What's
wrote,
up, Joe?
"O three-formed goddess, to thee I dedicate the pine tree." Northwestern European tribes worshipped a group of three female deities known as matronae, which means matrons. Persians had the triad Ahura Mazda, Mithra,
Good up, Michael
and
Joshua.
Anahita, an ancient royal inscription.
Happy Easter. I hope the Easter Bunny came and seen you, Michael Joshua, over in Australia.
Reads, "May Ahura Mazda, Anahita, and Mithra..."
It's a kangaroo there.
Building against
kangaroo.
We can see that this concept of three related
It's a
divinities
globe!
is an ancient phenomenon which has been present in different pagan religions throughout the world.
The three-headed dragon, the Hydra.
That the Christian Trinity differs in its finer details. This basic concept of three related divinities is common to all of them and is fundamentally
Piersworth. Happy Easter.
pagan. The Greek philosopher Aristotle had this to say about the mystical significance of the number 3. Just as the Pythagoreans say, the whole and all things are delimited by the 3, for end, middle, and beginning have the number of the whole, which is that of the triad. Wherefore, we use this number also in the worship of the gods, taking it from nature as a law of
their
it.
magic number, or a magic number.
36.
In Christianity, Jesus is the incarnate Son of God, who is said to possess two natures. One divine. This idea of a God-man hybrid is fundamentally pagan. Greco-Roman religions were filled with tales of gods procreating with human women and begetting god-men. For example, the chief god in the Greek pantheon, Zeus, visited the human woman Danae in the form of golden rain and fathered Perseus, a god-man. Hercules,
Is that like R.
Zeus, and
Kelly,
son of
Golden
Zeus,
Rain?
is another example of a God-man. The
Kelly?
New Testament states that the role of
Wasn't it "Let It Burn, Let It Burn"? Isn't that R. Kelly? Isn't that right?
the incarnate Son
Yeah.
of God
Yeah.
is to be the savior of mankind. The Father has sent his Son to be the savior of the world. The belief
Let
that
it
gods
burn.
became incarnate as men and acted as universal saviors was also common in paganism.
Superman.
Perhaps the best known example is the Roman dictator Julius Caesar. An ancient inscription has this to say about him: descendant of Ares and Aphrodite, the god who has become manifest and universal savior of human life.
Yeah.
Here, Julius Caesar is said to be a manifestation of the gods and the savior of mankind. Another direct parallel can be found in the Gospel of Mark, the beginning of the good news about Jesus, the Messiah, the Son of God. This statement that Jesus, the Son of God, is the beginning of the good news is also mirrored by another Roman dictator,
Good news,
Augustus.
the gospel.
The birthday of the
Good
God
word.
has been for the whole world the beginning of good news concerning him. The concept of a human being who is a divine Son of God, the Savior of mankind, and good news was a sort of template that was applied to people of great power and authority. We've seen that the history of paganism is littered with such examples, and the Christian conception of Jesus was just another incarnate God in a long line of incarnate gods that had preceded him.
Wow.
The early Christian apologist, Justin Martyr, considered a saint in the Catholic Church, admitted that Christianity had borrowed its concept of divine sonship from pagans.
No way.
When we say that the Word, Jesus Christ,
Yes,
the firstborn of God, was produced
make
without
their
sexual union, and that he was crucified and died and rose again and ascended to heaven, we propound nothing new or different from what you pagans believe regarding those whom you consider sons of Jupiter.
Sons of Jupiter. Calm down.
Yeah, right.
The death.
The Gospel of Matthew states that Jesus foretold he would die and rise again after a period of 3 days
Jupiter
and 3 nights.
is over there.
For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of a huge fish, so the Son of Man will be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. Very early on, churches
You don't know it's over there.
during his 3-day
Apparently Jupiter's over there.
Jesus descended into hell. The Apostles'
It's a cool
Creed
book.
is an early
Really.
statement of Christian belief. It states, I believe in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, was crucified, died, and was buried. He descended into hell. The 3rd day he arose again from the dead.
Yes, he did.
These beliefs
I see
mirror
what you're doing, Ray.
ancient Sumerian myth
What am I
about
doing?
the goddess Inanna.
Hiding chocolate eggs.
From the great heaven, Inanna set her mind on the great below.
Dude,
I see you.
the Easter Bunny already showed up here, dude.
Hiding chocolate eggs over there.
No, the
Did he
Easter
bring you
Bunny-
a chocolate globe?
No, not for me, for the kids, dude. For the kids. You know what I'm saying? They
Oh,
left.
chocolate eggs is code.
No, the Easter Bunny walked through and they left carrots out for him, and he
That's
left.
chocolate eggs code.
There's
for-
carrots all over the fucking floor now.
Inanna abandoned heaven, abandoned earth, and descended to the underworld. After 3 days and 3 nights had passed, thus let Inanna arise. The Gospel of Matthew also tells us
Super
that something
Sidewinder.
extraordinary happened when Jesus died. At that moment, the curtain of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. The earth shook, the rocks split, and the tombs broke open. The bodies of many holy people who had died were raised to life. They came out of the tombs after Jesus' resurrection and went into the holy city and appeared to many people. Now, none of the other Gospels mention this astonishing incident of the walking dead. Only Matthew reports it.
I've
Let's
never heard
compare
of
the
it.
accounts of
Whoa,
Matthew
whoa, whoa.
and Mark
Walking
regarding the
dead?
death of Jesus.
Walking Dead.
So what are they talking about? Was there more than one person resurrected?
Yeah, that's what it said.
Zombie.
I was looking down for a second. What did I miss? What happened?
This guy calls it something. He says it's trickery. It's the writing.
I'm trying to clean the guck out of all this shit right here. You know what I'm saying? So I can get a clean hit.
This guy.
Even though Mark's account is virtually
He had his own
identical
narrative.
to Matthew, Mark does not mention the rising of the dead saints. If such a miraculous event really happened, then
Young
there will
man,
be
stop
no
doing
rational
that.
reason for Mark to omit it from his gospel.
Wait up. So
Consider that the
rising
Apostle
of the
Paul
dead,
had the perfect opportunity to mention this story when he was preaching to an audience that was skeptical about life after death. But if it is preached that Christ has been raised from the dead, how can some of you say that there is no resurrection of the dead? Paul could have easily proven that there is life after death by mentioning the numerous resurrections that took place when the dead saints walked the streets of Jerusalem. He did not mention anything about such an event because it never happened. Flavius Josephus was a first-century historian who was born in Jerusalem. Even though he was a prolific writer and documented much about the city, he also failed to mention anything about this most public of miracles.
Joe says, who here grew up with religion? Okay. I was baptized Catholic, Joe, but I never, I'll tell you my story. I didn't go to church a whole lot when I was a kid. My parents brought us when we were younger, but I was baptized, but I never made my communion or any of that shit. But I like the Christian religion a lot, but I wasn't really too religious, but I believe in God and I believe in Jesus and I pray and I talk to God and I get like messages on my own. But what about you guys? What do you want to say about your religion? You want to tell them? Anyone? Andy? Christian?
Oh yeah, I didn't know I was muted. Sorry. Yeah, I got brought up in a Protestant church. You know,
my dad's Protestant. My mom's Catholic. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, my dad's Catholic and my mom was Protestant.
Oh, so
I mean, I knew like the basics of what they taught me, and like I understood about like there was a God.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a God. Something made the world.
Yeah, it all has intelligent design.
So then, like, I went about my life, and later on, I actually got like spiritual, like I guess people call it awakening, where like you were born again. We start to pray and talk to God, and like He's like making Himself known to me. So it's kind of different than like your idea of religion. To me, it's more just like
we're all
you can talk to God.
We're all spiritual people in the truth community. So Rasta Bear, you're obviously Rastafarian. What do the Rastafarians believe in?
Well, I mean, it differs between like different people that follow Rastafari. Like some of them celebrate Easter.
I have a question.
Like a lot of them.
You've been fasting, right? Are you done with your fast?
No, I'm on day number 18.
How many days do you have to go?
Until April 21st.
But isn't that like a Muslim thing?
It is. It's the holy month of Ramadan.
But like, all right, so let me ask you a question, and I'm not trying to offend you in any way. I'm just curious. So the Rastafarians are Muslim or are they Christian?
No. They're mainly rooted in Eastern Orthodox. I'm getting an echo. I don't know why.
Because of screen sharing, and when I screen share, you got to put in headphones.
Yes, I don't got no headphones.
All right, I'll stop screen sharing for a second. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. See, I like what was it you were talking like? It's not a Muslim thing.
You're not fasting because.
Well, I'm not Muslim myself. I'm doing it out of. Because I'm fascinated that the Muslims, I think that the whole Muslim belief is more legitimate than a lot of Christian beliefs. Mm-hmm. Because I think that the whole Christian thing is hypocritical in many ways because you go into a lot of these Christian churches and they'll have an Israeli flag, or a flag of Israel in their church, and they'll support Israel. When they just like are passing laws in Israel right now where you're not even allowed to talk about Jesus in Israel, so they don't like Jesus there, at least the Zionists that are there. And so it's like they're critical of Jesus, whereas the Muslims view Christ as a prophet, and they say peace be upon him. And to be a Muslim just means to submit to the will of the Creator. And so that's what, I do you know, in my day-to-day life is my concept of the Creator. I submit to the will because I also believe that we have the divinity of the Creator within us. And so, like, this concept, it blows my mind, honestly, how the Christians, like a lot of these churchians, they think so poorly of Muslims. Because like they think that they're all terrorists that want to destroy our country and that they want to kill Christians and all this.
Dude, you're right. I went to Arizona and I went to the church, and that's what they were talking about, dude. They were preaching.
It's sick and twisted. When in reality, it's the Zionists who are the sick ones and that's who the Christians are supporting. They're like, we must support Israel at all costs. And even though like they're the ones who run the pharmaceutical companies and the pornography industry and the whole media, it's all run by these individuals that are
Muslim neighbors. And
yeah, they're awesome.
All right, so Sinchman,
the ladies cook this food.
Sinchman, you didn't dodge the question though. You didn't.
Hold
dodge
on, let me finish what I'm saying. Speaking of words right now. I have Muslim. I had God, dude. I hate when you do that. I can't.
Well, you just
right in the middle of what I'm saying. I had Muslim neighbors, and the ladies cooking was smelled so good, flowing out of their kitchen. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to find out is what religion are you, dude?
Nothing.
So what do you believe in?
I don't want to talk about it.
I know you don't. That's why you walked away and you just come in with some dumbass comment and then just walked away again. Whatever. He thinks I'm stupid. He thinks I don't. He comes in talking some garbage and then he just
it wasn't a dumbass comment.
What was?
I live next to Muslim people. The lady's food smelled so delicious. That's not a dumb comment.
But not to put you on the spot. But like, what was that?
A dumb comment. Wait, go back. That's not a dumb comment.
It's not a dumb comment, but I was going around in a circle to ask a question to everybody about what religion they were.
He was talking about Muslim people, and I said I live next to Muslim people.
What religion he was, and I was asking him the difference between Rastafarian, and I asked him what religion was, and I just said what religion I was.
I know.
And I was going to ask you next what religion you were.
I know, but it's not a dumb comment.
You came back, made some comment that had nothing to do with it, and then you
won't even. He was talking about Muslim people and how they're great and how they're not twisted and bad, and I said to support that, come back in. Right. It's perfectly on line with it. Do I have to teach you that?
All right. I'm just trying to find out what religion you are.
I'm nothing.
He already answered that.
Religion.
Nothing.
Silly.
Nothing.
He's non-religious.
That's really silly.
But I hear you talk about God all the time and praying and
yeah.
I'm just.
There's a God.
Oh, you know that Jesus said that there was.
That's all you have to say. So you believe in a God, but you're not sure. You don't want to be in any religion.
There's no religion. They're all man-made. There is no religion. There's no religion. That's stupid.
Good answer. You're right. So basically,
they all have good things in them, and I've studied them all. I was raised Catholic, obviously, like most people. Well, I guess it's not obvious, but I was raised Catholic. So, and then I know I studied other religions deeply. So they all get weird at one point.
That's what I've been noticing. That's what I've been noticing.
It sounds like to me, on each one of them, someone had some spiritual awakening, almost hallucinogenic.
I've been noticing that at some point they start to get weird. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Because people get really spiritual and have.
Why can't they just have something that ain't weird?
And the vision was just for them, and they write it down, expecting everyone else.
Can someone just give me what is it? The blue pill? Can someone just give me the blue pill, and I just go back to my normal life and just watch the news every day and just go to work?
Yeah. Right.
Can someone do that for me?
Now I do like the Buddhist religion a lot because it's. Until it gets weird. Even that part's kind of interesting. But
really?
It's like just respect life.
Wait up, the Buddhist religion?
Respect life basically, is the whole thing.
Respect life. Enjoy life.
That's the very basic of it. Respect life, and
I kind of
all
like
life is precious.
Was not Buddhist was about like kind of self-enlightenment kind of thing, right?
If you want to level up and stuff.
Yeah, you're always talking about leveling up, putting seismic patterns in the water. None of that is Buddhism.
It has nothing to do with it. It's
So
me.
wow. So you're just a
It's all my thinking from my brain. Just like my art is my art. I don't copy other people. I mean, I probably got ideas somewhere back in there. But...
Dude, they think you copied the Action News at 9, dude. Look, every time.
Oh, really? You want to see
the
actual
Listen,
build?
I believe you, but let me show them what I'm talking about.
I'll show you the
play
build
it right
for
now.
it.
All right. Every time I play this little thing that Singe Man made this. Singe Man made that. Now every time YouTube I play it, they give me a copyright claim and say Action News at 9.
We're gonna prove it.
Retro News at 9.
But right now, we're gonna put on this video. Right after that it's not. I'll put the camera.
Yeah, put it up.
Once I get it.
All
right. So the other thing I like about Buddhists, the Shaolin Buddhists, exercise and do kung fu, the best kung fu in the world, and they're some of the strongest men in the world. So that's another reason I like them, because they're
why don't they ever, like, I seen a whole bunch. Oh yeah, I remember the video now.
They're badasses, and they love God. How can you not like these guys?
All right. Yeah, let me bring up the Buddhism. Let me bring up my Buddhism video. Hold on one second.
They would not have anything against Rastafarians or Catholics or anything. They're very accepting people. They're very, you know what I'm saying?
Well, see, and that's one thing about the Rastas that I really respect, is that they really put the fire upon the Catholic Church. You know, like they you know, in a lot of their music and stuff, they're always calling out the Pope and burning.
Oh, well, that's not okay. Well, most Catholics I know fucking hate the Pope. So yeah. Most Catholics do not like the Pope.
That's where these holidays came from, like the Easter and Christmas and others from the Council of Nicaea.
Oh yeah, well they're globies too. So
that was brought about by the Pope, I think, and Constantine back in I forget when, but it was, you know,
we're all on our own path. You know, can't be on all the same path. It'd be crowded.
That's right, and that's where I really don't think it matters that much. You know, it's like as long as you, I don't think that our Creator really needs you to say a special secret name and do these certain things in order to get through the gate.
I like the pygmy on the island analogy. Like this pygmy on the island who's never read the Bible or any other stuff, but he's just a really great person, helps his family. He's never let them down in any way, never steals, and praises the Creator in some way, you know?
Yeah.
Why is he going to go to hell? Because he didn't read this book?
Yeah, it's like your personal connection, you know? It's like either you have a connection with the Creator, which is within us, like I say, or you don't. You know, you choose to just like, and even when you don't, you're still like bowing to like the dark demonic forces. You know, like regardless if you believe or not, you're still doing the will of the Dark One if you're not doing the will of the light.
Yeah.
And the light is always the sun.
Like,
you know, like I say, like so sun worship. You know,
philosophy.
It's like we have Sunday.
How cute. Now that's where the joy of life comes in children. I just feel the joy of life come from children.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find it.
Right from her voice, I could feel life.
Is that a blue pineapple?
Yeah, SpongeBob's house. Right here, I got it. Right here, it's pineapple.
I forgot about that.
I got to cut it up. And Yeah, we're gonna have some pineapple, I guess.
So what we're looking for? Oh,
I was gonna show the I forgot what video it was now.
What was the alert called? That news
I was
thing?
I don't know.
I'm looking for it. I forget the name of it. What's it called? That news thing?
What were you looking for? Oh yeah,
Action News. Never mind. I got it. I'm looking for Action News. If I don't have it, I'll rebuild it. I must have it. It must be in keywords.
Well, I'll play the rest. I'll play the rest of this video that we were playing. But I'm trying to think of what video that was with the
keywords.
Even conservative Christian scholarship rejects the historicity of this event. The New Testament scholar Mike Licona stated that this story is a strange effect, literary special effects.
Flicker text?
Theologian Liam Lane Craig stated that, probably, only a few conservative scholars would treat the story as historical. If Matthew's story of the walking dead is an invention, then from where did he get his inspiration for such a tale? It just happens to be present among pagan cultures. The ancient Greeks celebrated a 3-day festival known as Anthesteria, during which it was believed that the dead came back to life and walked among the living in the cities. The Roman poet Virgil wrote that when Julius Caesar was assassinated, phantoms of unearthly pallor were seen in the falling darkness.
Oh.
The Gospel of John narrates to us the following conversation between Jesus and his disciples. This bread is my flesh, which I will give for the life of the world. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life, and I will raise them up at the last day. For my flesh is real food, and my blood is real drink.
Whoa.
See, and I have a lot of issues with this too. Like, the blood,
is this cannibalism?
Blood,
I mean,
in the flesh.
Was he a human?
I don't. It doesn't jive with me.
Are you supposed to?
It's not like.
Are you supposed to eat human blood and flesh?
Well, it's not like the
circumcision. Parables.
What do you think it is? What do you think it is, Andrew?
He said everything in parables. The Riddler, remember?
Just like the.
Well, what does it mean?
Like the Chinese martial artist teachers. You know,
what's your first?
Exactly how to throw a punch. He wants you to learn how to throw the punch yourself.
I think it's. I don't know.
Well, what do you think of the first time when you hear this and you inside yourself? What do you think? How do you think when you hear this?
Well, there's people who say to take the Bible literally word for word, and then there's people who try to fit things in between the lines, right? Like there's two different.
Right, but how do you take it? Not what they tell you how to think about it. Like how do you?
I think it should be taken word for word.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I think. I don't think you should try to make up your own story on your own head or what it could mean. I think you should kind of read the words literally and then maybe look them up and try to see if the translations line up and stuff like that.
Flesh and drinks my blood remains in me and I in them. Here Jesus instituted the ritualistic consumption of bread and wine, said to represent...
Yeah, I can prove I made it right now, whenever you're ready.
All right. Let's bring them up. Put you full screen. We need to do this. This is a message to YouTube. Hold on. Let me put a banner up. Let me put a banner up for this. Hold on. Get ready for this.
I love making this stuff. Okay.
Dear.
I'm just going to point at my other screen because it's not on the screen up here. So take off the...
Created. What are they trying to say? It's called Retro 9 at News. Retro News at 9.
That's funny. We're gonna prove them wrong. What is it? Like settings. Take off virtual background. There you go. Let me see my real room here.
Hold on.
So.
All right.
Nice. Look at that action news. Okay, so this is Fusion down here. That's Fusion where you build stuff. Here, I'll show you first. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. This is the, that's where you cut, make cuts. And I gotta get better at the cuts, but editing is my home. I do so much in the edit area. So here's the timeline. And I built it with Oh yeah, it's called Flickr text. Okay, so I built it like this. So here's a text right there. And I'll show you how I did that in a second. This is a different text right here. Oops. Right here, those blocks, those are text.
Uh-huh.
You'll see it. If you look at your text, you find that kind.
That's the build. That's called the build.
That's a text right there, right? Here, I put another one. There's a different text right there. Oops, I'm sorry, I wasn't pointing it out there. See those blocks? Those are text. I have all kinds of text. So in one of them, it doesn't give you text. It gives you all kinds of weird things. And I found these. I was like, oh, that'd be neat. And if I put them with that, that'd look cool. And it did. And then, yeah, got more text right there. I'll show you how I did this. Change colors in a second. There's a different text, right? And there's different blocks. Of each one, I just put different colors. So that was one block we just went through. There's another block of the same one. Another block of the same one. Another block of the same one. Just different colors, right? I'm doing the same thing, which is in Fusion, where all the magic happens in Fusion. Boom. People don't like to click on that button because it gets confusing. And how do you do this stuff? Well, over here, you can take the template and I put in the text word action news and the type of text is here, all characters random, but one by one. That's how it goes back and forth with colors and fades. And delay the type between each character. The delay time is how it fades that color because it's fading in and out of the colors. See that? I could change it right now. Okay, so transform. Where's the type of text is right here. I forget where. I think I may have two builds. What was the type of text? Oh, so you hit on there, click, put in your text. There's your timing. There's your text. Tools up here. There you go. So you get your tools. Okay, I see there's modifiers, tools, where you get your text. And here's where you get your different types.
That's what they used to call us both in high school. Tools. Remember that?
There's where you get your different types of text. And I really forget how I switched the texts in there. I think I might have two different builds. This is might be the second build.
All right, we get it. Enough.
But this is definitely. And then hold on. I'll get to show
all right. You still need
another minute.
All right, you still need another minute. All right, go ahead.
It's stuck for now. Hold on. There it goes. My mouse just gave out. There it is. Okay, so let me go down to here, which is where you send it. And then you see the Flickr text. It's 1 minute, 21 seconds. And they're saved in this file right here. Here it is right there. And let's come back over here to edit. And you can just go all the way back here and just hit play. And you can see. And the audio is in another one I have, the audio, which is free from Pixabay. I can show you where the exact audio is from, too, if you don't like that.
Free audio?
Yeah, I'll find that in a minute if you want, but we can tell them later if they go on the next one.
It's not a big deal.
Free from Pixabay.
Moving along.
How was that for proving
YouTube is wrong once again?
Yeah, so you were talking about the Passover stuff, right? The bread and the wine.
Yeah, we're getting back to it. Yeah,
and how that, like the Catholics believe it's the literal body and the blood of Christ. Like they think that somehow the priest or whatever magically transforms the bread.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. 'Cause in Catholic Church, yeah, you're right.
Which
Right.
like I was listening to Owen Benjamin break it down,
and they give the kids grape juice. Grape juice.
Oh, some of the churches actually give them wine.
Yeah, they do.
They give them real wine.
Very pagan.
Which is and Bear was breaking it down, was basically saying that's no different than the trans agenda, because like they're basically calling something else that it's not, and everyone's accepting it to be that. And it's like, well, how is that any different than someone saying that they're something different than they're not? It's like the exact same thing. You're like saying a cracker is the body of Christ and the wine is the blood, when you can clearly see
it's not anywhere near the same. You're not mutilating yourself. You're not.
Well, you are though if you're doing the circumcision part. And that's where I'm going into even deeper, because I was reading in the book of Joshua the night before last, and I was blown away. I was really just like beside myself, because like there was so many things in it that really didn't settle with me. Like he had the people come and do a second circumcision, like the first circumcision.
I'll take the brainwashing of that way over than the current thing. Any day, bro.
What, the circumcision?
Anything over the current thing? Yeah, I'm glad I'm circumcised. The whole thing. I'm stoked.
What did they do with the second one? Whether they cut off the second time?
Yeah, they cut it off a second time. They went back for more of the tip.
Ooh.
No, come on, no, don't do it. Wait, there's more? No more. You ain't cutting any more off of there.
That's a good one. That's so funny.
You know what they call that skin they cut off?
Yeah, that's the other brainwash over the current brainwash.
They call it the schmuck. That's what
You schmuck means that you're.
You never knew that.
You schmuck. That's hilarious. Did you know that some of these rabbis, they still to this day, they don't cut it off, they bite it off.
That's gross.
Come on, dude. Is that what the Pope was doing to the baby?
They bite it off and then they suck the blood.
That's gross, but I want to get through this video.
Osiris.
Yeah.
I got some coffee. Give me a second.
Your blood is drunk, even my redness. You are wine, you are not wine, but the guts of Osiris. The ritualistic consumption of Osiris in the form of bread and wine was believed to allow one to partake in the nature of Osiris and be granted life. Your eyes are opened by the earth, your limbs are gathered. Raise yourself up when the great bread and this wine-like water were given to him. The bread and wine ritual is performed in churches to the present day as a way of commemorating Jesus' resurrection back to life. Symbol of the resurrection is the cross. Most Christians assume that its design is based on the T-shaped Roman torture instrument. However, the Bible itself does not precisely describe the shape of the cross. It merely states it was made of wood or timber. You may be wondering where its design originated from. Like the bread and wine eating ritual, the cross also happens to have a parallel
with the tree.
Religion. Compare the Christian cross to the Egyptian Ankh. Their resemblance is not just in shape, but also in meaning, as Egyptian hieroglyphics use the symbol to represent the word for life. Here, the Egyptian god Horus is bringing a dead pharaoh back to life using the Ankh. We can see that the Ankh and Christian cross are both linked to resurrection. The early Christian historian Socrates Scholasticus recorded a fascinating argument between Christians and Egyptian pagans who both laid claim to the cross. When the temple of Serapis was torn down and laid bare, there were found in it, engraven on stones, certain characters which they call hieroglyphics, having the forms of crosses. Both the Christians and pagans, on seeing them, appropriated and applied them to their respective religions. For the Christians claimed this character as peculiarly theirs, but the pagans alleged that it might appertain to Christ and Serapis in common. Just how did the original message of Jesus transform from the pure monotheism of the Old Testament into the paganistic religion of Christianity today? Did early Christians get together and agree upon a secret agenda to corrupt the religion, and the masses just went along with it? There is no need to resort to conspiracy theories to understand what actually happened. When there are multiple ideologies in a geographic area, you often find that there is an exchange of ideas with the dominant ideology.
So this is what I decided. This is where we're gonna take this, guys. Okay, just so we don't get off track. Keep me on track because I'm making a cup of coffee. After this video, we're gonna show what the Easter Bunny really means. We're gonna show the whole the symbolism of the egg, the rebirth, the tulip, the flowers, the natural order of things, how they worship paganism, and then we're gonna take it all the way to the orphans and the Cabbage Patch Kids. Okay? Boom.
Ideology prevailing in the exchange.
What did they say, Jeff?
This is known as syncretism. The people who allow changes to creep into a religion are not necessarily doing it with an evil intention. It may come about due to pressure from society or ruling authorities. It may even seem natural to adopt certain beliefs and practices if culturally that is what a people are used to. Historically, this is what happened with Christianity. Jewish people were the initial target audience of the evangelism of Jesus and his disciples. However, they largely rejected Jesus as the Messiah. Jesus only gained a sizable following after he ascended to heaven, when the apostle started evangelizing to Gentiles, i.e. non-Jews. Paul preached a modified version of the message of Jesus that was stripped of its Jewish elements, such as circumcision and keeping the Sabbath. This watered-down version appealed to Gentiles who started to embrace Paul's teachings in large numbers, culminating in the pagan Roman Empire adopting Christianity as its official state religion several centuries after Jesus. So, we need to understand the mindset of the Gentiles who first received Paul's message in order to understand how paganism crept into Christianity. When Jewish people heard stories about Jesus performing amazing miracles, they would have understood him in the same context as the likes of Moses and the other Israelite prophets, who were all granted signs and wonders by God. However, such stories about Jesus would have been interpreted very differently by pagan Gentiles. This is illustrated in the New Testament book of Acts, which informs us, in Lystra there sat a man who was lame. He had been that way from birth and had never walked. Paul looked directly at him, saw that he had faith to be healed, and called out, "Stand up on your feet." At that, the man jumped up and began to walk. When the crowd saw what Paul had done, they shouted in the Lycaonian language, "The gods have come down to us in human form." We can see that the pagan Gentile peoples to whom Paul was preaching were in the habit of idolizing human beings.
I'm just not a fan of Paul.
It's easy to appreciate why Gentiles from a pagan background on hearing stories of miracles of Jesus, they would naturally interpret him right.
I get it though. Why people don't like it.
The early church emerged in both a Jewish and Gentile world, and so Christians had to reconcile the pure monotheism they had inherited from Judaism, polytheism they had derived from paganism. Gregory of Nyssa is a 4th century bishop who is venerated as a saint in the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches. He wrote, "Actually, the truth passes in the mean between these two."
Since man's been working on a movie called "I'm Not Sure About Paul." It's coming out soon.
I remember when I was ventilated.
Not but before.
Destroying each heresy, and yet accepting what is useful to it from each. The Jewish dogma is destroyed by the acceptance of the word and by belief in the spirit, while the polytheistic error of the Greek school is made to vanish by the unity of the nature, abrogating this imagination of plurality. Here, Gregory of Nyssa acknowledged that the Christian conception of God is neither purely the polytheism of the Greeks nor purely the monotheism of the Jews, but rather a mixture of both.
Yeah, I believe some of it, and others I was like, huh? Yeah. Burning bush. What kind of mushrooms did
the Quran declares that those Christians who deify Jesus are imitating pagans of old.
وقالت النصارى المسيح ابن الله ذلك قولهم بأفواههم
يضاهئون قول الذين كفروا من قبل.
Here the Quran demonstrates by pointing out that Christian beliefs about Jesus originate from past pagan religions. The message of Islam, like Christianity, was also delivered to a pagan audience. But unlike Christianity,
I think we're grabbing the butt cheeks. Did you see that?
I love it when they grab my butt cheeks like that.
Even rabbis acknowledge this fact.
When you're playing football,
they permit Jewish people to pray in Muslim places of worship in the situation where no synagogue is available. Rabbi Maimonides, a leading authority in Jewish law, the concept of God. These Ishmaelites are not idol worshippers in the least, and paganism has long since cut off from their mouths and their hearts, and they worship the singular God properly and without any blemish.
No, I didn't see any blemish on those butt cheeks on that statue.
Let's mudflood research this building real quick. Look at the
Yeah.
mudfloods. Look at the dome. Look, what is that supposed to be? Jesus up there?
Yeah,
Satan.
Maybe. Look
Satan.
at the illumination around his head. The
or it
halo.
could be Paul.
the saint.
Rabbi Maimonides
This towel, by
had
the way, is
for
painted.
Christianity.
Yeah.
Does anybody even know?
That this
I know.
with all their many different sects.
Wait, who is it? Who is it? Who is it?
It ain't God. It ain't God, because God wouldn't have you worship an image.
That saint that they were just talking about before, like it was just, I don't remember his name, but
Maybe it was the artist.
Look at the chessboard floor they got going on there. Very, very sketchy.
Are all idol worshippers, and all their holidays are forbidden.
Nice.
And we deal with them regarding religious issues as we would pagans. The Kaaba is situated
The two fingers, we don't like that.
it's the holiest site on earth.
and there's the Kaaba.
Today it
It's that
contains
same
idol,
Satan
not
with
images.
the two fingers
That's
up.
the central processing unit for the whole
Arabs,
rock Shambo, the
inside the
Matrix.
Kaaba. So central was the Kaaba to idolatry that pagans from all over Arabia would
Good
make
question.
pilgrimage there.
Daniel Becker said, Jesus was the Son of God, or was he just a historical figure? Did he have kids? Did Jesus have kids?
I think there's this whole thing that he could have very well had children, and that he married Mary.
But could have, what do you mean he could have? Like, did
He
he
loved
have,
her. Like he
No.
was.
But I'm saying, did they have kids or not? Like, why are they leaving us with so many more questions than answers?
Well, there was Jesus the lost years, right? There was 18
Oh yeah,
years
yeah,
ago,
the
like,
lost years. Yeah, we were
where
talking
he
about
was
this.
he was not around, and he was out. He could have been out. He could have been like old
He
dirty
could have had-
bastard.
He could have had a whole family. Yeah, he could have lived a whole other lifetime in
I had
18.
like 12 kids.
I actually know about it. It was a.
Wasn't her name? His wife's name was Rebecca, wasn't it?
Was it?
No, I just made that up.
Wait up. Jesus' wife's name was Rebecca? Are you serious?
No, I made that up. No, I made that up.
What span of
Just
just
like I was
22
about to
years,
say.
Islam managed to completely eliminate all traces of idolatry, taking people away from the worship of carved images to the worship of the one true God.
Morgan says, I know it. It was Friday, and they had to get him down before sundown of that day. All right, Morgan.
Yeah.
So,
Yes,
that's right.
so they killed him
also-
on Friday before sundown.
I like these mosques.
It
They're
started,
really cool.
and then across the street at
comes to preserving
Joe's
the
restaurant.
purity of
And,
manifest.
They were all
I have
waiting.
prayed
remember,
like
I was
this
there.
where you bow down like that,
The Quran
and it
takes
does
into
something
account
to
the
your
psychology of its
blood
audience,
flow of your
which is
head.
demonstrated in its use of
What's up, Rasta? I'm sorry. What's up?
I said when you pray like the Muslims do, like when they bow to the east and they bow down like that, it does something to you. Like it really, you get that stretch and like
I seen them doing it during Ramadan when I was in jail. And they were
yeah,
like,
it's very it's
Good for
empowering.
the blood flow. It's
Yeah,
good
like-
for the
Yeah,
human.
blood flows to your head, and you say these.
they exercise a lot. Mary had 7 demons cast out of her. She was a prostitute.
the relationship between himself and mankind. He avoids terms like father when referring to himself and sons of God when referring to human beings.
Daniel Becker says he was taken down. Jesus eventually died in prison located in the UK.
Such language can be easily misunderstood, especially in the minds of those who come from a background of idolatry and are used to interpreting such language literally. The Quran also outlines its doctrines clearly, with God describing his nature in such a way that it is impossible to get it confused with polytheism.
قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد.
God revealed the Quran in order to rescue mankind from the polytheism that we are drowning in. The Quran restores the original monotheistic message of Jesus, who is not part of a trinity, but rather a human messenger and the Messiah.
إنما المسيح مريم رسول الله
وكلمته. Jesus the Messiah?
Yes. Yeah, the Quran refers to Christ as Messiah, as the prophet, much like
yeah, you go ahead and finish. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
Yeah, much like Muhammad, peace be upon them both. That's why the what you've been told about Islam and what the reality of Islam is are two different things, and that's one reason why, I'm so into it, and I'm really into observing this holy month of Ramadan, because there's something to it. It's very empowering and such a spiritual thing to take part in, is the holy month of Ramadan. And I dated this Muslim woman this last year, and she was really awesome and taught me a lot about Islam.
Did they celebrate Easter too, though? Did they believe that Jesus rose from the dead? I mean,
no, they don't accept a lot of that.
All right, this is the one that Rasta Bear found. Crucifixion. What's going on here, Rasta? Do you?
In the Philippines, still to this day, they have a crucifixion festival where they whip people, and they nail these people to the cross.
They whip them?
Yeah, they whip them till they're completely raw.
Because is that their punishment?
Well, no, these people. I'm pretty sure they volunteered. This was the first video. I had a second one that I was gonna send that is even more in depth than this one.
Zealots.
This is for
very
Easter.
Weird.
This is
Jesus taught wherever you're persecuted in one place to flee to the next. So these guys are doing it to themselves.
In the Philippines, this is how they celebrate Easter in the Philippines. Are you serious?
Yeah, they love it.
Are they bleeding from getting whipped?
Dripping blood. Yeah, they nail themselves to the cross. It's not
what are those things made out of?
The I don't know. The whips are probably leather, and the cross.
The apostles taught about people who mutilate the flesh so that they're imposters. Just to let you know.
These people are loving it though. This is the greatest time of year for them.
They look forward to whipping themselves in the middle of the street for Easter
and nailing themselves to the cross.
They're gonna nail them. Are they gonna nail themselves to the cross? Is that what's about to happen?
Yes.
Oh my God. Let's see.
I don't even want to watch it. Ridiculous.
Jesus.
Ridiculous.
I'm not watching.
You don't have to watch it if you don't want to. I'm gonna watch it.
How do they do it? You can only do one hand. How do you get the next hand up there? They do it to the next. They actually do it.
I don't know.
They actually do it.
No way. And then what happens? So they get medics in afterwards, or what?
Well, some of them die.
They let them hang there.
They die. They let them die.
Some of them.
Whoa! This is
come on.
It's insane.
This is
plastic helmet.
This is why we do the show so late at night, because this is adult content. Okay, I'm sorry if you're.
Look at the guy with the camera.
There's nothing I can do about it. It's late night live. Boom, baby. We were alive.
This is incredible.
This is.
Wow! I didn't know the hammer was down. They just tie them. I don't think they're actually nailed.
Well, no, there's some place where they actually nail them. This might not be it, but they do actually nail them.
Look at the nail. Look at the nail in his hand.
There is something in his hand.
Maybe it's fake.
No, he's nailed on there.
They probably had to tie him up first before they put the nails in.
Yeah.
So we'll know if they do it. they break their leg because that's what they did. They break their leg, right?
Whoa. All right.
Real crucifixion.
Yeah, we're not going to get into that right now.
That was like some kind of messed up.
That's
nonsense.
gnarly stuff, man. It ain't no joke that they really get into it. And
they should show the way they really crucify people.
I got a few things I got to bring up, but just give me a second.
Yeah, nobody knows half the trouble I've seen at the pub with IVs and my blood till I pee. Straight vodka and whiskey, they lock me up quickly, don't want to convict me for this disease. And my mom and pop give me, yeah, I'm an alcoholic, and they were alcoholics. All it was fun till I pulled out the wallet and dumped out amounts brolic. I'm not a baller, I just rap a lot. I grew up on Scarface and rap a lot, used to scrap a lot. But here's an afterthought, I regret it, it's pathetic. Can't even go to Canada, see half my fans at rock. October 22nd, last time I took a drink. That's right, I look at things half full instead of half empty. The glass rule, yeah, it's mad tempting till I think about my dad's drool and his ash sent me from his cremated body that I keep to this day. In my mom and pop's wedding vase beneath where I stay, down in the basement. Adjacent to that is where my sister found my dead mom. She's headstrong, that day was dead wrong. She found her comatose due to an overdose. People ask me how do I coast, I tell them the Holy Ghost, Father and the Son, the Trinity as a whole. But they don't want to hear divinity is the goal. Don't limit me as a soul or mention the old. I'm not doing push-ups, nah, I'm benching the globe. Besides the fact I get so sad with no dad, judge won't go lighter on the sentence like a Zippo ad. So I gotta do my time like a man and write rhymes while I can. Your pencil won't fit inside of my hand. Try as I can, can't shake my faith. I told the devil like, go ahead, make my day to infinity and beyond. The sun's what I see past it. One more bar and I'm done like a relapse. But I feel as if
All right, so
I love those
we're back.
ladies' voices on that. Some awesome voices.
That's
Oh, I love your avatar.
Some gospel. All
Thank
right,
you.
ready?
That's a shirt, and I'm going to be buying that shirt next.
Ancient Origins.
Masonic the Hedgehog.
I've wanted that shirt since I saw it. It's a shirt. I got to get that shirt.
Thank you. I'm going to be getting it probably tomorrow. I'm going to work on a new one.
Yeah, we have some Masonic the
I want-
Hedgehog shirts. We have sweatshirts. We have Masonic the Hedgehog everything.
Check this out. I ordered this shirt online from Boston Ray. It's
Yeah, you got the good one.
I'm making a special for me. I say Singe Man on the back.
Me and Singe Man,
it'll be available for anyone to buy.
Me and Singe Man both have COVID commanders. I have the green one that you got. It's funny how you picked the green. Out of all the colors, you picked green. You didn't know I had the green one?
Yeah, I didn't know.
That's like I think that's the coolest one, right? Don't you? The nicest color.
When I clicked the color, it showed me how it would look with the color. I'm like, that's the one.
It looks better when it actually comes. It doesn't look like all stupid like that. They do it right.
Like if you're into cool shirts, look at that. Look at his page. That's cool.
Yeah, we got some cool stuff. We're gonna come out with some new spring, a whole new spring line of products. Singe Man has been working on it. I know he has. He's just been very busy, but he's in the back of his head. He's coming up with ideas. The ancient origins of
Lazy Flat Earthers coming up next, and
flat slackers. Flat slackers, maybe.
No, Lazy Flat Earthers, and I'm a lazy flat earther like that because I am. So that's next, and
I gotta dip out for a few. I'll be back.
All right, Rasta.
Thanks,
I'm gonna go over some stuff here.
Thanks, Rasta.
All right, the ancient origins of the Easter Bunny. A scholar traces the folk figure's history from Neolithic era to today.
Oh, you got this one, Angela? Nice. She got the pink one.
Yeah, she grabbed one the other night. Yeah. So we sold 2 shirts recently. 2 shirts recently. The Easter Bunny is I actually everybody who ever got like shirts or anything, like take a picture and send it to me somehow, like email it to me or something. Figure it out because we need to. I'm trying to get like a slideshow or something, or at least a picture or something together, a collage. I don't know. We'll figure it out. The Easter Bunny is much celebrated character in American Easter celebrations on Easter Sunday. Children look for hidden special treats, often chocolate Easter eggs, that Easter Bunny might have left behind. As a folklorist, I'm aware of the origins of the long, interesting journey this mythical figure has taken. Religion's role of the hare. I can't see whatever picture was there. Easter is a celebration of spring and new life. Yeah, here we go. This is what I want to get into. So Easter is a celebration of spring and new life. Eggs and flowers like the tulip are rather obvious symbols of female fertility. But in European traditions, the bunny, with its amazing reproductive potential, is not far behind. That's why they call it March Madness, because all the bunnies are out having sex right now. Can you guys hear me? Yeah? All right. In European traditions, the Easter Bunny is known as the Easter hare. The symbolism of the hare has many tantalizing ritual and religious roles down through the years. Hares were given ritual burials. Nice. Alongside humans. I want to click on that, but I don't want to lose this. Ritual burials. Redirecting. Hares, juvenile domestic structures, ritual in Neolithic Ireland. Look. Neolithic, megalithic tomb, bone preservation, deep puppies, piglets, parental calf. The occurrence of animal remains in human mortuary assembling presents problems of interpretation. Are they post-depositorial net? So they were mixing animal remains in with humans, burying them. That's what this is.
Or mud flood.
In the Neolithic period in Western Europe. Ritual. It was a ritual of mortuary monuments built of stone and sometimes the earth and timber. These monuments are varied and complex, appear to have been used for a variety of purposes. Wait, hold on. More, yeah. All right. But there are commonalities such as the inclusion of human remains and the desire to create lasting, large-scale monuments. Although they are sometimes referred to as tombs, it is clear that they were much more than that. This is shown not only by their architecture, but also by their content and by the traces of varied activities that took place within and around them. In addition to the mortuary rituals, it seems likely that these monuments served as locations for other intra-group rituals. Well, they list them all here. As Neolithic people were farmers, the annual cycle of arable and pastoral agriculture would have played a structuring role in their rituals, and many megaliths are aligned on celestial events that coincide with seasonal changes. Yeah, that's true. Intimately related to this cycle, concerns about continued fertility of the land in the human community are likely to have figures. So it's all about fertility rituals. One practice was the inclusion of animal remains in some of these tombs, sometimes with an emphasis on young animals and or hares. So they used to put young like rabbits in the tombs with the people as a ritual for fertility. That's what it's about. This was the case of megalith where large numbers of hare carcasses. Dude, we found it, dude. This is what March Madness.
Pretty gross, yeah.
Dude, this is what
they buried dead rabbits in the graves with them
in the graves with some of these. Yeah. This is what.
And that's supposed to make them more fertile.
I don't know.
Like to make the ground
because in March the rabbits all have sex. I seen them. They're all out there like banging. There's a whole bunch of them. They're all.
So banging. They kill them and put them in the ground with them. I don't get it. I'm trying to understand.
Let me see. Let me read it for a second. Detailed contextual taphonomic study of the remarkable faunal assemblage of Pakaniba, along with wider. They always use these big words, so we can't understand it. Provided by folklore associated with hares and other lagomorphs. To better
you just look it up, but
yeah.
Exactly.
Look it up. Look it up for me, Singe. To better understand the possible motivations behind the inclusion of hares and juvenile domestics. Faunal remains have frequently been found in megaliths and other prehistoric burial locations. However, the standards of excavation and reporting in many earlier would be considered unacceptable today, with little, if any, focus on. They just dug these fuckers up. They didn't care. Those are small mammals, birds, and amphibians in particular, maybe natural remains of animals using the tomb as a nest. So some of the animals were just like using it as a nest.
Right. You didn't know that the lagomorphs are members of the taxonomic order of Lagomorphia, of which there are two more families of Lepidae and hares and rabbits, and the Aconotedanda, the
Oh, look at this.
You didn't know that?
No, I did not know.
They just add more big words in. Wow.
Yeah. Nevertheless, not all animal bones from.
No one's breaking out the firmament.
Wow. Nevertheless,
we looked up the big word and it gave us more big words.
Yeah. Not all animal bones from prehistoric monuments are intrusive. At the Irish Neolithic Portal tomb of Pullabone, compared 7 from whatever. This is the key part. The majority of the faunal material is contemporary with the human remains, with cattle, sheep, and hare, all yielding Neolithic dates. Interesting. They were dominated by very young animals in hares, so they were like
what?
They put young sheep, young cattle, and hares in with the bodies. And
what is Neolithic?
Oh, we know look in the Neolithic passage tomb of Fornoch, suckling pig were present. Suckling pig. That means baby pigs, right? Suckling.
Yeah.
Look. While the Catholic wedge tomb of whatever cremated lamb bones were recovered. In southern England, partial skeleton bones of young animals have frequently been found in Neolithic. Look up Neolithic for me, someone. Singe. Look it up. I have a million things going on here. All right, this is interesting. Since the early days of archaeological excavations in Ireland, lagomorph remains have been noted from it. So basically, so they've been finding all kinds of animals buried along people. Look, right there.
Ireland, huh?
That's where it's at. All right? All you Irish people, that's where it's at. Go out there and dig on this. Figure this out. In the other north, a typical court tombs are martyr-side monuments. Look. There's some models of it.
The pyramid?
No, it's the tombs. It looks like a star fort design. With the chambers of the tomb and the matrix encountered was one of loose stones and voids of varying sizes in a space with both animal and human bone and some artifacts. Very small amounts of uncompacted, very dark brown, black, organic silk loam were also encountered, which had undoubtedly filtered down between the stones after they were. 12 previously obtained radiocarbon dates from human bone from the two chambers. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm trying to figure out if there's anything methods.
Chambers.
Yeah. I'll just like, you guys can pause it if you want.
Oh, did it say something about lifted?
The number of identified. Where'd you see that?
Up a little bit. It's like the first paragraph right there. Yeah, right there. Lifted the stones. Planted and lifted to reveal the next layer.
What does it say that? I'm missing it.
4 methods. Just start reading. It'll say, as very little soil was present.
Present. Each layer of stones and fines was planted and then lifted to reveal the next layer. Before, so it's like a fucking layer and layer and layer. It's like, yeah.
Is that geology?
This is them digging up graves and looking for bodies. Grave digging.
Aren't they going to find dinosaur bones in there?
6 radiocarbon dates were obtained for the present study. 2 on hair bones and 4 on dog bones. They analyzed conjecture previously obtained radiocarbon dates from I don't know.
But this was like the good luck rabbits they were burying in there, right? They're trying to.
So Neolithic age of Europe, archaeologists and religious represent. Look, with hairs representing rebirth. Object not found.
Not maidens. Yeah.
Here's look. Over 1,000 years later, during the Iron Age, ritual burials for hares were common. In 51 BC, the Britain.
What's the background people doing?
This is Smithsonian too. Like, I don't know. Take it with a grain of salt. What is this a picture? Look, there's a hare like nibbling on. Look at that. Whoa.
Does that rabbit have red eyes?
Wow.
That's his keychain.
Hair meat.
Hair meat and witch's mischief. But it's like.
Hey, Rasta Bear's back. Look.
Rasta's back. Witch's mischief.
Rasta.
But it's for the folk tradition of England and Germany that the figure of the hare is specifically connected to Easter. So it's all about rebirth, right? The hare, the tulip.
Yeah,
hey, look at that.
We have a big tulip festival here every year that we go to. We went last year, actually.
What's the tulip festival about?
They have a farm where they grow fields of all these different colored tulips. It's really amazing because it's just like a whole different just like spectrum of every color you can imagine of tulips, and just like as far as the eye can see, and you can see Mount Hood in the background, and they've got like a hot air balloon there you can go up in, and all these vendors, and it's a cool experience, the Tulip Festival.
Yeah, let me just show you something. See if I can get this.
Where do we get the eggs from? Like the bunnies lay them?
Yeah,
they come out. The bunnies and the tulips come together, and the eggs are what we get.
The meaning and symbolism of the tulip.
Yeah, it's a new life thing, yeah.
With sweet petals of wyvern. I just got some tulips for Michelle yesterday. Whether you're picking tulips or your spring received tulip delivery, it's hard not to smile at these cheerful flowers. But not only are these flowers gorgeous, but they also have rich history packed with symbolism. If you're ready to learn about the tulip, you learn how to take off. Yeah, I just want to know what the symbolism is. Well, you think the tulip originated in the Netherlands. This isn't true. Before this flower found its way to Holland, it made quite the journey. The tulip originated in Central Asia, where it grew in wild landscapes sometime around 1000 AD. It made its way to modern-day Turkey. The Ottomans fell in love with the tulips and planted them in the vast gardens from their tulips and made their way home. Dutch tulip mania. Once tulips arrived in Holland, what the fuck? I don't want to know the history of the tulip. You know what I mean? Tulip symbolism.
Too late.
You know the type of love overpowers every other feeling. The symbolism is particularly drawn into the story of Prince Fahad in his love. Yeah, all right. This is bullshit.
Who Fahaded?
All right. Rebirth. Here it is. Rebirth. Injures himself. Yeah. If you have ever grown tulips, you know that they wait underground all winter and reemerge each spring. They do. They come up every year. I planted some like 13 years ago and they still come up. This is why they symbolize rebirth. because they come up every year. Okay, and they no matter what they pretty much do. They're pretty consistent. This symbolism makes tulips the perfect gift for some. All right, whatever. All right, so there you go. That's why they represent rebirth. Okay.
Check it out. I've got a video actually on my channel,
mm-hmm.
and it's called Tulip Festival in Full Bloom.
All right, let me bring it up.
And it's from last year when we went to the Wooden Shoe Tulip Festival. You can do like Rasta Bear Tulip Festival.
Wasn't that your nickname, the Tulip Festival?
Mine?
Back in high school?
That was yours.
That's a good one.
There it is.
There we go.
Wait, you have Tulip?
The first one. Yeah, do that first one first.
All right, we'll do both of them. All right.
Okay.
All right.
You have to, because there's two of them.
I'm here today at the Wooden Shoe Tulip Festival, and there's so many tulips that are different colors everywhere you look, row after row.
Good one, Joe. Good one, Joe. That's
Look
what
at all the tulips. So
Scott, what the fuck?
All right, we'll get the purple.
I'm sending Scott.
Look at this. Look down that way. Let me put the dog right here. See, we got Poochie here with us.
Poochie.
Tulips. Everyone loves the tulips. Let's zoom in and go way out that way. Look at all the colorful.
They got all the colors.
The whole palette of colors.
Look at those white ones.
As far as the eye can see. Tulips. Great stuff.
All right, so there's one video. Oh.
Can you smoke too?
What? All right.
Yeah, that was a good one. This one, I think, shows a bit more of it.
So she learned that.
Extra red tulips. They're green. Are those green tulips?
What are they growing them for? So they can sell them, or what? Or just so?
Yeah, they sell them, and then you can actually go and dig up the bulbs after they're done and take them home if you want. Hardcore. Oh, this is great.
My favorite is I like the light pink one.
Oh, we're gonna do all the rows. There's dogs here, and kids, and there's floaty floats. Look at this. Look at that dog, Labradoodle.
I was gonna say poodle doodle.
Your dog didn't even bother.
We're gonna go down all the different colors here and pass by them. I didn't even know that they had so many different colored tulips.
I know, right? I'd seen these ones like a multicolor.
Unreal.
I thought they were only one color.
You know what I did?
Here.
If you take one color and you take the male piece off and you rub it on the female piece of a different color, the next year when it sprouts up, it'll be two colors.
Oh wow!
I've done it before.
Look, here's some multicolored.
You gotta rub the male piece on the female piece.
Yeah. You make them have sex.
They had some cool steam engine tractors there at that farm too, like that were really old school.
Pistol and the stamen.
Oh, there's rows up there for days.
I wonder how many hours it would take to even go through all of them.
It would take quite a while.
It would take like a couple hours.
Your daughter loves it.
She's so excited. She was stoked. Her favorite color.
How long it took for the seeds to get in there.
So nice. It's a beautiful day here.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Yes.
Woohoo.
All right. So that leads to.
All right, these are some those are waterfalls. Right. I just did up.
Right, I'm just gonna get right into it. Give me a sec.
Search on Old World Photoshop,
we began to notice a trend with old postcards from the 1900s showing early examples of compositing. There isn't much information on these. If there's a catalog, it's not easy to come by. But many of these are early examples of photo manipulation. They had surreal, real photo postcards, in which they would attempt to trick people with the illusion of photography. As we continued to look through these old postcards, a very strange and unsettling trend started to become apparent. It began with just simple baby postcards. At first thought, seems like any ordinary postcard. But as with the same Sky postcard mystery, where the author began to see a trend of a variety of postcards, well, there's a category of postcards that deserves its own name and label, but it doesn't seem very well known, as there are no websites or videos explaining this topic. We shall call it the mystery of the repopulation postcards.
Yes.
There are other names for this style, such as baby postcards. By the end of this video, you'll be shocked
What's
at
up,
how
Austin?
many of these there are. We're talking in the thousands. We found one reference to what these cards were in a book on Amazon named Babylon, Surreal Babies, in which the author describes these same peculiar 1900s postcards and how they were deeply influential to many famous artists, including Salvador Dali. Yet, the author even admits that little is known of their history. In order to understand why we've labeled them repopulation
That one said Mason Day babies. That's babies of Masons in French.
postcards, a thorough understanding of resets, Tartaria, orphan trains, incubators, asylums, and Oddfellows will be necessary. These
Wow, that means babies and Masons? See, it's French again.
There are many different styles within this category. One of the most interesting is the Cabbage Patch Babies, a variety of themes involving growing babies.
There's a Cabbage Patch around here you can hike to. You can hike up to it. Check it out. It's at the top of this Lewis and Clark trail.
We're going to get into this tonight. You're going to see. There's a lot to this.
Babies on planes.
You see the similarities? It almost looks like Easter.
Babies
It's
on
weird,
mushrooms.
right?
Yeah.
Babies on mushrooms.
Babies in the water.
Babies everywhere. Baby time. Angela Boom baby. There's just babies everywhere. My fiance's pregnant.
Yeah.
You should see the size of that thing. The baby, I'm saying.
Babies
Oh,
in
bet.
eggs.
It's 2 pounds, they said. Already.
Babies in eggs.
Daddy, can you give me some?
Then
Nice.
you arrive on the train.
2 pounds already.
Little bungee.
I bet you Morgan has 2 pounds laying around somewhere too, but not the same.
I'm gonna teach him how to do kung fu, and
There's
I'm
something
gonna name
eerie
him
about these
my little
photos.
bungee. He'll call me Uncle Sin.
Someone's trying to tell us something.
We've also got kids in Cabbage Patches.
That's probably why I should move to Boston, I
The
guess.
the Cabbage Patch Kids.
So
Look,
where do babies come from?
So
Where do-
I'll let him grow up to be like 2 or 3. I'll move to Boston in like 2
Okay.
years, and then I'll start
Bring
teaching
the
him kung
babies,
fu.
or that they were found in
well,
a Cabbage Patch.
this is about
Why
them
would babies
cloning
be found in
babies.
Cabbage Patches?
Watch.
The legend of the Cabbage Patch Kids involves a young boy named Xavier who meets a mystical fairy bunny bee creature, so a hybrid or chimera, and he follows this bunny bee through a secret tunnel behind a waterfall.
I know,
On the
Angela.
other side of this
It gets
waterfall,
better
he
too.
finds
Why?
that babies are being produced in a cabbage patch. The stork, known as Colonel Casey, would then come and pick up the babies. He even has his own uniform. So he's a worker, a soldier, as well as the Cabbage Patch Kids' official historian that would then deliver the babies to their new homes. Not only that, but there's an evil witch named Lavender McDay. She and her weasel and jackrabbit henchmen are literally trying to enslave the Cabbage Patch Kids to be miners to dig for gold in the valley. You can get all the exposition for the lore in the story through their 10-song album. It goes over how they were created, to the witch, to even a lament about their enslavement. It's pretty dark. The original concept for the cloth dolls was created by Martha Nelson Thomas, and she called them doll babies. And the story really had nothing to do with cabbages or chimeras or witches. It wasn't until Xavier Roberts, or Xavier, like the little boy in the story, hijacked her design that it became what it is today. So I can't help but wonder if Xavier Roberts just came up with the story all on his own. Like, did it come to him from the collective consciousness? Or does he just have a soft spot for child labor? There's actually a place you can go in White County, Georgia, where they do live births, and you can look it up on YouTube to see what I'm talking about. The bunny bee character also is a hybrid creature of two animals that both symbolize rebirth and resurrection on a mass scale. As we know, rabbits reproduce in droves, and the bee symbolism makes me think of a hive, or a queen or source where all
Beehive.
the offsprings
Hive
originate
mind.
from. It would seem that this is some sort of reference to babies being created in a lab on a mass scale.
Yep.
Why were there so many orphans?
Why?
Most common answer will be, the baby boom.
No.
But this didn't happen until 1946 to
Yep.
1964. These postcards are from 1890 to
Yes.
1910. And there's really no explanation for the burst of orphans that we see being brought into the United States.
Unless there was
Or the
another
amount of
baby boom.
orphanages and asylums that exist
A boom
that
baby.
no longer seem to be necessary. Could the baby boom narrative be a way to sweep this part of history under the rug? The orphanages were all shut down, and after the 60s, people just stopped having babies and getting married after World War II, according to the narrative. Then there were the incubators of the 1900s.
Yep.
It's difficult to keep premature babies alive with modern technology, yet they were doing this back in 1835 in Europe. They turned this into a sideshow, where at the world fairs they would show off these child hatcheries, these incubators of live children. And for some reason, the royals would come and witness these events.
The royals.
So there's this genetic manipulation cloning idea, in which these babies are actually being grown in some sort of pods. Perhaps the symbolism of the Cabbage Patch mirrors that process.
Just like in the Matrix.
Sense in the way that we're connected
Yeah,
to a
just like in
stem.
the
I wonder if they
Matrix.
actually had blue blood, so that they are not. They're not really
In
human.
the
They're,
fetal abduction
they
theory,
have blue blood.
we see a nurse-looking woman with either a fishing hook or a fishing net pulling
See,
a
I-
child out of the water.
I was walking through the mall earlier because my daughter's friend's birthday party was there at like the selfie studio thing, and
In either
I was
scenario,
walking through the mall and I was looking at all the people, and I'm like, I wonder how many of these people like aren't even human.
Nice. Which one's a robot? Which one's an alien?
Well,
whatever,
yeah, some of them like they're like reptilians and like all these like
Ah,
I know.
different planetary like they're
I wonder
inter-
if I'm one.
The people at the mall are pretty weird. You're right.
Sometimes I wonder if
They
I'm
are.
one.
They are.
they're weird. They're
weird.
they're shaped weird, and their faces are weird, and like they act funny.
They just love walking around and
Oh,
looking
the
at different
weird-looking ones,
clothes and trying to match things together and just spend a ton of money on stupid
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, they spend money that I don't have on just stuff that and the prices of things in the mall.
I know. I used to be able to go to a mall and buy stuff. I can't afford shit at a mall no more. Fuck that.
It's like who's gonna shell out? There was this one store, right? It was like the new thing is like to sell stuff from like the 90s and whatever, in like this. It was called like the Cool Loot or something like that.
I know what you're talking about. There's stores like that around here too. Like
And
where
it was like these young kids who were like, I feel like they were like just like 18 or 19 selling stuff that was from my generation in this store, and it was like really trippy. I mean, They had they had like
Yeah.
hats in there that were like not that nice. The hats for like $70 and $120.
It's
and
so
they
ridiculous.
they had like
People-
the Space Jam VHS for like $12. It's like,
You know what's crazy about that? I used to work at the mall, right? So like they get like these cardigan sweaters, say, that were like $90 a piece, right? At the beginning of the season, right? Right. People would come in and just steal like a whole stack of them. But as long as they sold one or two sweaters, it would pay for all of them. So they didn't really care. And then like they had like no security, you know what I mean? So that's why the prices are so expensive, because they don't even like. And then by the end of the season, them clothes are like $2-3 a piece. They were like $65 marked down to like $5. You're like,
Uh-huh.
you know, it's because that's what the shit's really worth, because they make them in sweatshops in China. Shit
yeah,
like that.
we were walking through J.C. Penney's, right? And we go through, and there's like the cosmetic department, and like the area where all the fragrances are and shit. And like, there's this woman that was working in there, and there was this beeping noise that, because like the security things were attached to like so many of the different fragrances.
They never take all the security things off, dude. I'm
And
always
it-
beeping going through the fucking door.
And it was a constant beeping. And so I asked the woman, I'm like, how long does it take you to get used to that beeping noise? Because I'm like, that would drive me freaking insane just listening to it. It's like a fire alarm going off all day. And like she's like, oh, you just zone it out after a while. But she still didn't look too happy about it. Like she probably, you know, I bet she gets asked that same question like 100 times a day. Like, how do you get used to that? But I mean, it's the same as wearing a diaper on your face. Like, I don't understand. Like, I'm seriously about to start going hard at these people again.
Me too.
I've
been
going out on the
going hard.
streets and filming them and being like, so why are you still wearing that thing on your face?
Yeah.
Like, what are you? Are you boosted? Have you?
Yeah, I get it. I want to get through this video though.
Incubators
Hold
or
on.
hatcheries. And it begs the question, how did all these premature babies get here? If women back in, these days were having babies prematurely, why in such large numbers? And the babies all being babies, they'd have to have traveled there somehow within a short period of time. What are the chances that so many premature babies were driven from wherever their mothers were to these incubators all in time? And why do they charge people to view them as if this was some sort of exhibition or sideshow and not a pressing matter of life
Look
and
at them
death?
all.
For centuries, the stork has been thought of as a symbol for new beginnings and family lineage. The idea that this creature represents life-giving events also makes sense because storks are monogamous creatures.
I think the stork brought my
and they
kids
mate only
too.
once every year with their partners that they've chosen beforehand. Choosing mates
Yeah, I
based
think
on
I might have been brought by the stork.
looks like many other
Yeah,
birds.
definitely.
Now we've got kids inside a train.
Yes.
Orphan train.
Naked
Why
kids.
so many orphans?
Why? Yeah.
Were these
Why is there
orphans
so many
taken from their
babies on the
families?
train?
Were they trained to instruct a new
themselves.
generation of genetically created babies? Or were they womb-napped babies?
Well, my father worked at Lockheed, so they probably made me there.
Storks.
That's
The Greek goddess
that's
Hera
cool.
and her Roman
That
counterpart
explains a
Athena
lot, Singe.
also favor the stork. And I'm sure you guys remember that quirky little teen pregnancy movie.
He actually helped build the
And I suspect
space
that
shuttle.
Artemis
Oh, yeah,
of
he
Ephesus
was a
is an
purchasing
ancient
agent.
fertility
Scott-
symbol used
Scott
by the
Storch,
elite to
Scott
signify
Storch,
their
Scott
ability
Storch.
to conceive a new population.
Oh wait up.
We've got
Is it
hooks removing
stork
babies.
or
Whoa,
yeah?
that
Kids
arm
I
was
don't know. I don't know,
women
Scott.
holding a net or fishing rod. The water, the amniotic fluid, pulling children from the wombs of their mothers, perhaps. Could that be why there are so many premature babies?
Scott, I texted you the link if you want to come on and celebrate Easter with us. If you want to come on and celebrate pagan Easter with us, you can.
Or are they genetically
I'm
unique?
eating jelly beans right now in
Cloning is
celebration.
not impossible. Just look at Miracle Millie. I think that the movie Aeon Flux is a great example. Hollywood is definitely alluding to this reality of artificial repopulation. The Cabbage Patch Kids sort of reminds me of those medieval occult books that
Like the
depict
Matrix
humans
right there, you
growing
saw
from
that?
roots in the
Yeah.
ground, mandrakes, which are known to have occult properties for making one go insane.
Babies are also ready to join their elite clubs, and they're even given top hats. Technology.
These are all from
Clothes?
postcards. You know what I'm
Empty
saying?
cities.
That's where all these pictures are.
Babies
Postcards.
floating in on boats.
Old
I got a postcard book right here for my town.
And then
No,
taken
these are
by
from like the 1800s. If you find any in there of babies,
So
let me
is
know.
this. Yeah, I did already. You want to see it?
Yeah, wait until this is
This
over
is a
though. I
figure
want to
that
get through
represents
this
the
one video.
government's function as a mother. A corporate operation of generating foundlings
It's not that long.
in order to fill their
There's only a couple
newly
minutes
emptied and
left.
burned cities with new humans. Whoever made these postcards are trying to tell us something very dark about the world we live in, as if it's humorous. There's an extraordinary amount of work put into these early photo manipulations. One would think there should be a good resource for these old postcards, but they're rare and difficult to find.
Party's stealing all the pillows.
Babies in the empty cities.
Who's stealing all the pillows?
Babies with new technology.
Not me.
Babies in the classroom.
I'm buying all
Babies
the
being
pillows.
bought in boats.
Don't be stealing no pillows, man.
And babies being grown in a variety of different situations.
I know people should be buying my pillows, not stealing them.
Explain it, Rasta. You gotta keep telling people. You gotta remind them. Rasta has his own company now. Go ahead, explain it.
Yeah, the Rockstone pillows. I just made a couple. I made a cool crystal print here recently. I made this really cool fish scale pillow.
Fish
I've
scale,
made-
nice.
Yeah,
nice.
it looks like fish scales, and it's that one's stuffed with actually feathers.
That's like the Scarface pillow. You should call it the Scarface model.
Yeah.
Fish
Next
scale-
year-
fish scale pillow.
Next year I'll need
Yeah,
a
man.
dragon yin yang pillow.
I'm stacking them. I'm hoping we're probably gonna go up to Fish in Seattle this Friday, and I'm gonna try and sling some at Fish.
Be
up
careful.
there.
Don't get busted selling pillows at Fish.
Yeah.
On fish at fish.
Say hi to your eagle friends.
They all come from.
My sister loves her pillow.
Well, they used to send the babies in on these trains, the orphan trains,
Maybe unveil.
and the Cabbage Patch Kids.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna get into it. There's more.
We're trying to
There's,
figure it out too.
there's more on it, but I want to show Andrew's postcard.
It was like baby factories where
Oh, yeah,
they
there's
make
more
the
to it.
babies
Look,
in these
Cabbage
incubators.
Lost film. I can't play that one because I got caught.
I know.
But this one I can play, and there's more. But this is Ancient Cloning Factories. But we'll wait on this one. All right.
And put it in a machine or something?
Well, I don't know. I think
That other one got whacked. The other one got whacked. But anyway, what Andrew? What do you got for us? You want me to put you full screen? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, he's ready. All right.
Oh, this isn't what I wanted to show, but I just noticed it. Look at this, how they wrote savings. Oops, sorry. Here, focus in on the stupid thing. The V is a B. It looks like a B.
the savings.
Yeah.
Savings.
All right. All right. Don't.
Let me show you this here.
Oh yeah, don't get off track on us. We don't have a lot of time. Time is precious here.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, so like there's this thing here about like a Child City they had.
What do you got?
The Red Brick Schoolhouse. No, what was it called? Give me just 2 seconds because I got it right here.
Pretend
This
like
is,
pretend like you just paid $75 for an hour of recording time at a studio.
Yeah.
You know what
Right.
I'm saying? And you know, time is money. People,
Yeah, it is.
we're losing numbers right now. 2 people just left. 2 people just
No
left.
way.
I'm
Okay,
telling
well this is about. Oh, really? Well then take me off. Then I was gonna. I mean, I have it here.
All right.
I mean, I have.
All right.
Look at there's the baby. There's the baby. There's the baby in the can.
down.
Baby in the can.
No, I was just busting your chops, dude. I don't care.
Yeah, this is the postcard. There's the train.
Andrew,
There's the
Andrew,
train.
Andrew,
The
I
train.
don't care about the numbers, dude. I'm just busting.
Yeah, right.
I'm just busting your balls.
I'm busting them. Look, so there's your postcard. Talk about postcards, right? See the postcard. There's the kids, and they
So
bred the kids.
What year is that book? What year is that book?
This book?
Yeah, like what year are those postcards from? What do you think?
Oh, they'll say on each one, like some of them are like 1893.
That's right. That's in the right timeline. All right, can you get it to focus in a little bit better so we can
Look what this is. Yeah. Okay, so let me just see what I can do in here.
All right, slow down. All right, what do we got?
Bell Brothers.
What are
Looks
they-
like they're
It looks like
selling brothers.
and they're trying to climb over a wall, dude. They're like, what are they?
Yeah.
doing?
Oh, you know, I think they had all those kids for reasons to have an army.
Oh, those are kids climbing over the wall?
Yeah, let's see this thing.
Wow.
Dude, you should take.
Okay, well, hold on a second.
You should take pictures of some of these and put them in your community section. The ones with the kids in them. Because
There's some crazy stuff here.
people are into this this research with these postcards, dude.
Yeah, I found something really cool.
If you find something really cool, take a picture of it and like crop it out and put it in your somewhere. So you can get it.
At some point,
You can talk about these Masons. See this Masonic symbol right in the middle here? Look at that thing.
Hold on.
Is that a Baphomet right there?
I don't know.
What is that?
Looks like a skull. I don't know. What does it look like to you? I can't really see it too well.
Looks like the upside down star.
Yeah,
it's like a Satan star with a skull or something.
Yeah,
some sort of
like
sigil. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that too. All right.
Well, anyway, there was something about the child city because there was. I'm sorry I lost my place, but I had it. It was cool. There's a child city.
Well, find your place, and I'm gonna play this next video because I want to keep things moving. And this one's kind of long. All right, this is ancient cloning factories. When you find it, let me know, and I'll pause it.
All right.
Ancient cloning factory. It's where they.
This video will be a wrap up of the last two videos.
It's like welcome.
So make sure you've seen both videos.
Welcome.
The first one is the repopulation postcards with the cabbage patches, and the second is the first movie, La Fea Shoe, from 1896.
I played this movie before on my channel, and they didn't allow it, but it's up on Odyssey on Mind Unveiled.
This video was inspired by a post by KD, so shout out to him. This isn't a new idea, but it's interesting to revisit this concept now that more information is being discovered. Many thought that we were literally saying that we came from cabbages. This video will assist in explaining the last two videos. So, what are these postcards referring to? It would seem that the postcards are referring to some type of recent seeding process or cloning process, meaning the cabbages are but a symbol for rebirth, a symbol for the female genitalia, the similarity to the shape of a baby head, and the idea that humans were farmed in mass quantities, meaning that this is referring to some type of operation in which they were baby factories, babies being produced in vast quantities for some type of purpose. As many have mentioned, there is even a eugenics component to this, where specific phenotypes were selected depending on the goal at hand. With the Alice Guy films, we learned not only is the origin of movies shrouded in mystery, but that these first films were quite occult, using symbols to create a certain state of consciousness. This strange old film was used to promote the incubators at the Paris World Fair in 1896. So this operation must have some connection to the incubators.
Dude.
We have a reference that will go.
This is like a promotion for the babies at the World's Fair. This is like a commercial. It's a commercial.
Over later, that's from this.
She's like, look, come get a baby at the World's Fair. Look at my boobs are hanging out.
It reeks of commercial.
She's like, drink from my teats.
It's like a game show kind of thing.
Babies. Oh, and later we're going to discuss this movie that talks about all of this stuff. But I wanted to bring it up because it seems that the Cabbage Patch videos.
Have you seen this before, Joe, or is this the first time you've ever seen it?
It's so good that on Netflix, number 5 is Storks, and that movie is from 2016. So it's strange. Either people are watching it now and the AI has it up on the top list, or they recently added it, which is still interesting because there are some very blatant symbolism in that movie.
This was actually.
I don't believe that time.
You know, like Mind Unveiled did this, but Stuff Beagle helped them out too.
I mean, as a coincidence. Before we get to that, are there any ancient references to any type of repopulation factories? We've made references to this before, but now is the perfect time to dive into the detail on the ancient symbol of Artemis.
Look, he's holding
or Diana of Ephesus.
Look, did you see that? He's holding the caduceus in his hand right there, the medical thing. Look, oh, right there. Isn't that it? What do you think? No, maybe not. It looks like some sort of tech, maybe too.
It's like
waving it over.
I can't
over his head.
I can't.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know. It's
Yeah,
not.
it's like a Tuning fork.
Like a magic wand. You know what I mean? A tuning fork. Yeah, Rasta. Like some sort of tuning fork with some sort of frequency that they hit you in the brain with.
39.
Ephesus. Diana is the Latin name and Artemis Greek. She was essentially the great mother goddess of fertility. Artemis, in classical mythology, is associated with the virgin goddess of the hunt, forest, and animals. But strangely, Ephesus being located in Asia Minor saw a great deal of Oriental influence mixing with the Greek, creating an entirely new symbol. The Ephesians believed both Artemis and Apollo to have been born in a grove called Ortygia, which is also very close to the ancient Greek name for Ireland, Ogygia, the ancient land of forest, which would have been the birthplace of the first repopulation center after the flood of many ancient religious texts. So the Ephesians believed that their gods, the ones that they dedicated their entire lives to worshiping, were themselves born of an ancient grove. But not only that, they put an extra emphasis on the symbol of fertility, depicting their goddess with many breasts, or what looks like eggs, and her legs are held tightly together. In Strabo's geography, he states that, quote,
You know what's weird, Morgan? I clicked that video, that the link you just sent in, and it's telling me, it says what it is. Look, it says it's look, it's weird. It must only be available in your country because it says the 7 Great Masters of Shaolin full-length movie, right? But it tells me this video is not available. So I don't know. Maybe like they block them in certain countries. Maybe where you're at, it's available.
I think I've seen that movie.
Valley of the Sea is also Ortygia, which is a magnificent grove of all kinds of trees. Of the south, it is traversed by the Kentrius River, where Leto is said to have bathed herself after her travail.
I don't think I can play it because it's a movie. It's a movie.
Ortygia.
I can't play a movie on here.
I've only watched it like 5 or 7
olive
times.
tree nearby, where the goddess
What
is
is
said
it,
first to have taken a rest after she was relieved from her travail.
Hey, I got a picture of her in my book. Look at this. I got her picture.
They stationed themselves.
But the story is good.
With their arms frightened Hera.
What do you mean? You got the same picture?
Very similar.
Where?
Oh, this is what I want you to zoom in on. I'll just put it on the screen.
All right, you got it ready? You got it ready? You're saying
Yeah,
you're
I'm
ready
ready.
now?
Can you
All
see that? Can you see that picture of where my finger's pointing?
Yeah. Aurora.
Centennial.
Yeah, what is it?
Look at the date. Look at the date, September 11th, over the city. See that lady?
Yeah.
September 11th.
That could be Columbia. That could be Columbia. The goddess Columbia.
And look at this Masonic symbol.
I don't know.
Right
I don't know.
here. Show like that. Looks like a symbol. And then here's the thing about the child city with the orphan.
Oh yeah, hold it up closer so we can get a good look at it.
Look at all those kids look the same. All these kids look the same.
Wait up, they do look the same. And then look at next to them how many kids there are.
haircut.
And up above too, up top. The whole
yeah, it's a lot.
What was that? An orphanage? In the
look, it says that they had a baseball club in 1875. But this is what it really is. The idea of a child city.
A child city?
Yeah.
So it's like an insane asylum. They had in the insane asylums they had like small communities of 250 people where they just lived there for the rest of their lives.
More than that, listen to this. Mooseheart, they have their own city now. It's called Mooseheart. It's still there.
Yeah.
And they live there. It's still functional.
Yeah.
It's called Mooseheart is the Loyal Order of Moose. School grounds and complex. They really got like their own post office and stuff.
Is that like the Moose Lodge?
Yeah, is that
yeah. You have to go through a gate.
I've heard
you have to go through a gate. They got buildings and kids live there, and it's a school, but it's like a.
Isn't that the one that Fred Flintstone went to?
No, he was the Grand Puma, the water buffalo.
Water buffalo.
I used to have. I went to this Great America down in California, and me and my friend both bought the water buffalo hats, the Grand Puma hats, and we were rocking those. I wore that thing to like raves and stuff. Which reminds me, I actually went to this really cool rave party on Easter once. I've been to 2 now. This one, they had an Easter egg hunt, early in the morning. Like it was like an all-night rave, and the next morning, like they hid eggs, and they hid different types of special things in the eggs.
Yeah.
And when you found the eggs, you could
keep what was ever in it. That's pretty cool.
It was fun. Yeah, it was a fun Easter.
Did you find anything good?
Yeah, I did. I found like
Good for you.
Yeah, some fun stuff.
So
in
you
the
rock-
eggs. And then I actually went to another Easter rave up in Seattle.
Wait up, are they having these raves this year still?
I'm sure they do. Yeah, I'm sure.
Let's Rasta. I'll get on a plane. I'll get on a plane right now. Let's find one and let's go.
Yeah, it's a way to bring in the Easter holidays. I mean, there's nothing better than some good electronic music and some some psychedelic action for bringing the holiday.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, let's press play.
Out of her wits when she was jealously spying on Leto, and when they helped Leto to conceal from Hera the birth of her children. There are several temples in the place, some ancient and others built in later times, and in the ancient temples are many ancient wooden images. But in those of later times, there are the works of Scopas, for example, Leto holding a scepter and Ortygia standing beside her with a child in each arm. A general festival is held there annually, and by a certain custom they use via for honor, particularly in the splendor of their banquets there. At that time also, a special college of the Curetes holds symposiums and performs certain mystic sacrifices. End quote. Her temple was in the ancient city of Ephesus, a great port city. This temple was one of the 7 wonders of the world and was described as the largest temple or building of antiquity. This ancient structure served as a place for cult worship, with mystical rituals involving sacrifice to this multi-breasted goddess of divine fertility.
Whoa, multi-breasted.
This temple was not only
a temple with rituals to a multi-breasted goddess of fertility. Look, this thing back here. Is he half man, half antler? Whoa, wow.
a religious center, but an economic center. It was an essential...
Isn't that the name of one of the spaceships, the Artemis?
It was supposedly the largest bank of its time.
Temple of Artemis.
The temple was rebuilt multiple times throughout history. A variety of different versions were said to have been constructed, as it was destroyed by many different invaders, including Christians who tore it down to remove all pagan remains. These seeding operations were not limited to one location.
Did somebody just pop in, Singe?
Many legends refer to this idea of the mother goddess and her children. For many of these histories have been disguised in the form of myth.
And see, they just mentioned how like these Churchians, they went in and destroyed the stuff. It's like, could that have been like part of the whole plan? They, are kind of like a demolition crew.
Do you remember a single deluge?
What are you saying, Rasta?
These Churchians, they go in and it's like they destroyed this cloning operation. And they go in and take some of these old mud flood buildings and then they turn them into churches. And they rewrite the history.
Yeah. So you're saying like they were like
they're like a demo crew. They go in and demolition and rewrite
to destroy the to make it so they can't stop growing, to make them stop growing babies.
Well, to erase the history
of them.
So they can educate them.
Yeah, so they can spread the gospel. But in order to spread the gospel, they had to delete the history first.
Oh, I found a picture of a cathedral here with some tech on the top. And nowadays, I look at it and the tech isn't there, but I have a picture of the tech that's gone.
Yep, and that's
wait. You have one picture of a cathedral with the tech, and then a picture of it with the tech gone, like a before and after shot. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, it was in my video yesterday that we watched. That you could see. I'll take a picture tomorrow, I guess.
Do that.
It's right down. It's right. I can see it from my house.
Post it in your community.
Welcome, Scott, to the stream here. Happy Easter, Scott?
No, wait. If you're Ray, if you're not done yet, just remind me of the Moose Lodge. The Moose Lodge.
What about
the Moose Lodge?
Dude, it's creepy. The Moose Lodge is creepy.
Hold on.
Look at this creepy thing, and then I'll cut out. No more for me.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I lost sound. The Moose Lodge. Okay. What were you saying about? What do you know about the Moose Lodge, Scott?
There was a Moose Lodge that just burned down in Portland 2 days ago.
There's a few of them around here, but I don't know what it. I mean, it's like the Knights of King Arthur or something.
Dude,
like all these
my band used to play there. Listen, we'll talk about the kids and stuff, right? My band used to play there, and then they would do like every hour. They would do this little bell. They would ring a bell and say, "Bring all the little kids to the Moose." And like everybody like bow down to, like they would like look towards the Moose. Yeah, dude, I'm not joking.
This is for real. When was
they wouldn't bow down? No, listen, they wouldn't.
What year was this in?
Oh, this was like 10 years ago.
So like in the 90s? No.
No, what do you mean the 90s? Like
2000s? What year are we in?
Like
he's not good at math. You got to do it for him.
Yeah, it's okay, but I'm just saying it's not that long ago where
happened.
Where they would ring a bell. They would ring a bell, right? Because I would just my band would be playing, right, and in between sets, they were like, "Oh wait, it's the moose time," and there was like a big moose on the wall, and then they would all go, "Bring all the little children to like bring all the little children here." They did a chant. It was like a chant, dude.
Bring the children.
What do they do? Like milk the moose or something?
Like that?
I don't know. I don't know exactly, the background of, but it's. I mean, dude, think about it, dude. It's like a cult.
Did they ever ask you to play drums on the chant?
No, I would have to get off stage. I would because the moose was above my head sometimes. Because I used to play in 2 different Moose Lodges, and it would be above my head, dude. I'd be like, I have to get off stage,
well,
and
they had a giant moose above your head.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Was it a whole moose or just a moose?
No, just the head, just the head.
Oh, does every Moose Lodge have a moose head in it? Is that part of the deal?
Do you have a lot of moose around your area?
No, I was in Florida, dude. There's no moose. There's no mooses.
There's moose sometimes in Maine. There's moose.
Dude, no, there's no.
In the
but listen, they did it though. They would ring a bell. It was weird. In 2 different places, they would ring a bell. And there would be the moose head, and they would do a chant like "Bring all the little children to the Moose Lodge." Like, dude, I'm not even, dude, I'm serious.
They had a speaker
and everybody was all right with
moose talking.
Yeah, they were because Ray, everyone there was. They were all in the club. I go, I was just playing a show there. I wasn't part of it, dude. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know. It was like they asked you to play a show at the Moose Club.
Yeah, just making money. It was like on, it was always on like a holiday,
yeah,
like we would do shows and make money, but yeah. they would always be doing this little moose thing every hour. I was like, I asked my friend, I'm like, what are they doing? And even in the other ones too, the other lodge, there's multiple different lodges, like Elk Lodge.
Elks and my stepdad was part of the Elks Lodge, and we'd go there. They had a swimming pool, and we go there during the summer.
They had one in Florida too, yeah.
Yeah.
Like a little resort, but
it was weird though. Looking back on it, it's like why did you join something like that? You got to pay.
And they're very culty. They're very culty too.
And then, like my stepdad, he would go play golf. He'd go play golf with the other Elks people.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just saying though, you guys are saying about the moose thing, and that was
Scott. What would you do one day if you went outside and there was a moose in your backyard, dude?
They're dangerous. They're very dangerous.
I would freak out, dude. But I can picture it.
They're dangerous.
They are. I almost drove into one in the Mount Rainier National Forest.
Did you not know that they're forming the
They're huge.
Hold on, I can make this. I can speed this up.
Are you almost done with this, guys? Talking this whole Cabbage Patch Kids? Is this still Cabbage Patch Kids?
Yeah, I mean, after this, I'm probably gonna end the stream because I'm doing we're gonna go over because this goes deep, Scott. This goes deep. But why?
It all goes deep. Yeah, I'm just saying though. It's very interesting though.
Yeah, I can speed it up. But happy Easter to you and Ashley. All right, happy Easter.
Oh, by the way, Ashley did not like your thumbnail. The thumbnail, she's like, "What is going on with this thumbnail?" I was like, maybe he's saying how people think that the Easter Bunny is Jesus. It's kind of blasphemy.
No,
I picked it.
No.
Did I take this?
No, I said not you.
It's because Easter is really pagan, and the Easter bunny.
I know.
And I just went through the whole.
I know. That's what I'm saying. But she didn't know that, and I was explaining to her. We do this every year. Like I've been talking about this for like 7 years now.
Well, last year, me and Singeman did. Singeman and MK Ultra did Easter egg buildings, and it's
where is MK Ultra by the way lately?
I'll have to call him and check in on him. I think
dude, for real.
For real.
I've been thinking about little baby MK.
Last time I talked to him, he said he's been working.
Okay, well,
you got a job.
yeah, I got a job.
And that you and your whole city are
But
just
you
in
know
a
what,
small
Scott?
seat.
Scott, yesterday I tried to record that song all fucking day, right?
I believe you, and you know what we need? We need to raise money. Like, just tell me what you need. I can give you something.
I'm just gonna. I put my wish list up on.
Yeah, I saw. I mean, I didn't watch the whole wish list, but
it's just a little thing. It's just like 3 pieces of equipment. But the thing is, I'm gonna get Audacity. I'm gonna get rid of the Reaper, and I'm gonna get Audacity, and I'm gonna see if it'll work with Audacity. I might just have to download the driving software, Scott. I've been talking to a few different people. I don't know. I need to figure it out though. Whatever the problem is, I'm working on it though. I want to let you know, like it's gonna be fixed soon.
Well, yeah, and tonight's like hopefully the last night where it's actually freezing out here too. Yeah. So I can get in the studio and do some stuff.
I just can't believe.
But I do want to say one thing. I want to say one thing about Bob Nodell.
It might be the 1 minute about Bob, but it might be the computer, Scott. Like it seems like there's a lag. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not sure.
Well, that's because it was going through your speakers, bro. Like you need to get it direct. It needs to be all direct.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying. It won't come through the audio.
I know it needs to be all direct, and you had that audio box problem.
Only the bass comes through the audio box. That's it. All right.
But I do want to say prayers out to Cammy and Zach and his son Jaron, Bob Nodell. Like and the thing is, I realized I knew he was sick for a while.
I didn't know.
Yeah, and I knew he was, and I knew he was probably playing that thing where like I would do this, dude. You guys wouldn't know I was sick. I wouldn't tell you.
Me too.
I mean, I would. I wouldn't tell you guys, but I mean, I would tell
I would tell you, Scott.
No, I know. I'm just saying, though. I'm just saying, nobody wants. I'm the most anti-hospital person or anti-doctor. I'm so anti-doctor, it's insane.
Me too.
But
Don't climb on me.
But if I was like about to die, I might say, well, bring in a doctor. But I wouldn't go to a hospital though.
I'm scared to go to any of that shit.
But still, though, prayers out for real, though, for real. Prayers out to the family and Zach. Zach is a good dude, and Cammy is awesome.
Yeah.
And Jaron, their son, is awesome. Yeah, and they're all awesome people.
Wait, Jaron is
Jaron is a different. It's his son, Jaron, not Jaron. No.
And Bob was an amazing individual and a real pioneer for the whole movement. And like the whole movement wouldn't be near as far ahead as it is without him, and him being a founding member of the Globebusters, and he's a big part of why Flattober.
Who is that? Wait, what does that sound?
What
was that sound?
You talking?
Is that? It's your kid. It's your kid. Okay, sorry.
Wild beast.
Yeah. I was just like, what?
It's still pretty early where Rasta is. It's like
I know. His girls are kind of they get a little voicey.
Yeah. I'm about to go put them to bed. I'm gonna say peace out here anyway. I gotta get some rest because I get up every morning at 6 right now during the holy month of Ramadan, so I can get a little bit of some fluids.
Do you do the chanting too?
I don't know. I do like some chanting. I like to do the how dare yous.
The first thing in the morning.
How dare you?
Is that what they were saying? They were probably saying that when I was in jail. All right, let's do this.
And other than that,
let's get a moment of silence for Bob Nodell. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can pull it.
It's actually for his family.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yes. Oh, this is a good song. Is this Heart by?
I don't know what this is. I just found it.
Yeah, this is good.
It's made by them. Sumu 1. There's ODD.
Yeah, this is Solfeggio by Flat Earth or Conspiracy Guru. It's a really good song. It's a really good song. Rob Skeeve was over there too.
Yeah, Patricia Stair. Karen B.
There's Rob. There's Rob again. I miss that guy too, man. I miss that guy too.
I never knew him.
Cammy.
Really?
Karen and Jaron.
I was there. No, I don't know.
No, you weren't.
They all look the same, dude. All those places.
Oh yeah, this is mostly this is North Carolina, South Carolina, and Colorado. This is the 3 meetups that they did in those areas. That's Denver, Colorado.
Really, Guru came out to America?
Yeah, he did one time. He went to Denver.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty. They want him to come back too. There's Cammy. There's Cammy.
I would
There's
like
Bob.
to go to Las Vegas, but still
That's
recovering
close to
from
you.
last year.
Oh wait, that's what is that? 6 hours from you?
Probably have to go next year. We're still recovering from last year.
There's Rob again. That's crazy. This song is crazy because it was a lot about Rob.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy.
But you know what's good to get it out because I want to get it out.
I've known a lot of death in my life, so I'm very familiar with death.
There's Bob. He was tall. He was almost as tall as me. He was almost as tall as me. He was like 6'2", 6'3". There's Martin.
And Roxanne.
Where was Martin? Where was that? In London, obviously, not in America. So sad today. It sucks. Too much death in my life. Okay, here we go. Delete. I'm gonna outlive everybody. That's how I have to get used to it because I'm gonna see a lot more. I'm gonna live a long time. They're not gonna let me out of here. I eat too well. I eat too well. We're too healthy. I've already been through every situation that should have killed me. So. That looks beautiful. Look at that.
There's Weiss.
I met David. He's a pretty cool guy.
Oh, you met him?
Yeah, I hung out with him.
That's cool.
We hung out and had a few
There's
beers.
David again. That's a lot of
Yeah,
people
he's very,
there.
I mean, he's not just pretty cool. He's very cool. These people I met are exactly like they appear
Yeah.
online.
Me too.
David is exactly like you see online.
Everybody that I met.
Everybody's the same.
And then there was one that I was like, did you
great.
see the one that Holistic Media made, Scott?
No, I didn't see that yet. I haven't watched it.
I'll play that one too. It's good. You know, because she's gonna make the video for us. So Scott, what do you want to do, dude? Like, are you gonna play the drums for that or what? The birthday one? Because she's ready to go. I talked to her about it.
Oh yeah.
I don't want
You
to
mean-
send her the copy without the drums if we're gonna put the drums on it.
No, I'm gonna do that too. You know, it's funny. I heard.
You should do that next, dude.
I heard Patience. I heard Patience today, and I was thinking about it. I was thinking about it, and I was like, I know that whole song by heart anyway, so I don't have to.
Me too. That one's not going to be.
I
hard.
don't have to. You know what I'm saying?
That one's not going to be hard to accomplish, but I just need to get my lag to go away. But in the
Hey,
meantime,
Scott.
you should finish the drums for the flat birthday song, because then we can have Holistic make the video and we can upload it, and then it'll be a new song.
because Captain Nappin told me to do it, and I haven't had time. I mean, I had a couple minutes.
Well, you
Oh, is this the?
you got to do what the captain says.
Scott, the year that album came out,
All right, so this is
everybody
What?
played it everywhere.
Which album?
Guns N' Roses.
Oh, that album. Oh,
Which-
Use Your Illusion.
Appetite,
Use Your
appetite,
Illusion.
appetite for Destruction, or Use Your Illusion.
No, it was. Wait, was it? Oh, it was.
Appetite
was
for
it-
Destruction. Welcome to the Jungle.
But
I
everybody,
think it might have been Appetite. I don't. I forget.
that summer, it was heard everywhere,
Spaghetti
all the time.
Incident.
And within months,
don't
everyone was
question me
playing on
about Guns N'
guitar
Roses.
also.
But see, the thing is though, there's no drums on the song. Only on Rest in Peace, Chris Cornell's song.
Within months, dude. I'm just
Oh,
saying, within
wait up,
months,
wait
though,
up.
everybody's
Chris
playing
Cornell
it.
didn't
And
have
you
the
heard it
drums, but
everywhere, okay?
The Chris Cornell song has drums, but
The first year
wait a-
itself, I was
hold on one
already
second.
tired of the song because everybody.
Can
played
you hear
it
it? Can you hear
everywhere.
us? Finish.
I'm trying to talk.
Yeah, I was trying to talk. You guys wouldn't let me finish my sentence.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah.
So I was just trying to talk and finish my
Alright.
sentence, ignoring you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to. We're trying.
I was trying to listen to Sin.
Yeah, I was talking and then you were trying to, but you.
All right, go ahead.
you
Finish
never
what
let
you're
me
gonna
finish
say.
my sentence, so I just go.
Well, I can
I
never
learned to
understand.
just go because you won't let me finish, so I just go.
All right. Me. The thing is, we're not trying to talk about the history of the song Patience. Me and Scott.
It was 1 second of talking.
I know, but me and Scott are trying to get a song done together. We've been trying to finish this song for weeks. Forget. It's
Yeah,
all right.
well, you guys paused and I interjected. It's called talking and communicating.
It's all good. It's all good. So, is this the one that Holistic Media made? I didn't see this yet. Are you
Yeah.
gonna play this?
Yeah.
That's cool. She always has a good job of editing.
No sound.
Hey,
Oh, no, all right.
friends. It's with heavy heart I bring you news.
I can hear it.
Heard, but the legend
Trinity 4.
Globebusters has passed. Bob has given so much to truth and flat Earth research. And he was such a scientist. You know, so much about the details, so much about the evidence. He will be remembered for his incredible contribution to, awakening. And so I did know Bob in a personal way. He'd even donated to our work. We can honor Bob by continuing the work. Rest in peace, Bob Nodell. It's good to know you. You truly were a warrior.
Would you mind saying that again? We'll and come again. Warriors in a place. Jump up with the rhythm.
Yes, this is awesome.
So long for someone to answer that prayer. Now is the time to reward this suffering. Be like the author is here. Yeah, the battle is won, but the war carries on. Cause ignorance stands in our way. All the suffering and tears over so many years cannot be erased in a day.
Eru.
Our warriors fighting for freedom. Warriors searching for Eden. Warriors. They say that it's better to die on your feet than living your life on your knees. Our Father is God's glory, stand up as one. And humanity born us be free. All uncertainty lies on the African skies. Today we will surely rejoice. Cause when destiny calls, you gotta give it your all. It's time to reply with one voice. Our warriors fighting for freedom. Our warriors searching for Eden. Well, we are warriors started fighting for freedom. We are warriors searching for Eden. Warriors. Nice one. Now with the time for warrior God, we have become together, but just out to tell you. Freedom for all, make everyone and for all. What's up your body, you have the greatest freedom for all.
Nice.
Stand up for to sit, got to stand up and all. Not united, we standing, but divided we fall. Warriors.
So it says Flatman X made it.
Oh, 5 Man X made it?
Some of it. Maybe
Oh,
they
yeah,
made it-
some of it.
Maybe they made it together.
Yeah, that's cool. Fighting for freedom. Warriors.
Look, that was the Schumann residence. When
Yep.
you see,
I've been trying to tell you about that.
you told me.
that's-
Daryl told me too.
But Cammy talked about this for years.
So what you're saying, Scott, about that song is that the Chris Cornell version has the drums in the.
Oh, it has just basic drums though. But I'm gonna do basic drums too.
I'll do it more. I'll do more like Chris Cornell then. Shed a tear 'cause I'm missing you. I'm
Oh, you
still
mean like the
around.
way he did?
Yeah.
I don't know though. I don't know. I think I like it. I think I like it.
You want me to do the Axl Rose version?
Yeah, I think the vocals should be Axl Rose. So we can, you know, what we can do. We can. We should talk about it.
We should do it both ways. If Earth is fair, then can you reproduce, NASA?
That's actually funny because Chris Cornell does it like very dramatic. Yeah, he's very dramatic. Yeah,
I know
but,
the deal.
But I'm not trying to say I'm not going to play the same kind of drumming, but I'm going to just do, you know, a basic, because it's not a drum driven song. It's more about the lyrics. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the lyrics are awesome.
the lyrics is all that matters. So as long as you can pull that off is what matters. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to think of how I can get it done easily. Like, send me the drums, and I'll do it on StreamYard.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do the drums exactly the same as the song, and then you're gonna figure it out yourself.
I could probably do it through StreamYard. Just play it on StreamYard and then download it as an audio file. Just play the bass over the drums on StreamYard and the guitar, and just do it.
No, there's always a lag.
No, not
Play it on your phone, in your headphones.
Not for me. But it won't sound.
No,
as,
he's got a problem going on. You need to get the things you need. That's what you need.
I know. I need to get the fucking things I need. You're right, Scott.
But anyway, the thing is, though, it's crazy that I talked to Bob like a couple months ago about my friend and him were having like a little like spout, like a little like argument, and I was just like, can't we all just get along? I just wanted them to get along, you know. And now he's gone, you know. It's like, and I haven't even talked to my other friend that was having a little battle with him.
Cinchman, did you ever meet Bob when you went to Flattoberfest or whatever? Was he there?
No, he was not feeling well. He didn't go.
Yeah, Bob had been feeling well for a long time, for a while.
You knew he was sick too, Cinch? I didn't know. That sucks.
Yeah, he's been sick for a while.
He did Glowbusters episode still, though. He still made it seem like
he came in once in a while. Yeah, he gave you a wrench. He would come in once in a while. He would pop in. He would only do like little small appearances without the camera. He wouldn't show the camera. Think about it. You know, you start not appearing. You don't show the camera, and this is what happened. And I know this is what happened. What he did was he wanted to heal himself by himself with his own family in his own house, and it didn't work out. And honestly, I would probably do the same thing right now.
Me too.
So you know what I mean. So like, we can't say that he was being dumb. You know,
no.
He was just doing what. Because, dude, I'm not going to no doctors.
No, I need surgery, and I am not going.
Well, see, and there you go. And I've had a lot of friends like that.
I'm scared.
That's what we're doing too over here. So we are.
I've had a lot of friends, and you know what I say? I say God takes us when God takes us. And like Cinchman said, Cinchman, you were right, dude. He moved on, dude. Right. And Bob was a good dude, and he will move on. He will be judged, and I think that he truly will believe in Yah. And
what did I say?
That's what all that matters. You know what I mean? But the thing is, we just have to pray for his family. That's all. You know, hopefully they'll get over it. You know what I mean? That's the thing. You know.
Yeah, I've been praying.
It's like, first can be seen as just a literary device, but the term seed is used again in Timaeus.
I can make this
Solomon
go
marveled
fast.
at his words and earnestly requested the priest to inform him exactly in order about these former citizens. You are welcome to hear about them, Solon, said the priest, both for your own sake and for that of your city.
What happened? Well, it's not. No.
And above
Is
all,
that chick where they show the one side of her boobs?
of both our cities.
What, you'll see.
She founded your city 1,000 years before ours, receiving from the earth and Hephaestus the seed of your race, and afterwards she founded ours. End quote. Later in Timaeus, it gets very alchemical and begins describing the creation of man using the same terminology. Quote, the bones and flesh and other similar parts of us were made as follows. The first principle of all of them was the generation of the marrow. For the bonds of life which unite the soul which the body are made fast there, and they are the root and foundation of the human race. The marrow itself is created out of other materials. God took such of the primary triangles as were straight and smooth, and were adapted by perfection to produce fire and water, and air and earth. These, I say, he separated from their kinds, and mingling
Might be too fast. Might be too fast, bro.
I found something kind of amazing.
Like 1.5.
And in the original distribution,
1.25.
The different kinds of souls were
1.25.
1.25.
Yeah, it's usually the best.
We're just trying to get through it. It's long, but
nice.
It gets good.
That which, like a field, was to receive the divine seed. He made round every way, and called that portion of the marrow brain, intending that when an animal was perfected, the vessel containing the substance should be the head. But that which was intended to contain the remaining immortal part of the soul he distributed into figures at once around and elongated, he called them all by name, marrow, and to these, as to anchors, fastening the bonds of the whole soul, he proceeded to fashion around them the entire framework of our body, constructing for the marrow, first of all, a complete covering of bone. End quote. Timaeus continues to describe in detail how the gods created us and uses a garden as a reference, which is very strange. At first you think he's just talking about God and the soul, and then he says, quote, But our creators, considering whether they should make a longer-lived race, which was worse, or a shorter-lived race, which was better, came to the conclusion that everyone ought to prefer a shorter span of life, which was better, to a longer one, which was worse.
Whoa.
And therefore, they covered the head with thin bone, but not with flesh and sinews.
Everybody should want a lower life, like not as long. You heard that shit?
I want a
I'm
couple
gonna,
more hundred
I'm gonna,
years. We
I
need at
care to
least 100.
disagree with that statement.
And thus the head was
Yeah.
added, having more wisdom and sensation than the rest of the body. But also, being in every man far weaker. For these reasons and after this manner, God placed the sinews at the extremity of the head, and a circle around the neck, and glued them together by the principle of likeness, and fastened the extremities of the jawbones to them below the face. And the other sinews he dispersed throughout the body, fastening limb to limb. The framers of us framed the mouth, as now arranged, having teeth and tongue and lips, with a view to the necessary and the good, contriving the way in for necessary purposes, the way out for the best purposes, for that is necessary which enters in and gives food to the body. But the river of speech, which flows out of man and ministers to the intelligence, is the fairest and noblest of all streams. Still, the head could neither be left a bare frame of...
Singeman, what do the Buddhists know about the river of speech, or whatever they just said?
I've never heard of it before. I don't know that much about Buddhist, but
I don't know. It's just a random question.
Of bones on account of the extremes of heat and cold in the different seasons, nor yet be allowed to be wholly covered and become so dull and senseless by reason of the overgrowth of flesh. The fleshy nature was not therefore wholly dried up, but a large sort of peel was parted off and remained over, which is now called the skin. This met and grew by the help of the cerebral moisture, and became the circular envelopment of the head. For our creators well knew that women and other animals would someday be framed out of men, and they further knew that many animals would require the use of nails for many purposes, wherefore they fashioned in men at their first creation the rudiments of nails. For this purpose and for these reasons they caused skin, hair, and nails to grow at the extremities of the limbs. And now that all the parts and members of the mortal animal had come together...
See, Andrew, in most cases, people find pictures like this in books, postcards, things like that. When you find cool pictures, like, you got to, like, take a snapshot of it with your phone as clear as you can or whatever, and like, crop it out so we can do something with it.
Since its life of necessity consisted of fire and breath, and it therefore wasted away by dissolution and depletion, the gods contrived the following remedy. They mingled a nature akin to that of a man with other forms and perceptions, and thus created another kind of animal. These are the trees and plants and seeds, which have been improved by cultivation and are now domesticated among us.
That looks like a Griffith.
Anciently, there were only the will
Or a
kinds,
dragon.
which are older than the cultivated. For everything that partakes of life may be truly called a living being, and the animal of which we are now speaking partakes of the third kind of soul, which is said to be seated between the midriff and the navel, having no part in opinion or reason or mind,
Yes.
but only in feelings of pleasure and pain and the desires which accompany them. For this nature is always in a passive state, revolving in and about itself, repelling the motion from without and using its own, and accordingly is not endowed by nature with the power of observing or reflecting on its own concerns. Wherefore, it lives, does not differ from a living being, but it is fixed and rooted in the same spot, having no power of self-motion. Now, after the superior powers had created all these natures to be food for us who are of the inferior nature, they cut various channels through the body as through a garden, that it may be watered as from a running stream. End quote. There's more to cover on that, but to keep things moving, he's basically describing how our creators took one of our original forms and transformed it to be more of a material nature attached to the primal senses. No power of self.
Dude, wait up, hold on.
He's not explaining the picture.
Oh, I got it. Look, that's a giant with the caduceus or some crazy one of those staffs, right? Right? With some, look, with a lion, a giant lion, and is that a brick building?
That they're cooking some babies in?
And then look behind it, there's a little small ass little buildings too. So these are, that is a giant, dude.
That's not just perspective, like in the background.
I don't know. What do you, Singeman, what do you think? Giant?
Looks like a giant to me.
Singeman's draws. Do you think it's just perspective in the background, the buildings?
Does it show his feet?
I don't know. I don't know if he's muted or what. I can't hear you.
I'm wondering if he's got hooked feet.
Yeah, he looks like he's behind the building. Well, the lion is definitely leaning against the building, but
right.
It's just a drawing, but like, why would they make the person as big as the building?
Is it a building? What is that? That's
Is
not
it
a building.
What is it?
It's more like a monument or some sort. What the heck is that?
Is it
Energy?
Is it a brick oven to cook bricks in?
Free
Like a lime
energy?
kiln? Lime
It's
kiln?
free.
Yeah, but look at the buildings behind the giant.
I'd say free energy.
Look at these houses in the back. You think those are just far away? Or do you think that they're small?
I think they're far
Oven.
away.
It's a
Yeah,
brick.
they're-
Daniel Becker said it's a brick oven. All right, it's a brick oven.
Is that lion a cover up or something?
No, they always
Wow.
use the lion, the griffith. It's a symbol from
In
Tartaria.
that case, I think he's just representing, like, here's all the stuff the bricks built behind them. You know what I mean?
But it's more than just some spiritual metaphysical explanation of how bodies are formed. But it seems to be some type of manual, as there are decisions that need to be made. The creators had to choose how long these beings would live.
We
and it
might
seems
see them again, though, if it's a
they
day to
have-
know right now.
In the end, he explains that the seed is a womb. Also, it is clear he is making a distinction between God, who created the soul, and the gods, who had manipulated the physical bodies. Okay, this one is the last paragraph to go through, and it's important because it's the ending to Timaeus. Quote, thus our original design of discoursing about the universe down to the creation of man is nearly complete. A brief mention may be made of the generation of other animals, so far as the subject admits of brevity. In this manner, our argument will best attain a due proportion. On the subject of animals, then the following remarks may be offered. Of the men who came into the world, those who were cowards or led unrighteous lives may with reason be supposed to have
What is
changed into
that?
the nature of women in the second generation.
That's weird.
Okay, wait, hold up. What is he talking about? Well, we will come back to this. He's speaking of a great race of humans that were once androgynous. This is an ancient esoteric secret that is referenced by many Greek philosophers several times. So he is saying that these original humans turned into women due to their natures, meaning these androgynous beings did not reproduce, and it also seems that they did not eat or drink at all, the original gods. And he continues, quote, and this was the reason why at the time the gods created us in the desire of sexual intercourse, contriving in man one animated substance and in the woman another, which they formed respectively in the following manner.
Wow.
So there you go. These gods, which remember, it's not the same as God.
There you go.
Gods give us sexual intercourse by design to make us more like animals. Quote, the outlet
Wow.
or drink by which liquids pass through the lung under the kidneys and into the bladder, which receives them by the pressure of the air amidst them, was so fashioned by them as to penetrate also into the body of the marrow, which passes from the head along the neck and through the back, and which in the preceding discourse we have named
That's
the seed.
crazy, huh?
And the seed having life and becoming endowed with respiration, produces in that part in which it respires a lively desire of emission, and thus creates in us the love of procreation. Wherefore, also in men the organ of generation becoming rebellious and masterful, like an
No,
animal.
No. They're
Get the reach around.
they're basically saying that the gods designed us to have babies like that and showing it.
The sting
Yeah.
seeks to gain
Look at what he's
and the same is the case with the so-called womb or matrix of women. The animal within them is desirous of procreating
Make us
children
more
and
animal-like.
remaining unfruitful long beyond its proper time, gets discontented and angry, and
Whoa.
wandering in every direction through the body, closes up the passages of the breath, and by obstructing respiration, drives them to extremity, causing all varieties of diseases, until at length the desire and love of the man and the woman, bringing them together as it were plucking the fruit from a tree, so in the womb, as in a field, animals unseen by reason of their smallness and without form. These again are separated and matured within. They are then finally brought out into the light, and thus the generation of animals is completed.
Labyrinth.
Thus were created women and female sex in general. End quote. Now, Plato is very secretive throughout this entire
Whoa.
book, and it would seem that the knowledge of the science and art of cloning hybrid creation would be a heavily guarded esoteric secret. This also is connected to the mysterious nature of the alchemist, which will have to be its own video, but this is connected to the creation of an artificial man. These were the greatest mysteries of the ancient world, and every occult author is elusive on the subject, hence the need for the philosopher's stone to decode the message. Although, it is also portrayed as an unknown mythical substance of turning base metals to gold. However, the symbols go deeper than just that. That will have to be for the next video. This video is about to go over some crazy stuff, but we just needed to start with Timaeus first. So who were these androgynous beings? How do men turn into women? Well, some of the Greek gods that they're referencing are actual beings that once existed, and they were androgynous in nature. They were extremely advanced beyond our comprehension because their souls were more seated in the head, as described by Plato. It was by design that it had moved into the breast like other animals. Plato, towards the end of Timaeus, is actually referencing his symposium, which again is another symbol, but in this, he reveals the secret of our past natures. Now this connects because the temple of Artemis herself, is referred to as the multi-breasted goddess, Artemis being the wild woman of Greek mythology. Well, this Artemis symbol is another reference to the Amazons, or the race of humans that were only female and had become fully independent with no need for men. The Amazons were also referenced as the one-breasted women. This is very interesting as we discuss the distortion of the original Artemis symbol. Well, get this. The original temple of Artemis at Ephesus in mainstream history is said to have been built by the Amazons who brought their statues. Quote, "Then they, the Amazons, turned to Ionia and Aeolia and made provinces of them after their surrender. Here they ruled for some time and even founded cities and camps bearing their name. At Ephesus, also they built a very costly and beautiful temple for Diana because of her delight in archery and the chase, arts to which they were themselves devoted." End quote. Quote, "Ephesus was thought to have been founded by the Amazons and their statues, chosen from a competition among the most celebrated artists of the day, were dedicated at the completion of the Temple of Artemis around 440-430 BC. Roman copies of these lost bronze originals each show the figure of the same size and dress, with the right arm raised over her head, sometimes leaning on a spear." End quote. The symbol of the Amazon women, which is also a fertility symbol, which is also a repopulation symbol. It's everywhere in our modern culture, manifesting in a variety of forms. Here, you can clearly see that this depiction of Diana of Ephesus is not only an advanced Amazon woman, but she has a crown just like the Statue of Liberty. She is also holding a scepter, which is not just some type of symbolic reference, but an actual device that these beings once possessed.
Yeah.
Think about it. Do you know when the Statue of Liberty was brought to America? Now, I think there's a cover-up to the story as well, as some of the early photos do seem to be photo manipulated. They say it was built in France, disassembled, and then they brought it to America to be reassembled. But the photos in France could certainly be fakes, knowing what we know now about old photo manipulation techniques. Regardless of that, the official reconstruction date takes place in America between 1885 and 1886, which is the exact year that the incubators opened in France. Why was there this random allegiance between France and the United States?
They're probably tired.
Oh, just to support liberty? While they were making these postcards at the same time too. Who does that? Just sends over a massive statue like that for free? Well, maybe there's more to this story, and this is the exact period and location that a wave of immigrants made its way through Ellis Island.
Here we go.
This was an entry point, and the Statue of Liberty is on a star fort, which in many star forts around the United States, as with Fort Sumter, they would import in mainstream history mass amounts of slaves to these forts. So this was not just for liberty, as the Statue of Liberty is Diana. She is Wonder Woman, mixed with the symbolism of Prometheus, as the flame represents the birth and creation of a new order. Let's remember who designed the statue and during what time period. They would have known that this is an ancient fertility symbol, and they've placed it right in our faces. Scholars say the Statue of Liberty is based off of Libertas, which is true, but both Athena and Artemis are used in very similar ways and both have cult followings. Libertas, which is based on the goddess of Athena, Minerva, also an androgynous goddess. Quote, "The helmet is a symbol of the goddess as Athena Minerva, but as Liberty, or Libertas, as the Romans called her symbol is a distinctive red stocking cap, the pileus, or Phrygian cap, said to be worn in ancient Rome by slaves who had won their freedom. In the Revolutionary era, rebels in America and France wore this liberty cap as a symbol of freedom from enslaving authority, and often raised it on a pole or pike as their standard." End quote. In short, many of our city seals have this symbol. Remember that owl from Promised Neverland? The orphans who were being farmed? These anime writers know a lot more than what they let on. The secret history of the Statue of Liberty is that it was designed by French Freemasons. Watch the waste management video if you want to know what they were up to with Sade or Sade and all that stuff. But yeah, these Freemasons got caught up being so blatant with their symbolism that there's this French book on this entire subject of their rituals, and so they essentially hid the symbol of Artemis within the Statue of Liberty. Either way you have it, the symbol has dark origins. Quote, "The Statue of Liberty represents the ancient Babylonian goddess of love and fertility, Ishtar. Ishtar is known as the mother of harlots because prostitution was part of her religious practices. She was worshipped as Astarte in the Middle East. Scriptures call her Ashtoreth, and she was known in Latin as Libertas, liberty. Libertas was referred to by Cicero, a Roman historian, as the mother of harlots. liberty in ancient times was associated with sexual freedom and temple prostitution. Historian R.A. Combs writes, harlots were social outcasts, so she was referred to as the mother of exiles. This later equated with the idea of immigration becoming the mother of immigrants. Ishtar means Queen of Heaven. The same title was given to Mother Mary of Roman Catholicism. It's well known that this was actually a Freemasonic ritual. Just type in Freemasons and the Statue of Liberty. They aren't even trying to hide that. They're just not going to tell you the full story. So, this is a goddess of fertility, the goddess of immigrants, and also the goddess of orphans or foundlings. For this exact same symbol of Diana of Ephesus, the multi-breasted goddess, the restating symbol, is used for the seal of the foundlings. Why would the original foundling hospital use this as an image or logo or symbol to promote their organization? We have no question now. To the left of the seal, we have the ancient repopulation symbol of Artemis. Then to the right, we have the distortion or the illusion of liberty, which is the harlot in disguise. The baby is the creation born under Ishtar. And why is there a text reading help underneath? The inverted symbol on top being the Lamb of God or Mary, the symbol of the Rosicrucians, to project for the sin they are participating in during this repopulation process, and so they wish to see this as some sort of necessary sacrifice. This foundling operation is directly connected to the incubators. In the Canada Lancet, there is a report in 1883, 3 years before the incubators, that describes and details where they got all these premature babies, from the foundling hospitals. And it also uses some very interesting wording. Quote, baby incubators.
You see that, Singe? They
There
got
were
it from the
giants in the earth in
Foundling
those days,
Hospital.
and there shall be giants in the earth in these days. To be seen not in sideshows merely, but on every hand that is. If a report which comes from France be true, and it is well vouched for, and if giant babies are the making of giants and giantesses, all will admit the importance of a good send-off. It is just as essential in raising men and women as it is in raising any kind of stock. Blood and scientific management are no less potent in one case than the other. Indeed, it would be a great blessing to mankind were some of the ideas acted upon by the raisers of good stock imported into the more important business of raising a superior race of men and women. The working out of the law of the
What's up,
survival of the
Machiavelli?
fittest would receive fresh impulse. Much sickness, pain, and sorrow would be averted, and the sum total of man's happiness would be immeasurably increased. But no such luck is in store for the human race. The weak and the sickly, no less than the strong and healthy, will continue to produce after their kind. Man's twofold nature is an insuperable barrier to the enactment of civil laws, restricting to any considerable extent the natural law of reproduction. Economic and social considerations will always outweigh considerations having regard to the welfare of the prospective offspring. All that science or government can do in the matter is to educate the masses into a more perfect knowledge of physical laws. But to return to the subject, Dr. Tarnier, a French physician attached to a foundling hospital, reports surprising results from certain recent experiments. This gentleman is said to have been grieved by the large number of children under his care who perished within the first 6 months of their life. While in this mood, a new idea occurred to him. If French chickens, he asked himself, can be raised by artificial means,
Yeah.
why not French babies?
He started growing
He caused a
babies
box
like
to be made,
chickens.
having glass slides and resembling an ordinary chicken incubator. It was furnished with a soft bed, placed in a dark room, and kept in a temperature of 85 degrees Fahrenheit by means
That's
of hot
crazy.
water. In this baby incubator, he placed one of the infants, a miserable specimen of the crying, colicky kind. The child was provided with a nursing bottle, and of course only fed at regular intervals. The child ceased its crying on the second day, much to the doctor's surprise, and never again cried for the space of the 8 weeks it tenanted the incubator. At the end of this period, it had the appearance of a healthy child, a year old. Encouraged by the success, Dr. Tarnier repeated the experiment with the like results. He then, with the permission of the hospital authorities, proceeded to construct an incubator capable of receiving 400 children, and in this he placed all the children in the hospital, 360 in number. All except 2 remained in the incubator 6 months, when they had to be removed, having outgrown their narrow beds, were it not that the facts are vouched for by a commission of 12 who made a report to the government, the results claimed might be deemed incredible. The average age of the infants when put in the incubator was 8 months and 3 days, the youngest being 12 hours and the eldest 11 months. The average weight of the 360 was 10 pounds. At the end of the 6 months, the average weight was 85 pounds, and all are said to have looked like children 8 years old. As much was accomplished in 6 months by the incubator as in accomplished in 8 years of.
Dude, you hear that? Since 6 months in the incubator, the kids look like they were 8 years old.
That's like weird.
That's awesome.
Bones were that long?
You still there, Andy? Yeah. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I'm here. My headphones crapped out for some reason. I gotta check them out.
Look,
but I'm still listening.
Maybe they
man-made
made
machines have again triumphed over the seemingly unconquerable forces of nature with the invention of the mechanical mother, one of the outstanding marvels of the medical world today. So incredible, and an engine that thousands of people anxiously pay for the privilege of getting a peep at it. The baby incubator perfected by Dr. Martin A. Cooney. In this age, when the trend has been pronounced in the direction of machinery, it is perhaps not astounding to remark that the robot mother is here at last. So they already had robot moms even back then. Unbelievable as it may sound, Dr. Cooney's incubator machine actually serves as a substitute for a mother in this crucial stages of a baby's life. That's crazy.
Ordinary life. The infants were not only large, but also strong and healthy, and most of them walked within a week of leaving their nest. The results were astonishing and exceeded Dr. Tarnier's most sanguine expectations. It is now expected that every child's hospital will go into the incubation business, so that we shall probably witness a lively competition in the business of raising giants. If this children incubator is a good thing in foundling hospitals, for hospital babies generally, it ought also to be a good thing in all homes blessed with babies. Doubtless, we shall soon witness a new industry started under the fostering care of the national policy, and presently, baby incubator agents will be.
What were you saying? What happened? I missed it.
I was just saying that they must be making giants.
What is this? Yeah. Yeah. They could, or they could make us smaller.
As numerous as sewing machine agents. It would be easy to enlarge on the practical value and suggestiveness of Dr. Tarnier's experiments. First, it is clear that babies were not rocked, yet they enjoyed perpetual repose. This teaches us that all the fuss and worry of mothers and nurses, so wearing to the Constitution, is not only wholly unnecessary, but an absolute evil in all its bearings. Instead of being placed in a condition favorable to absolute quiet, our babies are made a sort of family toy to be tossed from one to another as means of sport. It's almost as if he doesn't understand that babies are family members and that people actually love them. Because then he says, the moment the little creature begins to notice surrounding objects, its powers are excited to the utmost to afford amusement to the family circle. In conclusion, we may be permitted to say that the essential conditions to successful baby raising are 1. Absolute quiet and no unnecessary interference on the part of the nurses. 2. Regular and judicious feeding. 3. Uniformity of temperature above that suited to adults. This condition is difficult of attainment in ordinary life, but much may be accomplished by the knowledge that infants require a higher temperature. Even modified observance of the foregoing conditions would take away much of the worry caused by crying and sleepless babies, and would add greatly to the quiet, health, and growth of our children. It's all very strange, because it seems that they're treating babies as if it was a new thing. And he even compares French babies being grown by artificial means in comparison to French chickens. And this is the literal origin of the baby incubator, being that it was just an ordinary chicken incubator. On top of that, they said that they built these incubators on the side of the foundling hospitals, so they were connected. Why did the foundling hospital have all these premature babies? Did they find them? That doesn't make that much sense. Sure, you can say that the Catholic Church was taking babies, but even then, that's very suspicious. Why were they under 6 months old? Is it possible that they found a way to create babies, but it took them a while to figure out how to keep these prematures alive once rediscovering some type of ancient cloning process? The idea is that these foundlings were abandoned, that because they were unmarried, they had to give them away to these infant asylums. This is deeply integrated into the history of New York, but the history is not well known. Quote, Europe faced the problem of foundlings much sooner than the United States did. When America's British settlers stepped off their boats in the early 17th century, Europe already had cities large enough to create the social conditions that produced significant numbers of foundlings, as well as the religious and governmental structures with which to help them. By then, Europe already had foundling asylums that were several centuries old. By the 18th century, when the United States was just starting and its cities were still small, infant abandonment was a mass phenomenon in places like London and Paris. It took until the 19th century for New York to overtake London as a center of Dickensian urban ills, including the presence of large numbers of foundlings. In the Catholic countries of Europe, and also in Russia, with variations depending upon time and place, Local and national governments, often together with religious bodies, assumed full responsibility for foundlings. Accidentally conceived infants were anonymously absorbed into large urban foundling asylums. These asylums were at the center of great networks of wet nurses, transporters of babies, physicians, religious officials, and bureaucrats. This was the so-called Catholic system. Its goal was to preserve the honor of unmarried women and families by making babies born outside of marriage disappear. End quote. Now that is the mainstream narrative that this was some type of problem. But the truth of the matter is, these were Protestants. They didn't even care or prosecute people for having sex because they had brothels everywhere.
Yeah, they've been doing it for a long time.
Did they really just find these babies? Why the use of Lady Liberty and Artemis of Ephesus? Was it a problem that was created on purpose?
So, Sinsman, you there? No? You took off? You there? No? Why ask you something?
Purpose? Some type of operation?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
References.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask Sinsman something. But I seen him on the screen, but it's like 20 seconds behind.
To giant babies in that one report from the Canada Lancet. It does seem that size comes to play here, as not only do many legends speak of ancient cities being created by an advanced race of giants, but the Greek gods and goddesses themselves seem to be referring to these ancient beings. The Amazons are described in many different ways by Greek authors, which is interesting, because they are said to be a warlike race that would kill all the baby boys who were bound by their earth instincts, and their father goddess being Ares, the god of war. But why would the Amazons worship a man god? They were moon worshippers, so it's more likely they were the original creators of the Diana of Ephesus symbol, their goddess being a fertility symbol, as although they did not allow men into their tribes, they were described as being bound to sexual desires.
Uh-oh.
I don't think that is the case, but it is a mistranslation, that they were attempting to repopulate with a new type of human.
Whoa.
This is the origin of Eros, or Cupid, in which a hybrid human was created that had formed two polarities, male and...
You see that? Cupid. Even Valentine's Day. Uh-oh, we're going to have to get Valentine's Day next year.
female. Think about it. Remember Futurama and the Amazon women? They were trying to have snoo with the purpose of what? Repopulation.
Yeah.
Now come on guys, you guys know that Matt Groening knows some deep stuff and that is no mere coincidence.
No.
They also are giants, so it doesn't make sense that they would really have sexual intercourse with such small humans. This is just a play on the process in which these Amazon women giants created a new hybrid man.
What do I think? I don't know. I'm watching this. They're saying that they grew them in like test tubes, basically. That's what they've been saying. But me personally, I have no clue. But there was a lot of them.
In which they changed the age and added orifices for...
I read somewhere that they were taking a lot of Victorian woman babies away for no reason. I looked into it. But yeah, the incubators. A lot of people believe in the incubators. They had them at all the world's fairs. People used to come from all over to get them.
Eating, drinking, and pooping. How else would a civilization of only women survive? They would need some type of repopulation program, whether they use technology or not.
1800s. I think it might even be before that.
And this is never really fully investigated by historians. We know of ancient farming and breeding facilities in regards to agriculture and meats. But what about human farming? Was that ever thought about by the ancients? If there was some cataclysm and a nation had lost almost all of its people, was it ever thought that, hey, we need to find a way to repopulate this place? I mean, I feel like that's going to be one of the first things you're going to think about when starting a civilization. It's pretty basic, but to what degree? And was there technology used in the process? If so, was it possible to actually design, in the case of eugenics, specific traits to be desired in the final outcome? All of these things are left to the vault of esoteric history.
Yeah.
However, with the right questions, we can begin to look at these subjects with new eyes. This isn't restricted to just whites, as in the story of Calafia. These Montalvo novels, which are actually from an earlier unknown 14th century writer during the Islamic rule of Spain, they traveled to America, and in California, used to exist a race of giant black warrior women who also were very fond of griffins. It seems throughout history, remnants of multiple tribes of godlike women races have existed and were called to be used in some war. As for Calafia, it was the Muslims versus the Christians in Constantinople. The Amazons are also deeply connected with the Scythians, as it is said at some point the two intermarried and created a new race of Scythians called Sauromateans. Quote, the 5th century BC historian Herodotus
Someone popped in. Oh, Andy's back. What's up?
Did the best to fill in the missing gaps. The father of history, as he is known, located the Amazonian capital at Themyscira, a fortified city on the banks of the Thermodon River near the coast of the Black Sea in what is now northern Turkey. The women divided their time between pillaging expeditions as far afield as Persia and closer to home, founding such famous towns as Smyrna, Ephesus, Sinope, and Paphos. Procreation was confined to an annual event with a neighboring tribe. End quote. There were many tribes of warrior women, but I think that is just the surface level of the symbol. As we discussed with the androgynous beings, they had a different form in mind, no need to eat and drink, and were essentially gods. Wonder Woman, Lady Liberty, the mother of immigrants, Athena. Well, just as the owl is the symbol of Minerva, the bee is a symbol of Artemis. The bee of Artemis. Quote, the early association of the bee with the cult of Artemis is attested by varied evidence. It appears not only upon the strange polymastoid statue of the Ephesian goddess, but upon the earliest coins of her city. As the owl was the emblem of Athena at Athens, so the bee seems to have been the emblem of Artemis at Ephesus. Although the extant examples of the polymastoid statue are all of late date, it is hardly possible that a type with its medley of elements can have been a late Hellenistic creation. So important was the bee in the cult of Artemis that her priestesses received the name of Melissa, or bee. There is no direct evidence that the Ephesian priestesses of the goddess bore that title, but the assumption that she did is justified by the monument.
You back?
And cited. Another such title was beekeeper. The first priestess with the title probably served in the temple of Apollo. There were bees head made of wax. These Apolline bees must have had some relation to the bees of Artemis, the twin sister of the god. End quote. You can even see the bee on old coins and statues. Remember the bunny bee from the Cabbage Patch story? Well, the honeybee was a sacred symbol in antiquity, and civilization supposedly worshipped it for its life-affirming gifts of honey. But the bee and queen bees are associated with several goddesses, and there's never really a good reason why this would be the case. Is it possible that the queen bee is the source mother in which the entire colony is created? Our population, and the beehives are the factories in which they are produced. This symbolism is prevalent throughout our entire culture, where the queen bee selects worker bees and soldier bees, or has the ability of birthing different offspring to complete different tasks as an
I heard someone else just pop in too.
Each bee has a specific task to support the queen and the entire hive mind. So,
That's back.
Our queen
Hive
bees,
mind. Hive mind.
Yeah,
But
we're
the
getting
opinion
there.
of
We're
Ramsay
almost
that
through
the
it.
image of Artemis is
I
not
think another
human
like
at all.
15
Dude, you hear him say Artemis too? Artemis?
It says that Artemis is the queen bee.
Artemis,
Which makes
Artemis
us
is the
claim,
queen bee.
and that the breast
Dude, Artemis going to the moon. Think about it. The Luna, moon, Artemis, woman. It's
Yeah.
all part of it, dude. Go ahead.
language and means place
So-
of many bees. End quote.
But Artemis is never gonna go to the moon, Scott. Right?
No,
Like-
what do you mean? Oh, no, what do you mean? Of course not. No, but I'm saying they worship these things like Apollyon, Apollo, Artemis. But
Yeah.
dude, listen to this, Ray, really quick.
Yeah.
So I just looked back at the at the from 1 year ago. 1 year ago on
Yeah.
this minute we did a show. Me, you, and David M. I'm like, oh, where did David M. go?
Wait up, you
Oh,
sure that wasn't?
oh.
Wait up, no. 1 year ago, me and Singe Man.
Yeah, we did a whole show about
You were-
the. Yeah, I
about-
was on the end of the show. Yeah,
the
I'm always
Easter
on the
egg-
end. Because I was working.
The Easter egg houses,
Yeah, the Easter egg.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
not just houses. They're like
buildings.
yeah, buildings. It's craziness. But like
I posted it. I reposted it.
yeah, I just skimmed through it, right, and I was like,
I didn't-
was that
I
on their
didn't-
show? I don't remember a year ago. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
Pretty cool,
oh, and I was like, I popped on, and it was David M. I was like, David M.
Shout out to David M.
Yeah, David M's not allowed.
Yeah.
David M.
What's
You know
up?
what he always wanted to do is tell you not to eat meat. You know what we're gonna do,
Yeah.
Ray?
Yeah.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that is Ashley is about to do the carnivore diet. It's called the carnivore diet.
Wait up.
I'm
Only
like,
meat. Only meat.
yeah, only meat. But
Oh,
see,
good for her. That's what I'm always on the carnivore diet.
yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying, right? Because when she did like the anti-carnivore diet, I was like, what do you mean? No meat in my food.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was like,
Yeah.
because she did.
Whoa.
Remember? Oh, it was right before you guys came, dude. Seriously, right before you guys came, she did a diet, and that's why I was happy that you guys came. But then Christian was a pescatarian, so he couldn't. Christian eats fish, right?
That's what you would consider that, right? A pescatarian?
Yeah, pescatarian. Yeah.
I always call him a vegetarian. I hope he's not.
No, it's a vegetarian, but with fish. With fish.
Oh, but you know what? I talked to him recently, and he said he cut eggs in he might have even cut fish out. I don't know. We'll see. Because he cut eggs and dairy out now too.
So she's gonna do the carnivore, but she's like no vegetables. I'm like, well, I'm gonna put sauce on my chicken wings.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't know about the rules. I'm like, you're always following rules.
Yeah.
By men.
What rules? Just eat,
dude. Well, no. The thing is, though, I don't need.
Just make the really good food that you guys make and just eat it.
Yeah. Well, no, that's the thing, though. She wants to lose weight, though. See, I don't need to lose weight. I need to gain weight. I'm a skinny.
Yeah.
I'm a tall, skinny mother effer.
I'm the one that never gets to eat because all the kids are eating everything. You know what I'm saying? Like,
all the kids are eating everything.
You know what I'm saying, Scott.
Oh, you're about to have another one. That's going to eat everything.
Yeah, even more.
Even more.
That's why. That's why.
Let me ask the guy that believes in the Bible a question. Andy, do you eat shellfish and pork?
I'm having pork tomorrow anyway. Go ahead.
No, not you, because you don't believe in the Bible.
I'm eating a ham.
Wait, who?
I'm eating a piece of ham tomorrow. At least.
Don't eat swine, dude.
I like.
I'm asking Andy. Andy, you eat swine? Oh, you're muted. You're muted. He eats swine.
He's probably muted.
He's muted. I'm just curious. Like, I don't know, because he reads the Bible. The Bible says not to eat swine.
You're muted.
Andy.
Muted.
Andy, don't pee on the toilet and unmute yourself first. How is he muted like this?
I don't know. I didn't mute.
Oh, it's your headphones. Your headphones. Hit the little button. Does he have headphones on?
I don't know. Maybe he needs to go back out and come back in.
I feel like I'm watching myself. All right, whatever.
By mainstream historians. However, as you look deeper, they are not breast, but they are actually eggs or ovum, making it even more clear that this has to do with some type of mass repopulation process. Located in Rome is a fountain.
You got to go out and come back in.
The Triton, which is a 17th century fountain located in the Piazza Berberini, which is a life-size Triton sea god depicted as a Phoenician mermaid kneeling on the stem of 4 dolphin tail fins.
Phoenician?
The coat of arms for the Barberini.
Did you say Phoenician?
Shows their ties to bees.
This is all idolatry, dude.
Also merges with golden horseflies.
It's so much idolatry. It's crazy.
Was the bee.
So just to recap, okay, we started out with the what the Christians believe in, everybody what Easter is, the
resurrection of Yahusha, Jesus.
The resurrection. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, his ascension. It's ascension. It's Ascension Day.
Yeah, yep. And then we went all the way back to the pagan rituals, and then we just went into the whole symbology of the Easter eggs and the fertility and everything else, which brought us to the cloning. Happy Easter.
Which was used as an important symbol by the Barberini family, and so they would adorn their creations with the symbol. It's well known that this symbol is very important to them, but why?
Bees?
The Catholic Church in the early 1600s, so perhaps they knew exactly what the symbol was referring to and how it was the symbol for Artemis. Also, Alma Mater and Magna Mater are another manifestation of breeding programs. It is Latin for nourishing mother, an allegorical Latin phrase for a university school or college that one formerly attended. And in the US, it means one that you graduated.
Yeah, that means you went there and you pay money to them too, by the way.
These schools
afterwards.
The mind in which the mother is birthing the specific type worker-minded bees. The castle on the head is another symbol connected to the ancient Artemis and Liberty symbol, as this process of repopulation is crucial in the foundation and structure of the new world.
Happy
Magna
Easter.
Mater was an ancient female Roman cult. The cult was introduced as a new form, the Phrygian goddess Mater, by way of its Greek incarnation, the cult of Cybele. You come to find out that there are many mother goddesses out there, Instead of them being just some random goddess that an entire ancient city would dedicate their entire religion and life to, what if these mother goddesses were actually some type of machine or method in which you could create clones? Where else did all these orphans come from? How do you have an abundance of premature babies? We know that they had infant asylums for just this problem, and it seems that these facilities were producing these babies en masse. I mean, some of these old pictures are very telling. You see children being prepared for the new world with mud in the streets.
Mud in the
The
street.
Statue of Liberty is Diana of Ephesus, and it is an occult symbol, the key in understanding of repopulation.
Mhm.
Its supposed construction by Freemasons in 1886 brings suspicion to this being a symbol on how the United States acquired its
Did you know about all this before tonight, Andrew? He's completely frozen.
new citizens. I also don't think that they were creating just humans. They were probably experimenting with all kinds of animal to human.
I wonder if that was Ellis Island with the Statue of Liberty. I'm going.
Dude, Ray, I was thinking about this, like
What
the constant regeneration of like
in which you
war.
could create clones.
Like think about like World War One, boom, kill a bunch of people, and then repopulate. Oh, World War Two, oh, kill a bunch of people, and then
Yeah.
baby boomers. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the same thing
Yeah.
over and over. It's called a cycle.
Yeah,
It's
I was
called a
think-
cycle.
I was thinking the same thing last night, Scott. Like something similar. Like you know how they
It's
like one big mud flood, right? Like one big. Well, what if it wasn't? What if it was like separate wars where like some places got bombed really bad and cooked, like directed energy weapons or something?
Yeah, that's how I was just, dude.
and
That's what I was gonna say. It wasn't actually a war.
Other
Dude,
places they
wait.
say like let's flood the shit out of them, and they made the water come from the source. You know.
Yeah, it's all a what do you call it? A sacrifice, a sacrificial thing that they do to down there. The one down there, it's called Hasatan. I don't care what you want to call him, Satan.
So this is the
It's all blood sacrifices, dude.
Yeah.
Seriously, like, and I don't want to say it too much like this, but it really is though, and they blame it on war. But no. What they're doing is they're doing literal. Like they're doing that. They don't even know they're doing it. By the way, they're like, we're just.
Let me ask you a question, Scott, because you probably know the answer to this. All right, so like
Maybe.
as I went down south, I noticed like there was a lot more Freemason lodges around. Like there's
every city, dude.
There's a lot around here, but I noticed that like
every city I drive through,
every little place we drove through, there was like Freemason symbols.
every little baby, like a tiny city too. By the way,
Yeah,
like, tiny city.
So
Like,
what do you think? Do you think the Freemasons are bigger down south than they are up here?
I don't know because I haven't researched that much up there because I've only lived in the southern area. I've been all around the southern, southeast, but they're in tiny towns, but they're usually like just little nonsense, like just like the Moose Lodge.
Yeah, like exactly.
But the thing is, though, they're always probably like recruiting, just like the what do you call it, the Scientologists, right? The Scientologists have thing
when they recruit you, right? Do they
Mhm.
do they let you know that they're trying to recruit you?
No, you're thinking you're being in a club where you're going to get benefits. You're going to get benefits through business. You're going to get benefits through social life. You're going to get friends. You're going to get. It's just like being in college where you're in the club. It's just a club.
Yeah,
But the thing is that you don't realize it. Like, well, if you're a normie, just a regular person, just regular people just think, oh, I'm just being part of a club that because they use charity, Ray. They use charity as their it's like a smoke screen. It's like charity.
Yeah.
They go charity, charity. Don't worry about it. It's charity.
It's so crazy.
Charity.
It's so crazy how they all dress like clowns too, and you see clowns in between the darkness and light and the duality. But what do you think about this friggin' thing, dude? Do you think this is Ellis Island or Liberty Island? Because this is like
I've been to Battery Island. You can't see it from there.
I know.
Is that Liberty Island supposed to be? You can see it from there.
Well, no. The Statue of Liberty for me was always on Ellis Island, but now it's on Liberty Island. But my immigrant family told me they came through the Statue of Liberty on Ellis Island.
No, I think they said Ellis Island was where they brought in all the Jews and they put the X on their arms, and that's where we get, like the immigrants. But that's a different island, and then they moved them to that. But look, you can see the star fort right there a little bit on the.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
That's interesting because you can't normally see that. That's a thing I've noticed before, dude. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, the star fort. You don't
like where you can't see it normally from pictures. They don't show you that.
It never used to be there, but it might have been. But
no, it was there. They just didn't show you it. I think there's a reason. Why they don't show you things in pictures sometimes.
Yeah, like they were hiding it for a while.
Yeah, they're trying to hide the truth from you.
They don't want to.
Just like a lot of airports, like Logan Island down the road from you is a star fort.
Yeah.
And you don't even know. You can't tell because you're not in a plane.
Well, no, that one looks like a star fort even when you're in front of it. I'm gonna go film that fucking.
Oh, even when you're standing next to it, because you can't see the star.
Yeah, but the one that,
you have to see it from above, though. You have to look from above.
Yeah, if you look from above, you can really see it. But
you see what I'm saying? Like that kind of.
I'm gonna go film it. It's a big
humanoid.
It's a big undertaking.
Ratios, creating the hybrids from myth and legend, as well as the hybrid animals we know today. The Temple of Artemis is just one example. But now that we know the symbol is connected to many other goddesses, this most likely was all over the world. We see these depictions of hybrid beings from a variety of different cultures, and even the Bible says that the flood came because
they
of
have
the hybrids
elephant
and giants that
elephant
existed.
nose.
Michael Darsarian, who has heavily influenced our work, presents
Elephant,
the Garden of
elephant
Eden
man.
as after the
Bonehead.
flood in the timeline, in which our forms were genetically altered to be more material and reptilian. Of course, his
Wow.
approach at the time was extraterrestrials. However, what if this goes deeper than some Anunnaki Sitchin novel, and perhaps we were referring to some type of advanced race of ancient humans that possessed advanced technology and or knowledge of alchemy? Even the story of the homunculus and artificial man, the golem, or referencing a similar process in which an artificial man could be created through the elements. That'll have to be for the next video, but this symbolism is multi-leveled.
It was called B'nai Elohim in the beginning.
An artificial human could be created,
Like Nephilim type people.
modern day science. Not too far out to consider that they may have been considering early forms of genetic engineering. The deeper meaning.
Yeah, I
could also-
noticed.
Yep.
I noticed that like a lot of this stuff goes along with the Bible and everything else.
Yeah, in Genesis.
But Mind Unveiled kind of looks at it more of like a scientific type of way sometimes.
Well, because it is scientific, because they really were like messing with stuff like genetics and stuff.
But it's still one and the same,
Philosophers.
But everybody wants to say like, oh, it's just a long time ago. Like, what do you mean?
No, they could have added on a fake timeline, and it could have been.
They totally lied about the history.
Yeah,
completely.
This could have been a lot.
Could have
more-
been
a lot more recent than we thought.
Turning to gold is a reference for the higher self merging with the lower self, a creation of a spiritual body of light that can be controlled and manipulated. That's an entirely different subject, but this idea of
Scott, do you remember like a few years back when people were like trying to figure things out, like maybe like 10 years ago, and they're like, people used to say like something happened where like nobody can remember what really happened,
You mean
Like,
actual history?
yeah,
Like
like
true history? Yeah.
yeah, I remember people used to say that like we must have been through some sort of cataclysm. Even scientists were saying it.
Dude,
We
I
must
was
have
talking
been
about
through-
this.
We must have been through some sort of cataclysm where we can't remember, where we really came from or whatever, right? Like, and now, all like 10 years later, all this shit's coming out about like the cataclysm that really did happen. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like a more recent thing that instead of just saying, "Oh, it's
Yeah.
just a flood."
Yeah, like it happened to you. It happened to your ancestors billions of years ago. They're like, no, it actually happened to like your great grandparents, like 1,000 years ago.
No, I honestly think that like 200. So what are we in 2023? So I'd say about 200 years ago, something happened, and the history is all garbage, and they just made it all up. Like most of it, most of the written knowledge, like the written, because I think that something was burnt, like papers were burnt.
Yeah.
Because all we have left is rocks and
like a
and
Bible.
tablets, tablets and stuff like that.
And they give us a Bible, but it keeps changing. So I don't know. That's sketchy.
Well, they just make things up. Yeah, they just make things up.
existed for ages now, because again, when cataclysms occur, the bulk of the population is destroyed. There aren't too many options. You can either wait and build up again, or perhaps a method was devised to speed up the process by a couple generations. Foundling hospitals since their inception were funded by the elite royals, the choice of symbols being fitting.
Look how many boobs she
Are
has.
we not to question why their seal is Artemis? How are they finding so many orphans and premature babies?
Yeah, why is this
Well,
still
orphanages
Artemis?
go back to the time of Rome, and even one of the earliest orphanages that we know of is in Venice, called La Pieta, which is a convent of monks and
What up,
nuns.
Andrew?
Since
What
its
happened?
origin, orphans had been the responsibility of the Catholic Church. Are we going to trust what they leave us with in terms of this all being an honest attempt to take care of the needy, when they are the ones who put the laws in place, are in charge of the economy, and yet all these poor families have to give up their children because of the society that they live in that is controlled by these Catholic rulers?
Yeah, Machiavelli. Martin is really good. I can't compete with that guy. You see his show today? Unbelievable. Smashing.
Something else is going on if you ask me. And as we know now, these incubators were right by the foundling hospitals since they had so many premature babies for some reason. If you type baby incubators 1900s, you will first see the babies of Coney Island. But there's more to this story, as during the late 1800s, a physician, Martin Cooney, had begun to demonstrate the efficacy of infant incubators throughout the US and Europe. They were showing these everywhere.
Midget.
And it's
the
really
world's
not that
tiniest
advanced
baby.
of an invention.
Dude.
Seems weird that this came out of nowhere.
Dude, the baby's name was Midget. Look.
The baby's name is Midget.
Yeah. Look,
I've had it up to here with midgets.
Look.
But dude, see, this is what I need my drums. See, this is exactly what I need my drums right then. That's it.
Right there.
That's it.
That's it.
It's too cold. But anyway, sorry. I was being too harsh.
It got cold again? No, you were doing a good job the other night. I enjoyed it.
No, I was totally doing it over. I was trying to be overly joking. Oh, I thought you didn't like it. Because I was trying to.
No. Wait,
Anyway.
when you first came in, I was having trouble with my with my thing.
Well, I was having trouble with my cymbals and my drums. I was like, I was going to do it every time, even when it's not funny. But like I said, I will figure it out. But anyway, midgets. That's like you can't even say that. You're not even allowed to say that. Stop saying that. It's it's hurting my feelings because
I'm not calling anybody a midget. That's
but I'm the anti-midget. I'm a tall midget. I'm a tall midget, a very tall midget.
What do you mean a tall midget? You're a
it's the opposite. What do you mean?
How can you be a tall midget?
I can hear. Now I can hear. Finally.
Well, can I be offended by the word midget and being a tall midget? What about my tall feelings?
I'm offended that you're offended.
But yeah, you could be.
What about my tall feelings?
You could be offended by the word midget as an adjective, like as a describing.
No, but I'm offended by the fact that you're offended.
This is the baby's name, the world's tiniest baby. His name was Midget.
Oh, little midge. I call people little midge. Midge. I pat him on the head.
They named it Midget.
Yeah, that's what it says. Oh, you guys can't see it. Oh, hold on, let me see.
Yeah, it's a little bit small because it is a midget. It's pretty tiny.
No, it's at the bottom.
So look at there's a fasces next to that diagram. They showed it connected to a fasces.
You see? Midget.
You saw that?
You see at the bottom of the screen? Midget.
The world's tiniest baby midget.
Yeah.
So it's okay.
That's why I said midget. I wasn't calling anybody a midget.
No, I'm calling people midget. Midge. I call them midgets.
What they do? Stick a midget in the machine. There's the fasces right there.
Hey, midgets, quiet down.
Seems weird that this
peanut gallery. That's called a peanut gallery.
They're having these world fairs and they're showing off these babies.
Sin said he was going to bed. Did Sin say he was going to bed? Oh, Sin. Good night. Good night, Sin.
Just drink more coffee.
Yeah, and sorry for
no.
Sorry for
Flat Earth Ninja. Flat Earth Ninja. What?
Flat Earth Midget.
Cutting his ass off.
Flat Earth Midget. Who's a Flat Earth Midget?
I think I cut him off earlier when he was trying to talk, but I don't know what.
Dude, we need a Flat Earth Midget, by the way. Dude, just saying. Yeah. Just saying.
Yeah. Flat Earth Midgets. Look at this building, dude. Where the fuck is this? I would love to live in a building like that. Scott, Ray, did you not just watch how they make up like paintings and like little pictures? Yeah. You think that's real? Yeah, Vanilla Sky. I don't know. Well,
you
don't think that's real? You don't think that's a real building?
I don't see that as a real photograph. Is that a photograph?
Buy them, so they were for sale.
It might be. I'm just joking, Ray. I'm just
I don't know.
just busting your balls, dude.
Immature babies.
I can't
or
tell anymore.
Groundlings of some kind.
So that looks real. Wait, that doesn't look real. But
the
go
vanilla-
back. That guy holding the little babies in
vanilla-
India.
When they white out the skies like that, when they're all vanilla, it is kind of sketchy.
Hands, Mississippi.
I know, of course it is.
That means they're hiding something.
Well, they manipulated
It doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying, though, it's skeptical. It's just skeptical, guys. That's all.
And many more.
Yeah.
These baby incubators were connected with the World Fair in Paris, where Martin Cooney also had an exhibit. Meaning, those postcards may have been developed in France, but the movies and images were not to promote one single event. This was a worldwide event occurring during this time, and that was the reason they were funded to make the movies and postcards. People from around the world were to be advertised these baby incubators.
L'Exposition de Paris, 1900.
Right.
What up?
I just thought of something funny when you were like, these neurologists, they've been acting a lot weird, a little bit weird, right? So are there
what happened?
No, let me ask you a question though. Are there incubator baby people? Is this a thing? Like, I don't know. I don't look up. I don't Google incubator babies, and like I don't know if there's like a clan or a club. Is there?
No. This is part of the mud flood research. Actually, this isn't
okay.
This goes on.
I'm just wondering.
Listen, this is what happened.
I'm just curious, but I thought it was funny the other night when you said, "I don't like the way they've been acting. I don't like the way they've been acting."
Disorderly. They're all disorderly.
Yeah, they're all disorderly.
Listen.
Get them all out.
So this is what we're
I get loud. See, sometimes I get loud and it actually gets mad at me. Go ahead.
I'll explain it to you. Okay, so we found out about the orphan train and the whole history. Now I don't know if it's a Mandela effect, like a giant history shift. All of a sudden, all these orphans were brought here on trains. We never seen these pictures when we went to school. No one ever.
Nobody ever told us about this.
All of a sudden, it's fucking everywhere, right? All right. So people started following the orphan train trail, and we found out about the Odd Fellows and the Educate the Orphan and all.
Yeah, the Odd Fellows.
We all started digging at that.
Dude, by the way, I want to go there when it's summertime.
Meanwhile,
they're gonna have dude, seriously, really quick.
I'm trying to give you the history of what's going on. All right.
No, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to that place. It's the Odd Fellows Clubhouse. It's called, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I want to go ask them.
Did you watch the show last night? I had an Odd Fellow on that explained everything.
That's awesome.
Did you miss last night's show? You didn't even have to ask him anything. I found one. He explained the whole fucking spiel.
He was an Odd Fellow. How old was he?
He wasn't live. I mean, he was. It was an Odd Fellow interview.
He was initiated.
Oh, that's cool.
Right? Yeah, he was initiated. He was like, yeah. He told us.
Okay, well, I want to go see them live, like these old men that are sitting out there, and I want to ask them.
Boots on the ground.
Yeah.
But now I lost my train of thought about what I was going to say. What was I talking about? Because I had something important that I had to get out.
About the babies and the incubators.
Right. A reset and the
incubators.
No, I lost my train of thought now.
Right, yeah, you did.
It did. I was on a roll, and I was onto something good here.
An orphan train of thought. It really was. It really was.
That's Doug.
No, you were talking about the meltologist, and then.
Oh yeah, the meltologist. Hold on.
But the mud flooders are about the orphan trains.
All right. So then this is what happened next. Bill Miller and people like him who do old world research. It's not mud flood. It's different. It's old world, right?
Yeah.
They started figuring out about the World's Fairs and about the incubators. So then we started making a connection where we were like, all right, they had all these orphans. Where were they coming from? They had these incubators. They were growing babies. And now they're even going deeper to the Cabbage Patch Kids. And it all relates to fertility. If you go to like these fertility websites, I'll show you.
And that's what Ishtar is. Ishtar is all about fertility.
The tulip, all the symbols of Easter, and it all connects with.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So that's.
Some suggest that this may have been a factor in the sense of multiple women.
So yeah, so to answer your question, Scott, your question was something like, do we think we think that. All right.
No, I was asking if there was an actual just an incubator baby community. That's all I was saying.
Well,
yeah.
There might be.
You know what I'm saying? Like
there might be an incubator community.
Like an incubating community. Like there's T-shirts and stuff. I'm just asking.
committee for the surviving incubator children?
Yeah, right. I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
It's all
Are
good.
they still making fresh incubators? Are you they still freshly doing that?
I don't have an answer for that.
Dude,
Yeah, but
people are.
I think they
there's
are
babies
still
in incubators.
I think they're still doing it. Yeah, but
They're still doing it. Yes. they are.
but the DNA test prove. All right, you can prove this with the DNA test. All right, I did a video on it. I'll play it. None of them are coming back. Look, I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys right the fuck now while I'm thinking.
Were those nuns?
Hold on. Let me show you the video I made. All right, it connects with this. All right, it's real fast. It's real fast. It's short. It's to the point. My channel. All right. Shorts, videos. All right. Mudfoot Adventures. Mudfoot Adventures. Okay. I'll turn this into a podcast too. Watch.
A podcast? Oh yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Dude, I've been trying to figure out how to find it. They said it's like YouTube something, music website or something. There's a Levelhead podcast though. It's just supposedly.
Yeah, I was wondering.
It's the Levelhead playlist just playing over and over again.
It's just like a 24/7 like Globebusters.
Audio version though, only on audio.
Yeah, and all you choose is like what videos you post, and then it just keeps playing 24/7.
No, I posted the whole playlist of like 100 videos.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, 100 videos of what you chose. Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of them that from other channels didn't go through, so I have to. I'm gonna have to start downloading all that shit off everyone else's channel and upload it to the Levelhead channel for it to work. But
yeah, I was saying like I can make more clips if you want. Like, might as well.
Yeah, let me see. I'll have to search for this. Yeah, you made some more that I haven't copied yet, huh? I noticed that, right?
I think so, and also
Yeah.
I can make more or whatever, because there's some interesting things.
Yeah, you found some good spots.
Well, that's the thing though. It didn't sound that great because Homeboy didn't have a great.
We didn't have it jacked up through the system.
Well, the problem, and also the problem was we were in a Tommy's warehouse. I didn't even think about that when we did it.
It sounded good the night before when me and Christian practiced. It's on here we go. It's on Tommy's Facebook, or it was. I want to try to get a copy of that. Me and Christian went jamming.
Oh, see, I don't know about that.
Parents,
We
your
practiced
past is not your
we practiced like for like a few hours. We tested out the sound to see what it would sound like. We played we jammed.
The same haircut. The kid's got that same haircut. It's like
past is not your past. Your life begins when you are chosen, is what the
All right.
orphans were told.
All right. You hear that? Your past is not your past. Your parents are not your parents. Your life begins
Who's talking
when-
here?
This
Who's
is what
guy?
this is what this is me.
Your parents are not your
No.
parents. Your
Oh,
past
it's you.
past. Your life begins when you
Oh,
are
it's funny.
told,
It sounds different.
orphans were told. The Orphan Train Movement was a supervised welfare program that transported children from crowded eastern cities to the United States to foster homes located largely in rural areas of the Midwest. The orphan trains operated between
Hold on. Pause.
1920.
Well, you wanna
Just
see-
really quick.
Yeah, it's only a few minutes long.
You were reading here, right?
I was I don't know. I was
Were you reading, or were you were making a video here, right?
I made this video. Yeah, this is
Yeah. Were you reading a script, like you know what I mean, like a?
No, I don't know.
Or were you just saying what you're thinking, like while you were showing these clips?
I was doing a little bit of both. I think.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It's good though. I'm saying it's good.
I was narrating. I was narrating.
Yeah, you were narrating. It sounds. I remember this. It was good.
And it says here that it decreased by the 1920s. The confused and often frightened children were auctioned off and used as slaves and cheap labor. Chimney sweeps were cut off from their origins, told to forget their pasts.
Chimney sweeps.
That they originally came from. Some of their parents were still alive from the hospital. When the parents were in the hospital, they took the kids away. This really happened. This was a repopulation effort. Why did they need so many orphans? Why were they sending trainloads of orphans? One kid on the train said, "Where are we going?" They told him, "We're going to Texas." He said, "Wait, I can't go to Texas. My mom said alive. I'm not an orphan. My mom's in the hospital in New York. And they just took off. So can you imagine what the orphanages were like back in that day? They were overcrowded.
Dude, it's crazy.
That's a true story. One kid was like, "Where am I going?" They're like, "Texas." He's like, "But my mom's still alive," and his mom was still alive in the hospital. And they're like,
okay, well,
in New York.
Ray, think
Yeah,
about
what's
this
up?
for a second. For a quick second, I'm going to give you a little game to think about. What this is reminding you of? What happened before? Well, actually, after this, what happened after this when they made up this whole thing called trains going to places? Like, oh, I'm leaving mommy and daddy, and mommy and daddy left on trains too, and they split everyone
But
up.
watch, I'm gonna show you how the DNA
The
test.
same thing, dude. The
DNA
same thing as
the
we're not
important
gonna say
part-
it. We're not gonna say it. We're gonna say the shoes. The shoes.
The important part is the DNA test. Watch.
Gloomy, probably disgusting. Dirty, bugs, mice, rats, cockroaches, anything you can think of. Wonder what the food was like. So this guy, Charles Loring Brace, B-R-A-C-E, Brace. His name's all over this thing, man. Everywhere I look, all the research I do, he comes up. Wanted to put the kids in families. The families treated these kids less than their family. They didn't treat them like their son or their daughter if they had kids. They would treat them more like a worker. No emotional attachment. They were shoving them down chimneys. There's pictures of them shoving the little kids down chimneys like 5-6-year-olds because they would fit, you know?
You see?
Just like the freaking movie. Remember when Mary Poppins will
Boom.
take you away with a spoonful of sugar?
Look at his eye. He's like, "You look at me, son. You're going into that fucking chimney."
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
he's gonna.
He's pinching his ear. He's pinching his ear. Look at it. He's pulling his ear.
Yeah, he's like, "You better fucking scrub that."
No,
shit.
he's like, listen here. Like he just said, he's like, listen here, son.
Yeah,
Watch
right.
me.
I know, Hippie. I'm gonna make some more Mudfoot adventures coming soon.
Hippie shakes here.
It looks like a little Asian boy. Yeah, it looks like an Asian boy.
You're my brother from another mother. Was more like, hey, you live here? You're a farmer now. Go out there and shuck some corn. When it's streets.
There it is, shimmy sweet.
You in rags with a tear-stained face. You cannot easily forget him, and yet you are perplexed what to do. The human soul is difficult to interfere with.
His little ladder.
How far you should go.
I didn't even notice that before. The ladder.
I'm gonna do a quick recap. Orphans were real.
It's not funny, by the way. I'm sorry to laugh.
Population.
I used to be a chimney sweep.
They were sending.
I know, dude. Chimney sweeping is fun, but like, dude, no, not as a baby.
Now we can go
little ladder.
a little bit about baby incubators. Yes, baby incubators. So during the World's Fairs and at Coney Island and all these exhibits, they had
dude, Coney Island
baby incubators where people would travel from all across the plane.
Get your baby.
This time, supposedly, it was like before electricity was built and probably during like right around the time electricity was invented. And
Yep. It was
they
after.
already had these high-tech baby incubators to keep babies alive. Like
hyperbolic chamber.
They even invented electricity. I mean, doesn't even really make sense. But people would travel for days. They didn't have cars. They didn't have airplanes back then. They had to take a ship. People would come from all over the world, like Europe and everywhere.
Dude, I love
for
it.
Babies. They were coming for the babies.
No, I love you did a good job with this, dude.
These World's Fairs were set up
Thank you.
and
But I
demolished.
looked into it. I looked into all of this.
These structures were beautiful.
Not all of it, but like a lot
None
of
of
it.
it really makes sense. Honestly, I'm gonna give it to you straight.
Give it to you straight. My slice of the pie.
With my research, that these World's Fairs were a cover and for people to pick up babies. And people were coming all over the world to
I don't think they were all for the cover. For the
and
baby.
they had babies on exhibit.
I agree with you on a half of it.
Where you could get your own live baby.
So pause it right now. Right, seriously. So pause it.
But
Okay,
this
so
was, this was like a few years ago too. You know what I'm saying? So,
I know that, dude.
Alright.
It was a good job, but the thing is,
But
it was
I'm
part
trying-
of the World Fair.
I don't know if this is the one that shows the DNA test. No, this doesn't.
That's
But
what
you
it was all
understand-
about. I think Ray's right. I agree with Ray.
No, it wasn't all about the babies. It was about a lot of things like technology, world, not world, of course, flat plane, freaking,
Yeah.
mind control. Like what they were doing was it's really crazy when you really get into it.
Oh,
But
yeah.
the babies part though is a small portion, a small variable of what they were doing.
Oh man,
Not a small variable, but like
it's like the end. It like cranks them out. It's like a baby machine. The whole thing's all about cranking them out, educating.
You're funny.
Giants.
I had to.
Singe man.
He's
But
not-
no, Ray, you're right though. There was multifaceted things going on in those world fairs. Like, dude, I looked into the world fairs so much, it was crazy. Because you see these people do that, but I'm like, I don't trust these people because they're like a lot of them are like kind of, I don't know, I don't trust them.
Who?
So-
Who don't you trust? Who don't you trust?
Wait, why is my name Mud? Okay, whatever. Some of these people my name is Mud. Brrrn, ding, brrrn, ding.
We were having fun with that. We had fun with that song.
Yeah, we should do it. But
Yeah,
anyway,
we
what
should-
I'm saying
we
though
should
is
do
like
it. We should do it. I'll do
the
it.
World's Fairs though, bro. Let me ask you a question, Ray. The World's Fairs, don't you think that the World's Fairs, like a lot of those pictures, and like even our friend Billy freaking Miller Flip, Billy Miller, a lot of those pictures were kind of suspect. And I think that what they did was a facade, a lot of facades, and a lot of it was just for
There it is. I found the video I was looking for. All right. Yeah, go
it
ahead.
was a lot. I think it was a lot for like just mind control over people, like over rich people. Rich people. Like think about it. Like think about what CERN is. Think about what CERN is. It's a rich people's game. They're like, oh, I'm going to give money to this thing that makes things happen, right?
Yeah.
Just like Tesla, just like SpaceX, just like all these names that I could just name them off all day. All these things that try to progress society. It's progression of society, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think you're right though that they were coming to get babies, or like, let me get those babies. On the cheap. Like it's almost like a drug dealer, like getting a bunch of babies instead of a bunch of pills, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to get this video to play. I found it. Oh, yeah. No. Something
Andy,
else.
they were coming to get babies, like a bunch of like instead of pills, they were babies. Think about it. Like it was like on the like, let's get these babies. Let's go back to Europe. We're gonna procreate, not procreate, but it was like cattle, dude. Think about it. It was like the stock market.
Oh, here it goes.
The stock market. It was
All
a
right.
stock market.
Human stock.
All right. Nope. That
Yeah,
wasn't-
human stock, of course. That's what it was. Always human stock.
I get it.
It's
The
weird.
stock market has always been a human stock. You're a stock market. I'm a stock market. Boston Ray's a stock market. We're very low on the level of the stock market because, we ain't giving back money. Because, we're living off of nothing, right? But they want the other people, like the rich people, they want them as stock.
All right,
Like,
here it is.
oh,
Here it is. This is my smoking gun evidence that the orphan train was real. Okay, because
That's true.
well, not my smoking gun, but it's pretty good. All right, my research. All right, Boston Ray's research. Okay.
Yeah.
FBI warning: federal law
See,
allows
all right.
citizens.
Look, this was from military.com. Pentagon leaders tell troops to stop using male and genealogy DNA tests. U.S. troops, and it wasn't just them, it was all federal employees. U.S. troops are being advised to steer clear. They're not allowed to take any more DNA tests. I wonder why.
I think the
Good.
trains are very important to understanding what's going on. right now. So the U.S. government sent out this memo saying they don't want their employees to take any more of these DNA tests. They said the reason is privacy. The reason, I think, is because of all these other articles you can see of people getting their reports back to heritages and things that they didn't expect. So people have been taking these tests and waking up. People have been realizing they're not who they said they were.
You get it? Everyone's like 23andMe, Ancestry.com, all this bullshit, and they're finding out that the DNA test. Watch, I'll show you. There's so many reports of the DNA.
Dude, my friend got mad at me when I told him not to do it. I said not to do it.
Listen, they
my
go back
best
to
friend,
500
don't do
years,
it.
And it goes back to an orphan, or it goes back to like some culture that you didn't even know that you were, and people, and it's waking people up because they're like, wait, I thought I was Italian, and it's coming back.
Yeah, and they're like, wait, no,
African.
Yeah.
Heritages, their backgrounds, their family stories, their bloodlines.
You're right about this.
To what they've been told, you know.
Don't take these tests, dude. Don't give them the DNA.
East Indian.
And the U.S. government sends out the memo saying they don't want their employees to take it anymore, banning all employees to take DNA tests. I think they're trying to cover up the orphan trains. Everybody's DNA tests have been coming back to orphans. And
oh yeah, I forgot about this. I forgot about this, dude. I forgot about this.
Look. All right, look. Let's go back to.
I don't know, mine were orphans.
Dude, this is something that you did.
Look, this is people. Look, this is a story. I was numb. Family secrets come to light as DNA testing gains popularity. 2 families with lifelong secrets unearthed because of home DNA test kits are now dealing with the truth.
The truth.
They don't want it.
Boom.
Boom, baby. They don't want them dealing with the.
That's why their heritages aren't lining up.
The heritage
don't want you doing that.
Look,
their heritage ain't lining up.
Look. How a DNA kit revealed family secret hidden for 54 years. When one woman,
54 years.
Yeah. When one woman tried a DNA testing kit, the results I have spent the past few years piecing together the story of how I came to be. Look at this one down here. Woman's DNA test revealed a shocking family secret. Look, woman discovers shocking family truth after home DNA test. Like, it's waking people up, you know.
Our ancestors were all orphans. And
your father is not your father. Look, just like they said, your parents are not your parents, and your past is not your past. Look,
Michelle.
Your father is not your father when DNA tests reveal more than you bargained for. Genetic tests are seen as harmless fun. Michelle. Yeah, with one
Michelle. Michelle Obama.
The story may sound dramatic, but it is not unique. Get that? See,
it's just Michelle Ray.
No, it's not unique. No.
To get the email, she says it's really scary and overwhelming. She's freaked out, dude. Look at her. She's scared.
That's just a stock freaking picture. She's just reading documents.
It's already made. I'm just going to.
No, but dude, it's so funny. Oh, look, she thought she was Irish.
Look, the Christmas present that you tear
you couldn't tear your family apart. Wait, I need my drums here. Ba-doom. Ba-doom.
December 2018.
Listen.
Look,
no, this is funny.
They're testing us. They're testing us.
Look, millions.
This is so funny to me, though.
Millions of people are given DNA testing kits.
No bullshit.
As presents.
But yeah. That's true.
Of 5 children, she had about her ancestors. The analysis came back saying they said 0% DNA.
Zero.
Don't give them your blood. Don't claim you.
None of her family was her family, dude.
What do you call it when you do like the whole
her 5 children? None of them were hers or some shit.
Whatever. It's so I love it though.
Look, she unplugged into online genealogy forums, researching how other people had traced their DNA and educating herself about science. She thought she was Irish until her DNA opened. She wasn't really Irish.
Dude, Ray, I thought I was 50%. I turned out to be 70%, which I thought. I knew it. I felt it. I'm more Irish than I thought.
It seemed like a game. Look, it seemed like
It is a game.
Like those personality tests people often take online. The results, when I received them a few months later, changed. DNA test results came back for Anne Marie of 50. More than 100 million people will submit their DNA testing. So, like this is a
And
real
I'll put
thing.
links to the channels in the description.
Let me ask both of you: Are we all just not children of Yah? We're all children of Yah.
Look, I'm gonna just read what I got.
We are all children of Yah.
Look, this is.
It doesn't matter where you're from.
This is old news. Like, look, 2014. Look,
Old news.
There is no DNA test to prove you're Native American. People think there is a DNA. People think there is a DNA test to prove you are Native. How did Native Americans view tribal membership back then? The tribe I'm enrolled in does DNA testing. I don't know. Her mother said they descended from a president and a slave. What would they? Betty Curse hopes to validate her family's oral history that they are. The rise of the consumer genetic testing industry. I don't know what that is. DNA testing can bring families.
Wait, what was that?
I don't know. It's just random shit.
It's just random. It's probably from the AI or some kind of bot.
What do you?
I read that before.
Look, dilemma with 2 M's, like they're spelled the right way.
What do you owe to these people?
DNA testing creates wrenching.
Oh, whoa! There's supposed to be an N there.
Yeah, well, no. That's
dilemma. Yeah. Okay, we're not doing that right now. Dilemma.
It's all part connected. All of it.
And there was a few Mandela floods tonight, so we got to do it.
I'm not Nelson Mandela. I am not.
So we got DNA creates a dilemma to family. What do you owe these people? Said Stephen Mintz.
Stephen Mintz? Oh wait.
What do you owe these people? Oh no, that ain't the right one. Hold on.
40 acres in it. I mean, what is it?
I can't go to Texas. My mom's still alive.
Wait, what? What?
Here I was just watching something that was shared with me featuring Jerry Seinfeld. It had to do with the Coney Island infant incubators. And
I was going to say this.
About his history, and he says his father was an incubator baby. And the interviewer laughs as if he doesn't believe him. And I'm going to play that for you.
In the early 1900s, my dad was an incubator baby.
And very strange. Of course, we've talked about this before, but in short, between 1854 and 1929, the relocating of about 200,000 orphaned, abandoned.
Yeah, I'm not going to play this whole thing. All right, so
his mother was his mother.
But I showed the DNA test. That's the important thing. So let's get back to this.
It also comes with many problems, and they actually still have these today. So that's not too crazy at all, but it's very unhygienic and would cause issues in consistency. For more accuracy, cleanliness, you would need control over the environment. It would seem that multiple countries
artificial womb
today, and even if
honeycomb,
it's still horrifying and strange that this isn't really well known. All they leave us with are occult symbols to decode.
Oh yeah, we were talking about Ukraine 1 year ago. It's just weird. It's just weird to me.
Collective interest.
Oh man.
Netflix randomly released storks in its.
It's like really. It's been a year now.
But I just wanted to mention a couple things.
Seriously.
Movie has some crazy symbolism. Well, first, it's a high-budget film around $70 million, and it's a movie about how storks in the past delivered babies. This was their duty, their passion, what they were born to do. And it's obvious from the beginning that they have some massive postal force. They mentioned at the beginning how there were rules that you could not form a bond with the baby, not even treat it as human, but that they were just packages. The first packages that this postal service began with since its inception. Whoever made this movie or wrote in the symbolism knows what we're discussing about right now. Which makes it even weirder that they put this in the movie up during this time on Netflix. Well, the story goes that as this postal service developed into the modern day, they stopped delivering babies to the point where it essentially becomes myth and all the humans laugh at anyone who thinks these storks still deliver babies. But the weird thing about that is they say, oh sweetie, storks don't deliver babies anymore, but they used to a long time ago. So it's not that they don't do it or they think the idea is ridiculous. It's just that they don't do it anymore. And that's kind of where we start with this story, that this company called Corner Store, which is the original postal service that was delivering babies, turned into this huge corporation. This seems to be a blatant parody of Amazon, the modern day king of delivery. Keep in mind that this movie is from 2016.
I got something.
Yeah.
The main character is a weird comedic stork that wants to be boss desperately. He just follows the system, is willing to do anything for this fake illusion of success.
Who watches this stuff, though?
Boss wants to get rid of this orphan
Don't let your kids watch this.
Oh, wait a minute. Right off the bat, they introduce this orphan character. That's no accident.
You see the redhead, it's a warning.
Tulip, who is a
No, I mean,
Tulip.
yeah,
Her name's
true.
Tulip, the redhead.
True. Gingers.
Yeah. They get into
Oh, wait, that's Joey and your new baby's gonna be Ginger too, probably.
my new baby's a boy and he's 2 pounds. Scott.
He's gonna be Ginger.
I found out yesterday. He's already 2 pounds.
He's already 2 pounds.
Yeah, and his name's gonna be
a
Christopher.
corresponding size as white.
I'm gonna pray for your new baby. What's his name? Joe?
And it was
No.
No,
banquet
Joe's
of
my
the
other
Harvard
son.
Alumni Association.
No, I mean, what?
New
Crimson,
baby's gonna be
the
Christopher.
color which had urged the
What is
diners
it?
to
Chris-
ecstasies of affection
Christopher.
for their
Oh,
alma mater.
Christopher. Nice. Christopher's a good name.
Yeah.
I
There was
like
a
Chris's.
alumni at a long
Happy
table,
Easter.
which took
Yeah,
in the
Happy
whole length of the dining room. The scene was as pretty as good taste could have made it. The flag draped the wall near the head of the table, and the latter had in its center a bank of crimson flowers. This was flanked at either end of the table by the university letter in perfect formation and composed of red tulips. So for their altar mater ceremony, they dined with decorative red
I'm bringing
tulips.
it around full
Remember,
circle the whole
we're
stream.
speaking of symbols. It's only when we learn to understand these symbols that a great veil
Hey,
can be
Scott,
lifted.
You there?
It gets way deeper.
Yeah. Can you
After
hear me?
typing red tulip fertility,
Yeah.
I'm just looking
Yeah.
for symbols.
Remember the other day
There
we
are
tried to play
companies
that
using
Jedi
these
Mind
symbols
Tricks
where they
content,
advertise to
and
grow your
it was
family
shitty quality.
using egg donors. Even specific phenotypes are possible.
gone.
Now my
Hey.
question is, why use the symbol of the tulip?
Those were the same exact flowers
That the tulip means
Rasta Bear showed.
flower. In many ways, it represents the sex organs
I
themselves,
know.
as with the
That's why.
postcards. However, it means
That's why I was showing you the tulips earlier, because I knew I was gonna show. I'm bringing it around full circle, Andy.
That's why I wanted to say that.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's how I run my streams. It might take like 6 hours for me to get to my point, but I always bring it back around full circle. Just like I'm gonna end the stream with the remix of the song that I started the stream with. People just don't know.
symbol represents fertility in children, specifically orphan children,
Hey,
lost blood.
Thank you.
During the Dutch Golden Age,
Thank you, Hippie. I'll keep you filled in. I'll send you pictures. I'll let you know the whole way. Like when the hospital, I'll try to get you a undercover picture of Michelle in the hospital when she's having but you can't give it to it'll just be between me and you, Hippie.
there was something called tulip mania. So this might be pretty controversial, but it's only when we ask questions can light be shed. This period involved a strange delusion where people began paying extraordinary prices for flowers and produce. And they have all sorts of excuses for why this is. But I find it interesting that this is a mainstream historical event, and it's called Tulip Mania. I believe that this might be an even older reference to these postcards, and it's from the 17th century. Oh, and get this. It wasn't just tulips that were overpriced.
So do you guys see how this connects? Because I just bought tulips for Michelle to try to cheer her up and I bought her Easter lilies too. But what I'm saying is, like, you see how it's all connected to the rebirth, Easter, and then it goes into cloning.
Cabbages.
Yeah.
So just to recap, we started out with what Easter really means for the Christians and what the Bible says it is, the resurrection of Christ. We went all the way through what the pagan meaning of it is. Then we went through the pagan roots and all that. So we showed both sides, okay? We weren't biased. We showed both sides of the coin. Then we went to how the Easter Bunny and what he represents, the hares, the March Madness, all that. How they used to bury bunnies with people and all kinds of weird shit. Okay.
Can I ask you one question?
Yeah, what's up?
Does that say Harley Quinn? Elk?
Harley Quinn? Where?
Harley Quinn at the top 68. Harley Quinn.
Alec Quinn. Close. Yo,
my bad.
why you have a thing for Harley Quinn?
Yeah.
She's pretty dope. Yo, so anyway, yeah. So listen, so then we showed the tulips, the symbolism behind spring and behind Easter, the egg, the tulip, how it means rebirth and all that, regeneration. And then we showed the whole orphan train thing, and we're showing the Cabbage Patch Kids a little bit, and we're just getting into it all. Like, this is what Happy Easter.
Remember that tulips and roses are very similar in appearance. There was a cabbage fever. Now, that seems so random to me. Why cabbages? We know that they use symbolism. Are they actually referring to something else? This will have its own video, but basically, after the Dutch were supposedly liberated from the Spanish Empire in 1581, they just began growing tulips all around their palaces, and the rich began to become obsessed with tulips for no apparent reason. Well, this caused some type of economic bubble, or really some strange early created inflation. But what if it's not that these items became overpriced? It's that they are actually references to a different product. Could it be code? Quote,
Yeah, check
it is
this
agreed
out.
that mania
This
is
is
a
where it gets
psychopathological
good.
disorder.
There's a fascist under there.
Tulip
Pay
mania
attention.
means
This is
the
good
people
stuff.
who buy
I'll
fleshy
be right
tulip
back.
bulbs have
I gotta
acted
get into
madly and irrationally. End quote. So they literally call these people insane for spending so much on tulips, cabbages, and carrots, which I think there's a big joke at play here. Not only is this the origin of our money, but look at how they promoted this stuff. It's just like the postcards, satirical cartoons, but these are even worse. Many of these satirical prints contain cabbages, showing the intimate relationship between tulips and cabbages. In one, Aesop pointed out a group of monkeys, the symbol for foolishness, eating cabbage while wolves chased innocent sheep. The title page on one play showed a satyr or pan drawing back a curtain on a scene crowned with a banner that read, "It world Volcool," the world full of cabbage. Beneath the banner is a crowd clamoring for pieces of paper in which were written the names of types of cabbages, including worthless cabbage, cowardly cabbage, and crazy cabbage. Another play referred to, quote, the company of cabbage. Many of these plays made references to carrot shares and cabbage selling. It's obvious that these vegetables were symbols for something else. Carrots, cabbages, and tulips can be seen in many of these early cartoons. In one, they're selling these tulips in a fool's cap. All of these early cartoons, which are the inspiration for later postcards, are complete with the symbolism of dark folly, or the fool's cap, or a
Windmill?
These tulips would be sold for over 1,000
I'm
pounds
mixing my grape.
when one found them to
I'm
be
mixing my
snow
grape
white
stomper
and beautifully
dabs with
striped.
my sugar.
Let's take a look at one cartoon
try
that
to
is
mix
clearly
it up a little
Freemasonic
bit.
symbolism.
I don't know what you would call that.
Ariel Quinn
Grape
Actionist,
stomper live
a
resin
cartoon
sugar.
from De Groot Teferil der Dwarschild 1720, and this is in the British
Well,
Library.
actually, I'm gonna mix my sugar
You have
with
two harlequins, or jokers,
the
or
other one.
mimes, that are on a stage opening a veil.
Put some
He
diamonds.
did say Harley Quinn.
Get
They're
some
selling
diamonds in
cabbages
that
and
shit, you know what I'm
carrots.
saying?
But what's behind the veil?
Because it's
We
it's
see
all
at the top
saucy
that
with
there
no
is an owl,
diamonds.
representing the
Needs
cult
more
of
diamonds.
Minerva. And we see the Freemasonic compass, or corner right angle.
Plus the diamonds
Now,
are
this
getting
isn't
dry.
an ordinary
So it's
depiction,
gonna
and I love how they
work.
label this
It's
as
gonna
just a
work well.
satirical cartoon. I mean, what kind of sick people make stuff like this? Why are they inserting all sorts of things inside of their butts?
Diamond.
It
It's
gets worse.
diamond sauce. I'm making
So
I'm
this
making
cartoon is a
diamond
part of a
sauce right
series,
now.
and these really are the
As we
only
speak.
images or depictions
Oh, diamond sauce. Yeah, yeah. Don't skimp on the sauce.
we really
No,
think they were
well, I
just
don't have that
selling
much
cabbages.
sauce, but I'm putting the
Look
diamonds
at the
in it,
symbols.
Yeah.
Left us
and I'm
with.
gonna mix it together.
We will break this down in another video.
For taste.
Real quick, and then we'll get back to the Source movie.
Well, no, because
Look at some of these images.
the diamonds aren't burning that
There's no
good
doubt
because
that they
they're
were
like
created by
dried
elites.
out by now.
Look at all the heraldry and
The
royal
sauce
symbols.
is burning really well
But
because
furthermore,
it's saucy.
there's mockery at play.
So you
There are
mix
too many
it
images
together
to go
and
over right now,
it'll I think
but
it'll
there is
do
one
well.
where they're introducing the book.
Yeah, like even it.
Puberty, along with
Or
what
it'll
seems
do
to be a
either way.
beehive
It'll
with
get
a
me
baby
stoned.
angel holding a shield
That's
with
the
2
main thing.
keys. The lady with the pillar is also holding a top hat, while the face of a person is being swapped, identity swap. And then we see Medusa, or a lady with a snake that is dying. And under her left arm is the bottom of a barrel, or the hive, in which people, or babies, are coming out and they're throwing cabbages. They're throwing these cabbages into another scene, where there's a devil and a crowd throwing a person into a flame, what would seem to be a sacrifice. These are the reset engravings from the early 1700s, and it also connects with other famous artists from England, but we'll discuss that in the next video. Essentially, they were using tulips and cabbage symbolism way before the 1800s, and it seems they use it as a means to promote some type of secret symbolism under the guise of satirical cartoons. This is just way too weird. I mean, I couldn't make this up. Like, there's this one where they're literally trying to cut out the third eye and insert these new economic systems literally into our rears as if they're trying to forcibly manipulate our new forms. Well, back to the movie. So yeah, there's this deep sense
back to the movie.
Cabbages. The writers of this film seem to be fully aware of it.
I know, right?
So the stork has to fire this orphan named Tulip, but it's her birthday and she's kind of cool, so the stork doesn't want to fire her because he feels bad for her. He's not like his boss who gets off on hurting others. So the stork comes up with, let's put her in the old letter room because no one sends in letters for babies anymore. You can even tell that this is an older building or something and different from the main corner store building, which really is just a large cargo container or trailer. Well, long story short, the orphan gets tired of being in the room, basically goes insane, and she eventually gets a letter from another character in the film, a child with the last name Gardner, whose parents are real estate agents. The boy is so lonely and desperately wants a little brother, so he hears about the storks and writes them a letter, the first letter in ages. So finally, the orphan gets a letter and she feels like she has a duty to be the manager of this new letter room. So she takes this letter to that old abandoned building, but the stork character tries to stop her from doing anything else because he lied to the big boss that he fired her already. Basically, by accident, the stork and orphan were fighting over the letter and it enters this machine.
That looks good now.
This triggers the machine to start working and it's revealed that the entire room is part of a literal baby factory. It's capable of producing billions of babies. And towards the end of the film, it's shown that this is actually an ancient castle separated from the corner store. Think about it. Corner store, Freemasons. Why use Amazon? Is it a reference to Amazon women?
Yep.
Well, the cornerstone in Freemasonry is the basis upon which anything is founded.
Yep.
Hence, orphans, tulips, and foundlings. There's also a part where they lose the baby to some wolves, which made me think of the old stories of children being raised by wolves, famous from Roman mythology. The stork boss even tried to cover up this information in the movie. They didn't want people to know that they were producing babies again, because then their stocks would plummet. So essentially, a castle with an ancient advanced AI baby factory machine, kind of like Noah's Ark, was being used by the state, and these storks were the postal workers designed to deliver them, but then over time, corporate evolution made this machine irrelevant, and so they no longer needed the storks. Also, they never really mention whether this world has sexual intercourse or not.
Yeah,
They never have the birds and the bees conversation. I mean, why do we even call it that?
Sexual intercourse.
And the Netflix movie I Am Mother is literally about a repopulation center full of clones for the purpose of rebuilding civilization after a major disaster. The primary crop grown in the surrounding land is corn, another fertility symbol, and a plant whose kernels resemble honeycombs. This also kind of connects with Children of the Corn, a society of children ruled by a demon. But we have an intimate relationship with storks, and it's way older than the Cabbage Patch Kids or the 1900s repopulation postcards. We have more to say on that as well. But for now, let's finish off with baby farming.
Yeah.
Now, there's only so much they can say, and you'll have to do your own research here. But during the Victorian age, there was this phrase of baby farming.
Yeah, this is
in
what
which
I
you
was
had these
talking
women
about
who
earlier.
owned these orphan homes, where the story goes that these
They were
women could
taking
no
it
longer
from the
support the
Victorian
babies, so they literally would kill infants. It's a horrifying story, and there are many books on this subject. It's also happened in many places all throughout the world. I do think this is a cover story for something much deeper, as they had advertisements for these baby farms as well. They're from the 1860s, and so they're much more difficult to find. One article is literally called Wolves in Women's Clothing.
Can you hear me now? I lost the sound again. Hold on.
Now I hear you. Now I got you.
Yeah, it's all right. My system sucks. That's why I need the equipment. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Even Vedic literature has references to hybrid beings and genetic manipulation. They had a similar science to alchemy with an understanding of different elements needed to create material flesh. There's this great channel that talks about these things where in ancient Vedic temples you can see that they had an understanding of some early form of DNA manipulation, even understanding what a sperm and egg looks like from a microscope.
Mm-hmm.
There was also this other temple that showed carvings on how they were experimenting with different hybrid creatures, which would also explain why we see so many strange beings in medieval depictions. Were these once real creatures?
Yep.
These depictions from some of the most famous philosophers and ancient historians. They believe them to be true as with the monstrous races of early Christian writings. In order to conclude,
Ooh, a centaur. That was cool.
it's also an obscure topic. But here you go. First, you get a bunch of women. You give them fertility drugs, so they're extremely fertile. Then this simulates the development of extra eggs. Matured eggs are removed from the ovaries, and this is done with an ultrasound-guided needle. Once these eggs are retrieved, they literally just put a sperm and egg in a petri dish. And you'll get some that fertilize, which is called an embryo. This embryo can continue to develop in the lab, and they have controlled conditions for this. Now, in the modern day, they say that the term test tube baby is just a term to smear by the media, but this term is much.
Well, what was that thing about the star?
Once the embryo gets to a certain stage, they transfer it
That was the main thing.
a surrogate female. This process would have been attempted at some point in the past. There are other ways that the eggs could have been extracted. The earliest reference of test tube babies is a newspaper article from the American Guardian, January
Someday.
1929. Chemists will be the only daddies someday, is prediction. And again, I think this is mockery, but let's read what they have to tell us. Bosses will order employees by certain plans and specifications, Britain believes. Test tube babies would be much like nature's own. This is a theory advanced by H.T. Rhodes, General Secretary of the British Association of Scientists.
Able to think.
Means that there will be little difference between the man born of woman and the man compounded in the test tube.
Compounded.
Threshold of the discoveries chemists are
Yeah.
making, Rhodes said. We have almost finished with analysis. We are passing on to synthesis, building up and making of new and valuable products out of the meaner ones. The speculation is therefore almost forced upon us that in time we will be able to create living material. Professor Loeb years ago in an American university announced that he had succeeded in artificially fertilizing the eggs of the sea urchin. That was an enormous step forward. We know that man, the most highly complicated of all living things, after all, only a collection of cells. We know that protoplasm, that wonderful substance which is the very basis of what we call living things, is made up of carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. We know the way the atoms were arranged. Someday, in a laboratory, some chemists may accomplish the union of these atoms in the same way. We will then have created protoplasm, thus causing life to manifest itself. Perhaps it will not end
Protoplasm.
there. Something like man. Having produced protoplasm in a chemical laboratory, perhaps
got prototype.
process now unknown to us by which we can incubate and nurse, as it were, this substance so as to produce even more complicated forms of life. Finally, we may produce a living, moving being, something like ourselves. This may sound like a wild dream, but if you look back over the
I seen some pictures of you, hippie.
history of the
Some people showed me. I seen a picture of you in India, in holistic, or I seen like all three of you. I seen all. I know what you look like, hippie. You're beautiful.
last years and see what science has done, you may not be so skeptical. Ancient men of science simply collected facts. Modern men of science take these facts, theorize about the phenomena, prove their theories, and apply them to new inventions. The dreams of ancients are made to come true by the moderns. Centuries ago, men dreamed of flying.
I can vouch.
The
I can
wireless
vouch.
telegraph.
I can vouch for hippie. She's real. I've seen she's real. People. I know people that have met her in real life. I've seen pictures of her. She's real.
And telephone, movies, and the talkie. All the things that we consider commonplace would have seemed like black magic to the ancients. What we today
She's just
dream of may happen.
She's just
in-
a super mod. She's such a super mod that people think she's AI, isn't it? Hippie, you should take that as a compliment.
Yeah.
You're such a good mod that people think you might be AI. Like, look at that. Like, you're so advanced and so good at what you do that this can, you know what I mean? Like, I know you're a real person, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. Like, it's fucking crazy.
biochemical laboratories, maybe in 500
Take
or
it as a
1,000 years,
compliment.
be accomplished fact.
I would.
Now, of course, they
Yeah.
would tell you that they had
I wouldn't
already
bother you.
discovered this.
Oh, there's that jar of kids again.
Means you're doing
I
your
got
job
that.
right.
Believe in
You're doing a
science
good
fiction as
job.
if this is some
You're hitting the
faraway,
target.
distant future. And the
And
reality
I don't
is,
like it.
they were experimenting with this in the 1700s. It just had a different name. The article even continues and explains what the society in the future would do with these synthetic humans. Just think about it. Why are they even thinking about this stuff? It just seems weird that they would even promote it. Quote, to do dirty work. Suppose then it were possible in 1,000 years from now for a chemist to produce synthetic living things. they could be set to do a workday labor of the world, thus setting free those human
If
beings
it was
naturally
me, I would
begotten
make it.
to
If
undertake
it was me,
further
I would make
conquest
it
of
into a
knowledge.
joke. Like,
So
if someone started saying, like, raise AI, I would start doing shows where, like, I look like I was AI on purpose. I would start freaking people out and making people really think I was AI. Like, you want to call me AI? All right, I'll fucking ramp it up to the next level. You know what I mean, hippie? Like, fucking anytime someone says something about me, I do it like 100 times back to them worse. I give them a taste of their own medicine.
Right there.
So, but I don't know. That's, the Bible says we shouldn't be like that. But I am like that.
That's a Freemason reference. They continue. Would the laboratory created beings be men like ourselves? Who knows? Probably not. But they would be something approaching us in structure. It is improbable that they would be able to think like us. When you talk about thinking, you get into the metaphysical. The physicians differ among themselves as to what thinking and whether we really
Look
think
at
at
that.
all.
Babies in the test tube right there.
I'm not sure what that's all about, but this is the earliest reference that I could find to test tube babies.
Yeah.
And it's obvious that this is not a new subject.
Obvious.
There is an old alchemy reference, and shout
It
out to
all goes
Fire
back
Cannot
to
Kill a
alchemy.
Dragon.
Look at what's on the shelf here.
Go follow her on IG. But on her page from like
Where?
a year ago,
I-
after she
Right
made
there.
Artemis the Queen Bee, and then came out with
I
this
can't
post
see
on the
shit. Where?
Cabinet of Curiosities by Levinus.
That shelf right there.
Listen,
Look at those bottles.
Cloning Center. Let's keep in mind that Levinus Vincent was
don't know
one
what
of the
you're talking
most
about.
well-known
He'll
Dutch
tell you. He's gonna
wealthy
tell you.
merchants
I'm
during
missing
the
it.
Dutch Republic and during the 1720 financial
I know,
bubble or tulip mania. Well, he was a part
You know that Biggs helped him with this, hippie, a little bit on
Sure.
some of the postcards and stuff.
of the Royal Society, and he has a book called The Cabinets of Curiosities. The wiki just says they're these
I've been
small
saving
animals,
it.
but also
I've had it for a while, and I wanted to put it on my channel, but I've been saving it for the right time. What
This is
about
one of my favorite videos.
What about well, now it's on your channel too? So now it's one of your videos.
artificialia,
Now it's all of our videos.
which seems to be some artificial creations of some kind. Yet, there are no references to genetic manipulation or even contributions to science, really. So what is this place? Well, that's what makes it so bizarre. It's some strange collection. But even further, whoever made this knows
If you keep streaming over your channel like this type of stuff with me, Andrew, your channel will grow.
their
It
symbolism.
needs to.
Because right now
Forget
right now we're live on Andrew's channel. We're live on Late Night Live, which is Singe Man's channel. I think, right? Did I pick Late Night Live tonight, or is it or are we on Levelhead?
Level.
Oh yeah, we're on Levelhead. We're on 4 channels tonight. We're on
Right
Boston Ray Levelhead. We're on
thought
Boston
you
Ray
told me
Mudfoot
5.
Adventures. We're on, and yeah, we were trying to get 5, but Rasta Bear didn't add his. But either way,
Oh.
he probably didn't notice it. But I left the option. So this is the cool thing. Anybody who comes on my show now, like Scott, you could have did it too. There's an option to add
Yeah.
the stream to your channel. So if you want to like come on and get a part of the stream on your channel, you could do
It gets more people on your chat too.
Yeah, it gets more
You
people.
can add them as moderators and everything.
It helps us because it gets more
Yeah.
people in the show, and it helps you because your channel will have a live stream and it will go live. Even if you don't have 100 enough subs, it might work.
And you could try to, if you share something in your chat, you could put it in the private chat here.
Because that's what StreamYard is. It's for people who don't have a lot of subs.
we can see them more clearly now. Also, if you're Dutch, please contact us as we're looking for translators. It speaks of many different curious things. Snakes and dragons. A sea hydras over 200 feet long. And the creation of the hydra, which he says is an actual invented and embellished animal. There is a depiction in which you can clearly see a man holding a hive and pointing to the shelves next to him, filled with various vials. Under him are 2 baby orphans, and one of them is holding the Freemason compass or square.
Yeah, Magavelli, I got, like I'm very specific about my music. I have like a specific group of people that I use, specific artists that I trust, and then my music that we make with my bands and stuff like that.
We know this is no accident, because you can see it in the floral decorative symbols as well.
Listen, I used to have a recording studio. I really did, in my house. And I used to have artists come over all the time and record all kinds of shit. But then I lost everything. But what I did was I downloaded all the music onto one iPod, 16 gig iPod. It's like dilapidating. But I copied most of it onto this computer. So I have a shitload of music that nobody's ever heard from my studio.
This beehive is purposefully chosen as we can also see the multi-breasted Diana of Ephesus, or Lady Liberty.
Did you find it,
tower
Scott?
Or castle on her head.
Did you figure out how to get to the actual podcast? Like, because like I know when you go to the playlist, it says it's a podcast now, but like I think it's like YouTube Music website or something. It's a podcast website. It's a new thing that YouTube started. Yeah, that's a playlist. But how do you listen to it as a podcast? But yeah, it is cool. It's the Levelhead podcast for now.
Presenting that this is some type of
And
factory
we'll keep adding to it as we go.
for repopulation of the New World. We also see
But you
human-like
talking about
creatures
these
in some of
babies
these
in jars
tubes.
right here?
Is this an early example of test tube babies? Not only that,
Dragons.
they were experimenting with multiple animals to create hybrids.
Lizards.
Again,
I ate an
this is going to
alligator.
go deeper into the subject matter, but in order
Bible talks about
to
this.
use occult symbolism.
It was before the flood.
Video. Hope you guys enjoyed that, and let us know if you have any research to share.
Yeah. You'll be the first person I tell. All right. So
What's his name?
I have no idea. Mine unveiled. He's pretty cool though.
Name veiled.
Um
He sure does tell us what he's thinking.
What time is it? It's 5:30 in the morning. All right. So Jedi Mind Tricks has been doing like their final concerts and stuff. So I found one that actually I tried to play one the other night because they're really good, but it was like the quality kind of was like just it wasn't their fault. It was someone in the crowd. But anyway, I think I found a good one. So this is from let's see. And after this, I'll probably end the stream too. But yeah, this is gonna be good. This is Jedi Mind Tricks final tour live at the Paradise. So this might be there's a Paradise here. I'm not sure what Paradise it is, but there is a Paradise in Boston. Let's see if it says. Oh yeah, this might be the one from Boston. Yeah, Paradise, because they were just in Boston like last week or something, a couple weeks ago.
Motherfucking man from the streets of Philadelphia, PA. 5-9, tearing up, man, stocky. Yeah, man, let him know. There's no suboptimal, so watch you in the room and spit. More than homicide, so I can watch you in these views. Fuck the world, fuck them all. I'm trying to dispute shit. Go, move, regardless of who producing it. Dumb if you don't flip it, it's a shock on fly. I will crush your fucking teeth. I will stop that I will pop that lie. I will say in the print, you a sucker, you the type to take advice from a bitch. We the 5 guards, so we had to get it changed first. Arm to the seat, carry metal like a change purse. Make a list of all motherfuckers, put my name first. Everything will line is by the side to make the train first. I like a motherfucker, I ain't hit the ground yet. Up until the whole clip, empty like a sound check. Command orthodoxy, where the ritual is found at. Command orthodoxy, where the ritual is found at. Never is enough, everybody get touched. Motherfuckers is running up on me. The product don't stop, get your whole block shot. All the shooters is running up on me. This street sweeper, I'm the hood grim reaper. Motherfuckers is lying around me. My trigger finger stay itchy. We cooking in the kitchen. I ain't fucking with nobody but me. No doubt. No doubt. Make some noise for my man, Vinny Pazienza in the place. Come on. I'm savage. I ride arms and bitch practice. I ain't motherfucking in front. It's like madness. Y'all motherfuckers just burn into acid. Trying to snap into the toe with Vinny passes. The black sounded with a slug in his grill. The Jeremiah 2-5 thugging for real. You ever taking 19 trouble in town? A motherfucker 19 thumping in jail. Y'all better pass the mic, it's been hell. And y'all in the facts of life, but can't fail. I don't know how many kids will flow hard. My gun control leave y'all with no arms. Y'all ever smell the stench of dead bodies? Left in the past, in the past, it could die. 5-9, set it up, man, stocky. Animal dog, the bust slugs in the lobby. That's right, we passed the blast twice. Jeremiah 252, we mad nice. We smash nights, the blast too precise. Fast 40 days and break for 40 nights. Come on, here we go. Come on, here we go. Here we go. It's raw all across the board. It was short chamber. If it's coming from my jaw, then it's pure anger. Heavy metal rap with a floor banger. We can settle that. Let the mic cord hang up. I pay homage to the best of my Christian Wallace and bring drama to the rest of the business topics. I'm with a Lord Justice and we more gritty. Been to hell and then down to New York City. I'm on the floor with me. We can capture the ring. Tell me more merciless in the statue of man. Tell the Lord purposeless in the passion of king. You going down like a bro with a cat in the pig. It's a passion of thing. And when we make classics, and you're on brilliant or it ain't madness. We all spin on the same axis. And it's wrong thing here, we reflect practice. The police always trying to aim blame at us. So I don't mind where the bitch like that is. I don't mind that we all going to die soon. I return to the silence and got soul. 1, 2, 3, 4, wild out when we go. Once my face comes screaming, I'm sure the thing before this is clean up. Say shit I mind. Say shit I mind. Say shit I mind. Say shit I mind. Once my brain starts screaming, my spirit in deep and all niggas bleed. Rockin' mad rhymes over wicked instrumentals. 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 I came from my palm, sharper than a sniper and arm. Righteous Islam, living in the fight to be calm. My life is strong. Bipolar, icy and warm. My life is a storm. The reason why the mic is born. The Bible is born. Started watching the Bible fall. And the 9 really wild, so the side control. The mic is born. Started watching the Bible fall. And the 9 really wild, so the side control. I'm out from the ball. I don't believe in crying at all. I'm a manic. The person never get excited at all. I was born peaceful. I was never violent at all. I was born peaceful. I was never violent at all. And my father died. I was like a knife in my core. And he loved to have it, so he's not alive anymore. Lying in the wall, Joseph Dre, I am the law. I'm the reason playing rappers can't rap anymore. And yo, stop guessing. Who the fuck I mean? Always more what has to be done. Son, know where he come from. Really, stop guessing. Who the fuck you mean? Always more what has to be done. Son, know where he come from. Talk for what? My little man, I'll blow your face off. I'm flying out bodies. I ain't talking about a racehorse. I murder every rapper, then I break off. Scheming all this motherfucking money, burn made off. Y'all was always pussy, so stay soft. The only time beef is mentioned around me is for state sauce. I work harder than y'all, there's no days off. The knife work, scratch and cut you up like made sauce. My fam walk around with hawks on them. Big motherfuckers, infrared dots on them. It ain't a motherfucker that can box with them. Razor under the tongue and keep an ox with him. Hard body rap, God of the 7th day. I'm a sinner on the God of the 7th day. Everything I do hard and it's legendary. I spit 16 bars and you dead and buried. Make some noise, Boston, come on. Put your motherfucking hands in the air, y'all. 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 Put your motherfucking hands. I'm built when I'm there to the break. You know the version they should stay on. Then he told me about the oracle of A-Law. He gave me no clue where it is. Then fair time, one good time, been a pyramid. He gave me more tools. Sure, told me that amen. Hotep was a mortal. I can't understand how to live. So I called Killer Priest and he told me how to follow it. I walked through the valley in the king car with a white rose and a rally ring. And your whole team Judas, I'm no fit, no shit like Judas. I speak the tiger laws of the dead. Practice the same war tactics that came off the head. Let the swordsman kill the beast. It's a legacy of blood within a body to kill a priest. Fucking hands in the air, y'all. Put your motherfucking 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 hands in the air, y'all.
Ski on the beat. Raw ski on his heels of culture. Y'all gotta salute the DJ. Hip hop's on its 50th anniversary. Go! Come on, let's go! You know the motherfucking 10, they got my tricks. Let's take it there. I'm the type of shots for a while. The age of the shade of terror. According to this revolutionary chamber bearer, take your cheddar. Take everything that you care for. Murder everybody, that's what you was there for. And therefore you get away from the heat. Take the food from your plate, they let you weak. They do nothing that I don't want you to. You a grown man, that's why I like to fuck with you. I don't care about anybody except me. Until my lay there, I'll be the set free. You waiting for the revolution to start, but you ain't on the front line. Thinking through the hard, illusionally smart. It's why I hide from the fence. Chasing 4 style, 5-7 heads. 5 corpses, 5 state troopers dead. I get shot in their face and the room is red. 1 shot is all. I'm the type of take it there, 1 shot is all. Shots is all out there. Keep it all for sure. So free. Put the hands up. Put the hands up. Look, I'm tasteless. This beauty is strange places. I find beauty in races. I find beauty in blood dripping from your faces. Find beauty in the Quran and all of its Aramaic places. Find beauty in 12 gauges. Find beauty in teaching you what the definition of pain is. Find beauty in stainless steel. It can kill, it reveal the front of your grill. You train this. Y'all don't want to test any past patience. I crack jaws and swing swords to the hands. Y'all pretending to overstand this matrix without attempting to overstand its faces. We dedicated to cast this band thugging. Many past got more hoes than Jim Duggan. Y'all been hey, yo, you gotta do it like this. Introducing, hey, to the lowest theory. I can't be the trophy, go to get clearly. Most of these things they feel me seriously. I'm a step above all my apostle cheering. Back in the hearing, there's an ego spinning. I will know my shit, that's why the ego tripping. Back in the lab, I'm a man scientist. Keep your eye on this when I roll, I'm high on this shit. One change is knowledge, one change is so for the move. To the first president, cut like that king. Fuck my insanity, humanity, ego, humanity. All black teeth, really fitted with a black pig. Niggas ain't ready for war to blast me. Yo, ask me if I get 2 shits and then barrel too deep, I can get the whole bit. Yo, planetary in the place. Yeah, barrel shit. Come on, so let's go. Yes, I made this track back in yo. I'm getting like David and Manny. You take the balls out of there, but I'm flipping the third and be a wave home. Better rehearse the real words to get those calls. I'm Roy Jones with a neck and a right. I'm Johnny Holmes with a fight over second and night. I'm Luke Sky with the fast shield down, boom, bad, real fast, real sound. I was there in the 7, watch the Luke in 11. Look at MCs, I'm lyrically burning. Bodies that they deserve it, they probably didn't deserve it, but I had to do it for them. I gotta follow my jet, go back like a beast for a thorn storm. With the mind of Michael Moore, like the story is games at the final score. So this is what I'm for. What you out for? AOTP in the place to be. Boston, where the fuck y'all at? B-O-N-T-O. Fuckin' with the gentlemen, we run up in your residence, get you for your president. Wake up to break up, I don't wanna wake up if I don't got my cake up. Hey, yo, TP, on top, we be, he. Alright, that's acceptable, but it's not great. When I say die, motherfucker, die, throw that shit back at me. Die, motherfucker, die. 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 motherfucker, die. Come on, die, motherfucker, die. Come on, die, motherfucker, die. Come on, die, motherfucker, die. Yeah. Top gun this rap shit. Cop cuts to blast shit. Nigga, what's the meaning of that shit? Sleeping the black, Smith the West, what's hood? I'm grown now, I gotta start protecting my goods. I gotta start protecting every one of my kids. Gotta start protecting everything I got in the crib. I gotta have a best man chase the wind. If not trees, if not death, I ain't handle my business. No, that's a fucked up way to live. But yes, me, follow my lead. It is what it is. Nigga, I hold still in an hour of chaos. Working through the base hands, trying to play with the bars. Not the type of nigga that take cars, but dog, I heard you spit. Don't quit your day job. I always been a cat that slay hard. Hoping that the deal don't turn up on the face hard. Ain't no TP, ain't no VP, ONC, so time, motherfucking time. Fucking with the gentleman, he run up in your residence, get you for your president. Wake up to break up, I don't wanna wake up if I don't know my cake up. Hey, yo, TP on top, we be. I'm ready to sit the first. Just trying to say it with a firearm. Blood of the blood, apocalyptic firestorm. You a sucker rapper, never know what side you on. I shoot my biscuit in the air till the sky is gone. A 16 of mine, early your entire song. I named something, she is on by your entire arm. I'm a bad motherfucker, not a quiet song. I don't believe in the afterlife, so once you die, you gone. Nothing of the soul, everything about the soul. Kanye, well, that's what I just draw. Right, sitting with a beat like the entire mom. It ain't even beef no more, it's still China farm. You ain't even your family, time to bomb. The next fish shows you power, it's inside the palm. The same wrong, that was taking human lives along. We stopping it to law, like human lives are wrong. Ain't no TP, ain't no TP, ONT, on time, motherfucking time. Fucking with each other, man, we run up in your residence. This is for your president, time, motherfucking time. Wake up to break up, I don't wanna wake up if I don't get my cake up. Ain't no TP, on time, we be. Say time, motherfucking time. 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 They gonna see Philly, Philly with Boston all day. They still with us. Boston, everybody put their hands up. Boston, let's get it pop. When the beat drop, we gonna go side to side. Yeah, come on, come on. In my historical oracle, my blast metaphorical, editorial, educate. In my territorial, get torn. Heavenly arm with 70 bombs that'll blast the bomb like a heavenly song. You better be born. If you explore my deepest thoughts, I beat hearts in two. They ask demons for chalk. Dreaming the walk, MCs in the dark, I walk. But I fall in the back golden. Watch how you talk. My style is an art. Recognize lyrical purity. Or help break loose like a ball with no security. The dopest vocalist. With my third eye, I'm focused with. Proceed, going to speed of an indie motorist. This morning is situation. Trying to change the bracelet. To try to keep the top way for the brain to blaze it. Amazing, angelic. Tell it to your people. Your mic, come on, y'all are equal. And the top is like the sun, so we shine with bomb. The underground's active on your only hands in time. And in times when light shines, when the stars are climb. Jedi mind out of space, from the side to bomb. And the top is like the sun, cause we shine with bomb. The underground's active on your only hands in time. And in times when light shines, when the stars are climb. Jedi mind out of space, coincide, combine. I'm a hellbreaker, beautiful mind that spells hatred. Y'all breakers, we eat the belt faces. Y'all breakers, fucking to bring hell's pavement. Trick him for God's brother to my chest, David. What's craving? Turkey, aggravated. Keep the iron blazing. Get his domination. Educated, come on the constellation. Birth abomination. Out of second basement. I'm from the level football field, beat the shit out you. God give me one ever city, spit out you. Pitch the weapon stream, take a rip out you. And you can click the walk away, cause we don't live by rules. And I'ma make my foot smell every inch I move. Rob King is in the sleep of water, yes I bruise. Don't make me rip your fools. We can pass the back around and watch it spark and shoot. And the top is like the sun, cause we shine around. The underground's like the moon, you only see us in time. And at times the light shines when the stars recline. Shit, I'm out of space, no inside your mind. And the top is like the sun, cause we shine around. The underground's like the moon, you only see us in time. And at times when life shines, when the stars reply, Jeremiah, I was space yo. I'm never gonna be the war. I said the scores of war the Lord. Rappers fall on all fours like dinosaurs. With Jeremiah, in the outer space, we bombing this. We stay in one separate buggy like a pharmacist. We arming this, we detonate the bomb. Head straight, hallucinogenics in Vietnam. I spit a song, we need girls like interacting. Swear with the Bible when they lie to Ecclesiastes. It's all battery, battle, the energy with slip shoes. Storing enormous amounts of energy in the pistol, we roll with the street shoes. The possibility, you fight these quick, hold on, like you was impotent. Y'all in the ring, the whole clique is split half. Step in a long path and face a long wrath. What?
What the human race is suffering from.
We predicted this shit 12 years ago.
We are being hypnotized
by people like this.
Newsreaders, politicians, teachers, lecturers. We are in a country and in a world that is being run by unbelievably sick people. The chasm between what we're told is going on and what is really going on is absolutely.
Here we go. Let's go. It's like we all know what's going down. We know what's saying shit what happens to the hole in the brain. Motherfuckers ain't controlling this now. But no one's broken up behind it in the spot of this sleep. Everybody's just walking around. And in the clouds, I wanna wake into a dead in the grave. And it's too late. We need to be ready to raise up. Everybody is safe. Only some are aware that the government released poison in the air. That's the reason I collect so many guns in my land. I ain't never caught slipping, never underprepared. Yeah, they changed our army. They can spray it brownie. George Bush, the grandson of House the Crowley. You only do believe the power of the enemy. Saudi, the enemy. The enemy around me, Lord. I'm the water for the body, know that. It's all so prominent and know that. For real, how can any government bestow that upon people who believe in political programs? It's not that I'm here to present you. I know about the black woman side of the death. About the Vatican assassins and how they were finished. How they took Barack Hussein Obama in the city. No one's going down, but no one's saying shit what happens to the hole in the grave. These motherfuckers ain't controlling this now, but no one's talking about it. Made us try to do slaves. And everybody's just walking around. And in the clouds, we wanna wake into a dead in the grave. But it's too late, we need to be ready to raise up. Welcome to the end of days. 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 Raise up. Boston, thank you for believing in me. Make some fucking noise. I will never forget the love that this city showed me. You will always live in my heart. Thank you for being a part of my life. I'll see y'all when I see y'all. Peace.
Nice. That was a good song.
Conspire, slain, come on. Yeah, as I stand once again at the church steps, while the box gets raised by the pallbearers. In the same neighborhood I had first left, I look around and see these faces are all mirrors. I can see the past I recall clearest, fall nearest, brothers that we call dearest. Under the thunder while we wonder if the Lord hear us. I seen the writing on the wall where I scrawled lyrics. Crush it when the panic comes in, and hope against hope to be a man among men. Till you walk in my shoes and you stand in my skin. You never understand how bananas I've been. It's life in the streets, how do we run through it? I guess we either rise above it or succumb to it. I seen the hell and the heaven of it all. The good die young, buried with the legends of the fall. I watch the giants fall. I see you stumble over lies that you told.
no more lies. I am transparent. Gaining knowledge, what's the point if you can't share it? Evolve. I don't want problems, I want them resolved. Walk straight, head on a swivel, watch out for evil. Hey, I am small, but twice you have seen this giant fall. Major ego, little knucklehead with iron balls. Stay away from drama now, like how the hell am I involved? Unless you want some positive energy, please don't try and call. Used to think I'm king of the jungle, the little lion roar. Now half my friends are gone, are on the other side of iron doors. Ruined idol from too entitled to suicidal. Excited cause I'm happy now, so everything I do is vital. Appreciate the blessings, keep my head down and keep grinding. Come out the darkness, if you want the light, you will find it. I watch the giants fall. I see you stumble over lies that you told. I watch the giants fall. In the past you flew, and now you're flying low. Watch the giants fall. I see you stumble over lies that you told. I watched the giants fall. In the past you flew, but now you're flying low. I watched the giants fall. I see you stumble over lies that you told. I watched the giants fall. We back. Thought it was over, stupid? Never. Twinning.
King of the projects, he broke the walls down. His grip was both apartments, double living rooms, shot it under both couches. Schwarzenegger been dead, but sexual crazy forever. Studded glove, made a Mediterranean leather. Bitches in every bed, intimate involving sister wives. Kitchen knives, slide, get your bitch in line. Make a shift out of nothing like a savage does. Walk up to the biggest bing bong bing, stab him up. When guns blast, blood splat, ass the front. Plug had a mustache like Captain Crunch. Young Pesci Pompadour, El Mahigo with the cowboy hat like Pablo Moore. Speak across between coca products and tokenomics, so bionic. It's ultrasonic how I smoke the chronic. Pistolero for me, Billy Bolero. Barrel wrapped in aluminum foil like the meatball hero. Oh, you better smarten up, but you know's not enough. Bottom up, saw the shot in your half and shot him up. You better smarten up, but you know's not enough. Line him up, for the body and laugh, you out of luck. You better smarten up, but you know's not enough. Bottom up, saw the shot in your half and shot him up. You better smarten up, but you know's not enough. Line him up, for the body and laugh, you out of luck.
You fucking shitting me? Yeah, we back. Big Brooklyn shit, yo. Gorilla Twins ethos. Bing bong. Yow, yow, yow. Don't ever in your life disrespect me. I'm on Jamaica Bay getting brain riding jet skis. Paper coming hefty. Keep my money in my right pocket, cause the devil was a lefty. See, and if I was you, I wouldn't trust me. Catholic school uniforms, I rock the Husky. Shorty, you kinda dusty. I know if we fuck, that pussy must be. It must be. I know your mother, she a custody. Gave her credit when she was sick and now she loves me. Now we getting awards and setting up tours. My Averex in 98 was better than yours. That's a fact of it. Took it back and put the bat of it. Walking up and down Mermaid, who wanna battle me? You don't know no rap as hard as us. Put the barrel to your forehead, you better smarten up. Know the fucking vibes. Gorilla Twins is back. Like we never left, stupid. Brooklyn. Yo, Bill, let's get it.